And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. Today is day number 13. We are getting very close to the end. Sunday, we will finish America's Spring Season, at least for 2024, and crown our champion. But the road to champion is still there. The road to top 4 is still underway. The fight is only going to intensify as we continue through our double points day. Today is going to be Group B. Team Liquid, All Glory Gaming, Be Bold, Super Lazy, Reflex, representing North America. Hey, all 4 of these teams have to pull off an iNCO Gaming. If you were here yesterday, you know what I'm talking about. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. Today is the day for Group B, and I'm excited to be back with the both of you again, right? It's been a little bit. Dave, how's everything been?
Hey, going well. Looking at these teams, doing some math. Yeah, some of these teams, they're going to have like a massive come up, but that is exactly what these double points are for. So I'm looking forward to it, man. Happy Friday, by the way, both of you. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Tiff. Looking great as always. I know you're feeling great because you are back. Some more PMSL action, right? It's always good. Good time, especially to spend your Friday.
Yeah, it's the best way to spend the Friday because last time I was on the broadcast, we had some knife fights. Production was telling me they've been consistent throughout the week, so you've just got to keep giving me all the details. More knife fights, y'all, please.
More knife fights or less knife fights, depending if you're losing them, right? It depends what end you're on. And there's always someone who's got to bring a gun to a knife fight. That's unfair. Just keep it pure. If you're going to knife fight, just knife fight it out, okay? Don't bring the AK, whatever you end up having. That happened yesterday. An AK rolled up, and it's like, you just ruined the fun. Let's talk about yesterday, though, because it was incredible. The standings were mixed up quite a bit, especially when it comes to our top page. Dave, an incredible day from iNCO Gaming. They come from the depths of the bottom of the page, right, all the way up to 3rd place. They secure a massive lead over number 4, which is Death Wolves. 177 points. iNCO Gaming did it all.
Yeah, that's huge. And, you know, chatting with Nemesis today, they're like, hey, we are not done yet. Even though it's not our double points anymore, we still got that 1st place on the mind. And I believe they're, 107 points right now behind Team Liquid. The only bad side to that is today is Team Liquid's double point day. But, hey, if you're that determined, I mean, I can't underestimate iNCO.
You can't. And Tiff, I mean, their stats were incredible. Gary was the big talking point yesterday.
Yeah, it's so fun because I came into the production, I was like, apparently Gary has changed the entire course of action for iNCO Gaming, and I was looking up some of their stats in particular, and granted, it was less than 1 average elimination per game, but sometimes they don't need to be that top fragger. They just need to be someone that can support the rest of the players on your team, and to already have 177 points in week number 3, banking off one of the best, if not the best, double points day in existence for our 3 weeks so far. It's really astronomical because you can see 165 bonus points in general throughout the entire PMSL America Spring, and that's only obviously going to be that benchmark. Team Liquid, like you guys said from Group B, historically, yeah, it's theirs today, but they haven't necessarily performed the best when it comes to their bonus points day.
That's right, and you know, something to take note of, iNCO Gaming was the most consistent bonus points team. Team Liquid going for double points today. We'll see how well they do. Let's take a look at 9 through 16. This is where the real job begins. Dave, we have 3 teams from Group B on this page. Be Bold, All Glory Gaming, Super Lazy, Reflex. Now, for some of those teams, let's not kid ourselves. It's mathematically impossible at this point, pretty much anyways, albeit a miracle, to come all the way up the top 4. However, the closest would be Bold, and maybe even throw AGG in there. Do they have a chance?
I think if Be Bold can kind of pull off something like we saw from yesterday from iNCO, yeah, I think Be Bold could pull out the clutch. I believe they're 128 points right now behind the Death Wolves in that 4th place spot. So it will take a miracle, but they have been slowly treading upwards when it comes to just every single day and just constantly improving. So yeah, hey, I'll jump on the Be Bold hype train today. Why not?
Okay.
Why not?
You always
Why not?
You always got to own a team. I know Deathwolves is still in your heart, right? But
they're qualifying for sure, so I'm not worried about them.
And that Cinderella run, Cameron was coining that yesterday. Deathwolves, just incredible team, right? And their story is just wonderful. Be bold, right? The pressure's on them. Maybe even AGG. We'll see how well they do. By the way, Hyper also moved up a bit, trying to make that front page. Hyper was just absolutely stellar yesterday. But we talked about iNCO quite a bit, and we actually have an interview with Sarpatch and Nunez from iNCO Gaming. Let's hear what he had to say.
I'm here with Nunez from iNCO Gaming. They had a fabulous day yesterday, double days, did a lot of points. Congratulations for yesterday, first off. How are you guys feeling after that day? Parabéns ao dia de ontem, foi muito bom para vocês. Como vocês estão se sentindo depois desse dia?
Cara, foi dia que a gente esperava ir bem, né? Era muita expectativa. Sabia que era um dia importante para a gente voltar para o topo da tabela, quem sabe até disputar o top 1 nos próximos dias. Então a gente está bem feliz com isso, mas né, não tem nada resolvido ainda, tem mais 3 dias para a gente dar o sangue.
They were very expectant of that day. That day had to be good for them because they wanted to be able to be fighting for the spots for quali, and who knows, maybe still fighting for the top of the table. They're very happy for it, but there's still 3 days to go, so they're still fighting for it. Garrix entered yesterday, and I mean, it was a spectacular day for you guys. How do you think that impacted the game for you? O Garrix entrou ontem e deu tudo certo com ele. E como você acha que isso foi importante para vocês?
Então, antes do campeonato a gente já vinha treinando a rotatividade de line, né? Tipo, todos os dias alguém jogava ou o outro ficava fora. Então, tipo, pra gente foi tranquilo fazer a mudança. Não foi algo que afetaria nosso desempenho, até porque o Garrix também é muito bom. E ele estava pronto para isso. Ele nos ajudou muito com a comunicação, ele tem uma comunicação bem ativa, então acho que isso ajudou muito a trazer mais confiança para a equipe e foi importante.
He says that they've had some rotations throughout the tournament, so it wasn't something too new. He says that Garrix helped a lot with the communication yesterday as well, but they're all in all very happy with everything today. 3 more days, and you are almost done, qualified, if not, maybe even fighting for something up there, so congratulations, parabéns, mano, vocês estão, foi muito bem ontem, estão muito perto já, mínimo ficar aquele 4º lugar, sim, ou pelear por algo mais lá em cima, né, então parabéns.
Obrigado, vamos brigar aí, tem mais 3 dias, não dá pra achar que tá tudo ganho, então vamos pra cima, buscar essa vaga, quem sabe brigar pelo título nos últimos dias.
Maybe we can fight for the title as well. Bro, good luck. All right, let's go.
Hey, thank you for that interview, Sarpatch. Nunez, right, saying, communication with Gary, it was there, and it did make a big difference. Communication is key to operate as a full force, and iNCO was that full force yesterday. I'm curious if Gary will be playing today. But from iNCO Gaming now over towards Team Liquid, a team trying to separate or distance themselves from Alpha7. Dave, they've got double points today. Team Liquid has been absolutely stellar. Their positioning is some of the best in the game. Can they do it today? Double points day usually doesn't go all that well for them.
Yeah, today is the day, right? Because Group D, Alpha7, they'll have the last laugh on the final day of this tournament with their double points. So really today is the day for Team Liquid to strengthen their gap. Right now, I believe they're 35 points ahead of Alpha7. And I am, talking to Mafioso, I am worried about Alpha7 because they are planning on farming the lobby. So if I'm like one of these bottom teams, I'm being a little concerned. At least that's what Mafioso said. But yeah, with that in mind, Team Liquid, they need to 1000% take advantage of today's double points.
Taking a look at that head-to-head, right? Alpha7 is just behind that of Team Liquid, Tiff, but mainly because of the winner-winner chicken dinners, where I believe Team Liquid has at least, 3 or 4 more of them. Yesterday, Tiff, pay attention to this. Yesterday, SLR was in a 1v1 against Chief, or 2v1 against Chief, and Chief worked the both of them. I have no idea what SLR was thinking in that moment.
Chief is going crazy. Sometimes it's just taking different fights and maybe just being patient and outsmarting it. Regardless, whatever worked there for Chief, that's what we love to see. But for Team Liquid, they are going to have to be on par today. A lot of what Dave was saying, right? Especially when it was 3 winner-winner chicken dinners separated them. It's 35 points, right? So clearly 5 eliminations, 3 10-point winner-winner chicken dinners. That's not a lot, especially if Mafioso is already saying, like, A7 coming in swinging today, that has to be scary. That you really have to. I mean, we were just about to celebrate Revo's 100th elimination the last time it was on the broadcast, and I was like, yo, will we see 200 from him? He's sitting at like 135, so we've got, what, 3 more days to make that happen? Let's do it.
And it can absolutely happen. I know we'll be kind of comparing and contrasting, Revo compared to Mythic in just a bit, but I want to talk about bonus points specifically from last week, Dave. When it comes to Team Liquid and their bonus points, again, they don't necessarily do the best. However, they did get 2 winner chicken dinners on their double points day, managed to get 86 total points, and those elims, the average elims is very impressive compared to the other rosters.
It's the curse of the bonus day, right? And we were kind of making jokes about it, but now it is the last week, and I think Team Liquid, they just have it all together at this point in the stage. They're a team that prioritizes the early game and securing a power position, locking it down and then allowing these eliminations to come towards them when it comes to the late game to secure the winner chicken dinner. So Team Liquid, I don't think they have any pressure on them. They are currently in first place right now. So I think it's just sticking to the game plan and, making that gap even further between them and Alpha7.
Create that gap. That's it. First place. It's important. Alpha7 farming the lobby. I hope they do. And the reason why is Alpha7 has got second place before in front of their home crowd. They want first place, right? The return to glory is here and now for Alpha7. But Team Liquid is looking to shut them down today. Although a scary prospect for everybody. Alpha7 does have double points when it comes to Sunday, right? So they're going to have the last laugh technically. It's always scary to think of. But as far as double points go, hey, we've got 3 incredible teams. We've got AGG, B-Bolt, SLR, of course, Team Liquid, all going for it. What can we expect from double points today? Because I'm personally curious about it, Tiff.
I mean, now that I think about it, I want something really spectacular. We always talk about underdogs or maybe some teams that are just fighting to get higher up in the leaderboard, because at the end of the day, if you don't find yourself near the top 8 or with striking distance to qualify and move on, or even to the survival stage in 4th place, but also you have to think about every time you tick up that leaderboard, you're getting more money for your team, your squad, your organization. So when you think about these bonus points for Group B, this is your last chance to make that ditch effort to really bolster up on the leaderboard. I'm looking at squads like B-Bold in particular. If I'm not mistaken, they were struggling to find their very first win. They got that last week, and they were able to win the last game yesterday on Erangel. So if you're already coming into that with that kind of momentum, just let it happen. Let it fly on the opening map.
Well, we do have a special content piece, actually. We get a chance to hear from the different players going for double points today and what is going to be going through their minds. So let's hear it from the teams going for double points today.
Here's the SR Dragon K, and we got double point today, and we got to finish today. We are strong. We are really strong.
Hola a todos, soy Fran, jugador de B-Bolt, y hoy tenemos puntos dobrados y vamos a intentar hacer las mejores partidas para sumar lo más que se pueda este día, que es nuestro último día de puntos dobrados de todo el torneo. Go B-Bolt, go Latam.
E aí, rapaziada, aqui é o Chief da Team Liquid e hoje tem ponto dobrado, só bora.
Hola, soy Guapo de AGG y hoy tenemos puntos dobles y vamos a darlo todo.
Very strong, right? That's kind of like the amazing point of that for SLR, Dave. So clearly feeling very strong today. I hope they are, man, because SLR yesterday were actually not too bad. Granted, they made some very silly mistakes. Again, I go back to that 2v1 against Mythic. They just shouldn't have lost. If you go back and rewatch, they shouldn't have lost that or even pushed in the open like that, but I digress. SLR, Dave, they're strong today.
Hey, that's all you want to hear, feeling confident, feeling strong. And I think now that we are in the last week and it is their last double points day, talking to a couple of these players on the second page, like their game plan shifted a little bit. It went from being top 4 qualifying to just being on that first page and not being on the last page, right? So I have to assume SLR kind of shifting their goals here as well, setting like a realistic mark, and they're just looking to finish strong here and show up for the region in this tournament. Considering they didn't have kindness here as well, I think that'll be an accomplishment.
I think so. SLR, can they be the best North American team? That is the question, and Hyper currently owns that spot. Now, Tiff, I want to focus the conversation towards Dave's favorite team. At least maybe not today. People takes that spot. But Death Wolves, okay? Death Wolves yesterday were lights out. In fact, on Miramar, map number 5, they picked up the most eliminations we have seen in the entirety of America's spring season. I'm talking 20 eliminations, a 50-plus point game. It was absolutely nutty, buddy. And I loved every bit of it, Tiff. Death Wolves, they are looking to go big today, even though they're not getting double points.
Yeah, it's just pretty crazy, and I love that we're starting out here with Rataboy on the screen, because you look to it, we are just outside the heavy hitters of Revo, Mythic, Chief, Ayala in terms of your eliminations per game average. So being able to really step into that front and be supported by a lot of your squads and hold down that 4th place. Now, granted, I want to see them unseat iNCO Gaming. I do want to see them lock straight into the top 3 and let it fly. Live up to that name, Death Wolves.
Live up to the name, Death Wolves. Well, let's find out if they are going to be bringing depth today, or is Mafioso and his crew from Alpha7, like Dave said, going to run and farm the lobby? Two distinct things, but either way, it comes down to eliminations and the winner chicken dinner, and both teams are going for gold. It's a big day today for Group B. Once again, Team Liquid. Let's see how far they can distance themselves from Alpha 7 for AGG People to SLR. How far can they go up in the standings? Let's get game 1 started. Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, take it away.
Hey, let's go. Thank you so much. But here we go, Dave, in the plane line. We can go ahead and check that out. You can see, basically, we're going to be kicking things off on the northern side of Erangel, cutting it straight from west to east. And honestly, that's going to make getting down south to military base, where some of our squads love to roam, pretty tough.
Yeah, today is definitely a big day for all Floor Gaming, Be Bold, SLR, and Team Liquid. Team Liquid, as we heard from them on that little interview, they're feeling strong. They're confident. They're looking to solidify their first place spot in the tournament here on their double points day to make that last day for Alpha 7 that much more challenging. So we can see right here, though, Death Wolves up there in their Zarky spot, their secondary position. A7 right beneath them in North Georgia pool. But I'm looking at SLR, right? SLR, another team, feeling good, looking to maximize their double points day. I want to see them get involved early here, too.
I think that's a smart thing for them to do, but honestly, when I was looking back at their performance yesterday, it is some of the best SLR we've seen. So the fact that they were like, we're feeling strong. Yeah, well, you had 3 top 3 finishes, 2 second places, all of them with north of 5 eliminations. Now, granted, we did get a sneak peek of where that zone was headed to, but we're going to go ahead and bring it on back, remake that up, and run back the drop, because honestly, I just wasn't a fan of the plane line, so we got to change it up.
So you didn't like the plane pass. You're like, hey, listen, remake, all right? Remake. Yeah. SLR, they might be regretting that one a little bit because the zone did favor their drop spot. We did have another military base island, but we'll have to see what the remake will bless us with here, Reflections.
I'm sad, honestly, because I love that zone. Well, first off, we get military,
zone,
which means we're going to have those 2 choke points on the bridge, which is always fun because it's always just a discombobulated mess, at least for some teams. For some, it's very controlled, right? They control the bridge fights very well. But Death Wolves typically runs military, you know, and when the zone goes military, like Death Wolves has a pop-off game. So I'm thinking, like, we just spun this narrative up. Right, Dave, for Death Wolves, and like here they are, they've already got zone, things are looking nice, and like you mentioned, SLR, we spun up that narrative, but it is what it is. Maybe we'll get it once again, but I do like that zone. Hopefully we get it for at least a remake.
No, without a doubt, we'll get it again, and you know, Group C, those interviews were great though, because even though some of these teams are on that second page, we're still seeing just their all-around vibes are positive, and that's what you want to see to kind of kickstart your double points day. Looks like all the players on the same page, giving each other high fives, just feeling good, and they're ready to play some PUBG Mobile competitive here today.
PUBG Mobile competitive. I've really been enjoying it. I have, like, this America Spring season has just been phenomenal. But let's talk, since we're getting towards the end, and we're waiting for, obviously, the remake to go through, let's talk about the world stage, right? So, Tiff, top 4, that brings you to the world stage. Now, top 3 brings you to the group stage, right? You still have to go through groups. And then the 4th place brings you to this qualifier, which Hot Stukes and Dave has been saying, like, you do not want to go to that qualifier because it's going to be incredibly, incredibly difficult. The world stage hits a lot different, okay? Especially land. Now, the good thing, Tiff, right? They've been playing on land. So they've got that, maybe the jitters out of the way. They've got that experience. For Alpha7 Team Liquid, I don't doubt them by any stretch of the imagination. But what do you think it's going to be like, right? On the international stage, playing for a bulk of the prize pool, which is $3 million. Tiff, that hits different.
I mean, that's massive. That is just money that you do not scoff at in any way, shape, or form. Now, granted, we're looking at $220K just for the PMSL America's Spring right now that you're competing for. So if you lock it up in the top 3, maybe you win the entire thing. You lock in first place, you go home with 44 grand, and you're advancing onto those group stages where you can start playing with the international. You bring in all those other teams, and you have to realize that just because you won this PMSL America's Spring does not mean that you're going to be able to take that to the international stage, because all of those different kind of regions that you're going to be going up against internationally are going to play so different. So I feel like, but you bring in the confidence from playing on stage already, you kind of let it all breathe and figure it out just on day number 1, and then you just keep moving forward. Just play the game that you know, stick together. The communication that you've worked on for the past 3 weeks in person, that's the whole thing that you're going to have to do. And if you're not in the top 3 right now, you better do everything that you can to get there, because like you guys said, that survival stage is something that I wouldn't want to go through at all.
Not whatsoever. Dave, what is the international stage like, though? How different is it, right, from like your regional tournaments like we currently have just with Brazil, Latin America, North America? What is it like to play on the international stage?
I mean, you said it. There's $220,000 on the line for the Americas, but $3 million on the line for the world stage. And not only that, like, you want to be crowned the best player in the world if you get the MVP role, and the best team in the world. I mean, that just has its own like prestige to it, right? But kind of going back to like the qualifiers, I've always been a fan of getting more games underneath your belt, right? So like if you're going to the survival stage, I look at it as like a good thing. Obviously, the RNG is a little more, against you because you have to qualify again. But you get like the practice in, right, for that next stage. You're going to be a little more warmed up, right? Because after this week, I believe the main stage starts on July 26th through the 28th. So you are going to have a little bit of time off to maybe chill. And if you're a couple of these players in Brazil, go on vacation, finally relax a little bit before the world stage happens. But regardless, both lobbies, they're going to be exciting here.
I think so. Whether it's America's, whether it's international stage, it's going to be nutty, and I cannot wait to see it. But let's focus our conversation back to the MVP race, which is also taking place. We've been following this from week 1 to week 2. Revo took it, and then Mythic all of a sudden came out of nowhere, and they take it. Tiff, Revo still leads the way with 135, but Mythic is not far behind at 124. So he can absolutely catch up, depending on if Alpha7 looks to farm the lobby, though.
I mean, you guys said it. Dave was like, they're about to put on the farming hats and just go to town out there in the fields, taking up eliminations if they can. But if I'm Mythic, well, first off, we have 3 members of Team Liquid out here on the top 5, which is just a crazy difference when you think of the rest of the teams in the lobby that have been playing. But if I'm Revo, knowing that Mythic is on my heels by 9 eliminations, I'm going to do anything and everything that I can. Now, granted, we think back to the last time Dave and I were both here together last week, vying for that 100th elimination. Took him multiple games, which was very uncharacteristic of what we had seen from Revo in the past. And now that we've already got that behind us, let's go ahead and focus forward on breaking 150, 160 today. But if I'm Mythic, I'm straight going for it.
I think so. You go for it. But who's number 5 at this point, Dave? Is that a Death Wolves member, Queso?
Yes, sir. And right behind him as well is Rataboy, number 6. So we got 2 Death Wolves hot on the trail when it comes to being up there on the MVP race. Now, it is going to be a challenge. Obviously, Revo is going to continue to slay, and Mythic as well with Chief as the 3rd best slayer in the lobby. But hey, Death Wolves, they're showing up, baby.
They're showing up, baby, and Death Wolves, man, my favorite team. Again, there's
your favorite team now.
Huh?
Hold up. What happened? Week 1, I thought it was FURIA. Week 2, I think, I don't know who you said. I've been saying Death Wolf.
When did you leave the bandwagon?
I've been saying Death Wolf since day 1 I was on this cast, all right?
You have.
Now it's your favorite team. Hey, I respect it, though. Welcome to the squad, man.
I'll give credit to Dave, Tiff. Like, he has Death Wolf because he likes animals. That's the only reason why. It had nothing to do with the players. It had nothing. Okay, it had nothing to do with the players, Tiff. It had nothing to do with anything like that. He just likes making animal sounds and supporting animals. Which, hey, animals are cool, Tiff.
What kind of animal sounds does he make?
So
I just need clarification. Oh, okay. That's very typical.
Well, reflections. That's the test. Are you really a Death Wolves fan? We need to hear. We need to hear it, man. We need to hear it. That's how you get in.
Oh, the full screen on me? Come on.
The pressure's on, man. Prove yourself.
Are you about to howl?
Woo!
Okay. He's in it. He's in the Death Wolves Club.
If I step outside right now, all the dogs and wolves, coyotes maybe, they're going to be right outside, ready to wait and hand on foot on me,
I
man.
respect
Just like
it.
DoorDash orders, okay?
I respect
They're going to be right there, dude. Death Wolves, they got to be my team now. They got to be my... But hey, their Cinderella story is actually pretty miraculous, right? To come out of qualifiers, to qualify for this, and now to potentially be on the stage, not only winning the bulk of this $220,000 prize pool, but also an opportunity at $3 million is just...
Yeah. So the Death Wolves, though, the qualifiers, they're kind of similar to the North America Titan Gaming, right? Where Titan Gaming, they had like 100+ points gap between them and second place. Death Wolves did the same thing in their qualifiers, except for the difference here is Death Wolves are continuing to show up while Titan Gaming kind of slipping down there, not really popping off at land. So I think Death Wolves have been putting in a lot of work, and it's paying off now in this lobby.
So back at you, though, for Death Wolves, they're a team, though, that's relatively new, correct? As far as the roster goes, they did at least come together for the qualifiers, right? At least as far as I know, because there's only certain teams. I think Alpha7 stayed together. I know Team Liquid stayed together because they were that old Loops roster, right? So they kind of just, adopted them and picked them up and clearly working out. They're number one at this point in time. But Death Wolves, they did form for the qualifiers, right?
I believe they got their last player in there right at the end, right? But a couple of these players have been in the space for some time. But of course, it takes time to find like the perfect fit, to see the vibes and this synergy going. But yeah, they came together really recent for sure, without a doubt.
Okay, so coming together really recent, potentially going to the world stage, and also potentially getting a little bit of that $220,000 prize pool. You can't argue with that. That's actually pretty miraculous. Love it. I do. And like you said, you kind of made that parallel between Titan Gaming as well as Death Wolves. Titan Gaming dominated the qualifiers, but they haven't had the biggest impact here, although they do want to be the best team on the second page. They have said that, Tiff, which I do respect. Titan Gaming is one of those rosters that they're exciting to see on the battlefield. More specifically, Redox has actually been on fire. Redox is a guy that knows how to slay out, be in intense situations, and come out on the other end. So Titan Gaming, another team that I'm looking out for. In fact, Titan Gaming does have their double points tomorrow, Tiff.
That's going to be really nice. So yeah, it's just been tough, right? They've had strokes of brilliance in their fighting capabilities and their prowess throughout the map. It's just at the end of the day, they've struggled to really go the distance and capitalize on maybe some of the average placement, because right now they're sitting at that 10.19 average placement throughout our week. So knowing that this is great, you're kind of ironing things out. They came in, they didn't have one of their players, and they've just kind of been running ever since, doing what they can, which I think is very bold, brave. That it's a learning experience. So for them to do as well as they've done, I'm quite impressed with it. However, I love that you guys were already talking about kind of Death Wolves, and I just want to pony back on some things, because I know that they're trying to get into that top 3 right now, and their average placement is about 7.93, and iNCO Gaming holds it just above them. Their average placement is just ahead of them by like 0.5, so it's not even that much of a difference. It's more about the fragging potential. So now that we're already seeing Death Wolves like Rataboy, and then there's another member of Death Wolves right underneath them, it's like, okay, look, they have definitely woken up. So we just need to kind of keep going into the final 3 days and get ourselves solidified. It's a bit of a points jump, but I think it's necessary and it's very doable.
That's a great comparison. And Dave, let's discuss that, because Tip brings up a lot of good points. The comparison of stats between iNCO and Death Wolves, which they're not far apart, right? Which should give great faith to Death Wolves and how incredible of a team they are. And they are incredible comparative to, obviously, the race for top 4. But then again, you look at iNCO Gaming and that miraculous day they had yesterday, more so a conversation about Death Wolves, right? Can they be consistent, though? That's the big thing with Death Wolves, because iNCO Gaming had that big flash in a pan day, go from 8th place to 3rd place, right? Death Wolves, though, I think more so needs to qualify through consistency. That's going to be my main thing. But anyways, I'll leave you all with that discussion. It looks like we're getting ready to go into map number 1 once again. I'm excited. Let's get that military circle again. Bridge battles. Death Wolves controlling military. Can it happen? We'll find all that out and more as we go into map number 1. Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much. Like, here's the deal. He's hitting us up with so many questions. Consistency. Yeah. Can we get wins? I'm looking at consistency, and all I see from iNCO Gaming is from round 4 to round 12 of week number 3. They've got 3 wins, 2 top 3s, which is crazy because they only have 5 winner chicken dinners throughout our entire PMSL America's Spring thus far, and 3 of them have been in this past week. So if you're Death Wolves and you're trying to claw back into it, it has to start today here, Dave.
Yeah, without a doubt, and pretty much like setting them up in a good position to claim that top 3 spot come the final day, right? Because the final day, we're also in the same group as Alpha7, where we start to see those double points take effect. So as long as they can be within striking distance over today and tomorrow behind iNCO, even if they're not in that top 3, the Death Wolves they definitely have like the advantage in my opinion, because they'll know how many points they need to make up to secure themselves that spot.
They're definitely, and we can see that Gary will be in for iNCO Gaming here today. The showstopper, the star. It's Gary's world, and we're just living in it. And honestly, I would love to see it just blown up so we can see him hover majestically over Aaron Gale. But regardless, you can see that we're going to get a completely opposite circle here today. It was originally going military base, but as we run it back for a second try, north we go.
Yep, it is what it is, and the Death Wolves are going to be going down there towards Nova, Team Liquid as well, military base island, that is where they dropped. Not favoring the Zarky anymore because of the new flight plan. And iNCO, they're going to be down there in Rozhok School getting their loot on. Be Bold driving towards Yasnaya to share it with Influence Rage. So the typical Erangel looting spots for at least game number 1. So everybody kind of breathing a sigh of relief, right, when it comes to no hot drops, nothing too crazy, nothing too spicy to kickstart their evening.
No knives? I'm a little bummed. I'm a little bummed, but we'll see you guys on Miramar for that, hopefully. Regardless, kicking things off. And look, if you see where this zone is heading and you already find loot you're quite comfortable with right off the rip, are we just kind of popping in a vehicle and heading as far north as humanly possible?
It really depends, right? If you're one of these teams on the second page, it might be better to kind of play the edge and anticipate your opponent's rotations, right? Just so you can kind of get these eliminations early game. And for a fact, you know where people like to drop too, so you can have a nice indicator on like who is coming from this direction, who might be looting this spot, because this is week 3, right? So if you are one of these bottom teams and you really want to be proactive, like you said, get this loot like we're looking at Tank Gaming right now. And then go push out there towards the west, towards Milta, because AGG are going to be there. Or the reverse, right? Because today, I believe, is AGG's double point day. So if they want to take full advantage of it, get the loot as quickly as possible, and then go push, because you have to guarantee yourself, like, the third-party potential will be low this early on.
It definitely will, and honestly, another name that's really keeping my eyes out is specifically because you were talking to Mafioso, right, from Alpha7, and you're like, okay, well, they're about to straight up farm the lobby, so I immediately set my sights onto where they are, and, they're out there towards the east, just on that outer edge of Circle, which, granted, think of all of the gatekeeping potential that you will have, and to drive up those eliminations where Team Liquid has already found themselves still down in military base and will be one of those squads potentially gate capped.
Yeah, Mafioso said God's on their side, so gonna look for them to finish here in first place at the end of this tournament here. I mean, that's the goal for a lot of these teams, of course, but I think if you're Team Liquid today, you just got to make sure not to get taken out on your early game rotates and just stick with the plan, go for those power positions, hold it down, and show up in the late game with the whole squad and let the eliminations come towards you, right? Because Team Liquid, this is their last day for double points, right? So even though we still got 2 more days of games to be had, they're probably still going to be consistent, right? They're going to be getting those points on the board, but really, today's their day to strengthen their lead above Alpha7, who have already told us multiple times, like, we're going to farm, all right? We know where the bottom teams are. We know they're not doing so hot, so we know we could probably win our fights here. So with that in mind, it's a big day for Team Liquid.
Truly really, truly is. And honestly, especially if you're Mythic and you're trying to unseat for the player with the most eliminations. Now, granted, it's been a rather slow start here on Erangel for Summer Squads as they're making their way up towards the north. We're on board here with Curlylo going northbound just past Influence Rage, but we had just seen our first player leave the lobby. We lose a member of Titan Gaming. That's going to be Doran at the hands of All Glory Gaming. And granted, they were able to just pick one off and hit that rotate and just disengage straight from there. So we'll keep in mind, stay tuned with those squads as they hit the rotate north. But for Influence Rage, 3 deep on your screen. Squadding out with the vehicles, and honestly, trying to put yourself up into the north central area of the zone. A lot of our teams are really going for the coastline, that we can tell.
Yeah, and we saw right there, Influence Rage already taking some pot shots downrange for, I think, Be Bold, who are going to be down here looking for their double points, right? AGG, like you mentioned, got that elimination here. They are on their double points, and after getting that elim, I would have loved to have seen them just full-on commit, right, to the Titan Gaming push, because you already know you have the numbers advantage, and it is your double points day. But yeah, we'll have to see. They are going to have to be making their approach into Circle 1 here shortly. And I guess the same could be said with Be Bold. You know, you're getting shot at across the way. You know there's a team over there. Do a little scout action. You can see no one's around for the time being. Get involved. You know, you want to get involved here on your double points day if you're one of these bottom teams, because you got such a climb. For Be Bold to be in that 4th place, the survival stage slot, they need 128 points as of right now. And that's not taken into consideration like all the other teams and how they're getting points as well, right? So if I'm Be Bold, I am not being passive here.
Yeah, you gotta be bold, right? Live up to the namesake. You cannot be passive. There's a reason the name is not that. But that is tough when you start speaking about 120 or so eliminations, that you're assuming that no one ahead of you will be going up as much as you are. So you have to do triple the work to even try to move up some of those positions to get into that 4th spot. And honestly, Deathwolves, iNCO Gaming, and even FURIA, who kind of fell outside that after, you know, a lackluster day yesterday. It'll be tough for them to kind of answer back and make up that gap. Regardless, Team Liquid from military base with love, basically. No, heading straight up towards Pochinki. That's the rotation, and honestly, they should be uncontested throughout their journey forward. Entity 7, though, they had some shots that were going underway from SLR, and they've decided to kind of hit back towards the east, away from any kind of real contention. But so far, a lot of our teams almost allergic from each other right now.
Yeah. Doing the cheese touch strat, right? Not wanting to get near anybody, which is a little bit surprising for me, just because this is the last week and it's do or die, right? Like, that's just the mentality. And I know for a fact, talking to some of these players on the second page, like Star from Hyper, for example, their mentality is just play like you have nothing to lose, you know? So with that in mind, there's one thing to say it, but then there's another thing to actually show it, right?
True.
So, about to see.
That is true. As we see, Blue is about to complete here on stage 1, and then we'll be moving on potentially further north. Team Liquid has not made it in just yet, and even Deathwolves very far out still on the island. NRG kind of controlling a large majority of that outline there. But as you see the pull come through towards the northeast, I'm just looking at Alpha7. If they keep the north clear of this circle, man, they're in for a field day.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be in their vehicles, sending it a little further down south here. I'm really trying to see like who is opting to just full on commit to Yasnaya. Looks like SLR, they're going to be on the west side, E7 on the east side, then Be Bold pulling right down to the north side. So we already got 3 squads committing to Yasnaya, and well, we'll see if we get that urban combat finish here. A couple of these teams hoping and praying that these circles continue to center on up.
I hope it does, but honestly, I'm seeing FURIA hit the widest wrap north, which is terrifying because you also have Team Queso trying to do the same thing. And like I'm saying, if Alpha7 can keep their northern area clear and not let someone just kind of descend on them from that ultimate high ground, because you can already see Alpha7 on the right, Observer's doing a really great job to kind of lay out their control of this compound here. And I think it is going to be solid because anyone that decides to come in from that north, they are going to be caught out in the open. And honestly, Revo is just going to be chomping at it, just trying to take angles. You know they're ready. But for now, we just kind of have to wait it out. This doesn't look like farming to me, though.
Hey, they're planting the crops, all right? They're planting it and they're waiting for it to be a rainy season. But yeah, I mean, FURIA love the play from them because they're in a position, they're only 7 points behind 4th place, the Death Wolves, right? So playing it a little slower is the strat, in my opinion, you know, for FURIA. You don't want to go for those over-aggressive plays. You don't want to go for those risky rotates because you would hate to lose 1 or 2 squad mates in the process. So FURIA playing this one nice and slow, and I'm all for it.
Slow and steady wins the race, so I am told, but the goal is to be in the top 4. At least 4th gets you to the survival stage. 3 kind of sends you straight to the group stage as Death Wolves there ticking down on the health because they are hitting a rotation out through blue also. Very far out on the west side will be kind of coming in towards the shooting range. Will they continue on further north? I'm not 100% sure. It's all Death Wolves at this point for their decision making, but in terms of Influence Rage, who have positioned themselves nicely up here, kind of in the north. Now, granted, not the ultimate north per se. We do have Hyper split above them, Team Queso, as well as FURIA. But for now, let's check in with Royals of War.
Looks like they're going to be on their rotate down here in the south, possibly clashing with AGG and NRG. AGG, double points day, so they would love to have a couple eliminations get fed their way. NRG have slowly been improving here day after day as well. Yesterday, yesterday they were having some solid games and solid performances, but let's get to this fight here. NRG trying to take out
Pops right back into the whip. Fate has to hit that reposition. I love that you were about to say something nice about them, and next thing you know, they just get annihilated by a vehicle. Fate going there for the full thirst. See what they can do. Pop bomb back in. Doesn't necessarily make that through. Spec still down. Smokes come through, try to hit the res. J7 back up on their feet. But for now, you can see Melgar out in the distance, and Fate is probably going to go straight hunting.
Yeah, huge loss right here for game 1 for AGG. Hopefully they can kind of like just wipe this one from the memory banks and not let it affect them for the rest of the 5 matches here today, right? Because they are in the double points and only 1 elimination point so far. Not the way you want to start. So now they're just going to be trying to survive as long as possible. So we do have some water in play. Might be able to get some good placements, but big fight right here. Team Liquid and A7.
That's actually crazy that the 2 titans of our lobby have found each other already. An opening knock straight on to Mafioso. They said, you want to farm the lobby? All right, we'll take you down first. Revo there on the screen, chucking all the nades out, blocking line of sights, doing what they can, maybe wanting to smoke out Mafioso. You can see there, the full comes through. Cardoza and able to just clean that up, changes the numbers here. In a 4v3, McGrellin and Revo are going to have to find an angle. This is one of those really tough things here, Dave, when you split hold a compound and someone full sends it and you've got distance between where you and your teammates have been positioned. It makes things difficult.
Definitely a tough spot. Team Liquid using the hillside right now to kind of pop behind it, heal back up, and they're also taking into consideration like Influence Rage. They're not too far away that if they did decide to third party this one, they might close the gap and try to get some points. And we saw right there FURIA on the high ground. So definitely need to be mindful of this push from both sides because some of these angles might be exposed here.
Death Wolves finally making their approach. They full wrapped all the way north onto FURIA. They're just above. You can see them in the distance here. And I love that we're just going to look to play angles on the hill for now. Not necessarily committing towards that positioning, but looking for something that's a more controllable and a better approach. For now, you can see it's going to be NRG. Galaxy starting things off with 5 eliminations as they've rotated on to Entity 7. We'll just see how FURIA decides to maybe fend off here for this potential push.
Next circle pops too, so all these squads up here no longer in the play zone. FURIA and both Death Wolves and Hyper will need to make a play here eventually. Death Wolves, we already see them in a couple vehicles. They might be opting to avoid this fight. We see some smokes out there, but looks like Obscure, one of their squad mates, actually getting caught off guard from Hyper. Going to be flushed in the process as well.
Well, that It's not a good start if I'm Deathwolves, already down to a 3, and Ayala not done from Team Liquid, sets their sights back onto Team Queso, but hits the fall, and oh, good. I was gonna say, how are our ankles feeling after that one? How far was that? But we're okay for now. Still, 2 eliminations on par. Chief out here getting rogue, driving up the hill. Straight back to it, but as you can see, that circle pop that you mentioned, man, NRG here on the very southwest, but jobs not done. We're still gonna be firing straight into Deathwolves now.
Here comes the Deathwolves here, just straight up sending it, trying to get within the new play zone and avoiding the sightlines from Alpha7, and we can see the collapse here. 2 members of Team Liquid are going to be bleeding on out. Now is your chance, Alpha7, to push out, get the grenades, get the Molotovs, get the flushes, and wipe them out here. Team Liquid down to just 2. And looks like McGrellin is trying to get it off angle from Alpha7. Oh, and here comes the grenades.
This is wild. 2 members. We just did a split, right? We pushed straight onto Deathwolves. We push on to Alpha7. We're just like, okay, no, Alpha7, I heard you, but we're going to go ahead and raise the bar here. And with Cardozan once again falling down the mountain, still being okay, taking that chow to the Deathwolves, who are down to 1 player left in the lobby and have only taken 2 eliminations, but just a stroke of brilliance, Team Liquid has found themselves 5 eliminations, looking to hit that res. If they don't get that back up, they're down to just 1 player, so we're looking to get them at least a duo for endgame.
Yeah, I feel like Alpha7 definitely could have pushed out, got a little more riskier. Obviously, you don't want to get taken out. They lost 1 in that push, but Team Liquid being on double points there, would have prioritized trying to flush them out a lot more, putting a lot more stock in that one. But NRG now going to be showing up here, taking shots up range to FURIA. You got 1 squad made of iNCO and Nemesis driving around here as well. So we just have a bunch of players all jammed on top of each other here because the zone in the south is very difficult right now to make your approach in. And Hyper down to just 1, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah, but they're out of blue now and into a clear, looking for maybe a rather stealth approach. FURIA, though, back on it here. NRG on the other side. You can see Becker falls there at the hands of J7, and Arturzan just trying to hold angles and see what they can do. Malaz, maybe 5 HP on the other side, and the tree is not going to be enough cover. We love angles like that. Talk about cheeky there for NRG Galaxy to eliminate FURIA, which is honestly, if you're Deathwolves, everything that you need.
NRG are actually popping off 13 eliminations, so over 2,000 damage done right here.
That's crazy.
And they still have the whole team alive. Next circle does go up. They're going to have to move just a little bit, but they're going to be right behind A7 Team Liquid, so they can backfill that one, third party that one, and then just use their position pretty much because they have the numbers advantage.
I mean, Fate's already on 5.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Like, it is
GG's.
I mean, look, you're going to take the words out of my mouth straight up because it is a strong start. Checking in just briefly there with the last player from Deathwolves and iNCO Gaming, Nenabete on the screen. It's Team Liquid on the other side, just being the dynamic duo left in the lobby. iNCO Gaming eliminated. Okay, here's where the difference maker starts to occur. Deathwolves is still up, down to a solo, and that's okay because you've wrapped up 2 eliminations. My question is, how far can you get in the placement points? I'm looking for a top 3, so you have to hit the ratting strat.
Yeah, and they are going to be in the play zone as well, so just kind of hide and hope and pray that NRG don't spot you and flush you out, and allow NRG to kind of be like your bodyguards, essentially. It looks like NRG did spot out Carrillo downrange in that tower. Looks like they're going to be doing a little bit of scout action too from Fate, who is in the play zone. Might have had an indicator of Team Liquid's position, but this is NRG's game to play right now and game to win. They are just feeling it. They got the high ground, they got the vehicles, they got the utility here.
Ooh, but SLR, they've got strength and they've got angles, and we are just looking for them here for Be Bold on the opposing building. For what?
Be Bold double points day too.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. Same with SLR here on your screen. Both teams could benefit from this, but if you start attacking your own, just make sure that the other teams that are on double points can't get any well-needed But for SLR, they're only on 1 elimination. It's down to a duo. Be bold. They've got 3 up, 1 elimination. So we're kind of in the same boat here. Not up to full force. But this is tough because you're just kind of holding down buildings, right? Now, granted, it all depends on where that next circle is going to pull towards, because we kind of have this culmination of teams in the north that are more spread out, but then you've got about 4 teams that are still in the south. SLR, Be Bold, Titan, Team Queso. So those squads, depending on where it pulls, are all just going to collapse upon one another.
We'll see. Next circle is going to pop here very shortly. Be Bold just holding it down, trying to take some shots down range. We'll love to see Be Bold looking to clear out this Naya, get some eliminations in the pocket. But talking about getting eliminations, NRG looking to clear out the north here. A little bit of spray down action, a little speed bump in the road. Spec trying to group back up with J7 and Fate here.
Stop.
No. Unlucky. Unlucky. What? No. Was that intentional, or was that just like, hey, there was a player here, I just got another point?
You know,
wow.
I don't know if maybe that was
know.
the initial intention, but
What?
maybe we saw an ankle or something. We see the prone, we just spot an ankle, and you're like, I think I see something, so we're just going to drive over it. But regardless, no more placement points in the potential pocket for Death Wolves. They have fallen, and now we see that circle pull come through. I like, actually, where Team Liquid is positioned, because you have to think about it this way. Where is Alpha7 going to head towards? And NRG is going to have to rotate at some point. There's a crate just south of them. I wouldn't be surprised, but for now, 9Z, Influence Rage here, getting Mixie. Connor has already fallen. Law, still positioned just up at the top also. And the player advantage is going straight from Influence Rage. They've got the angles. You can call him Obi-Wan all you want. The swing has to come through straight on a shoot. Better out, taking it to him.
Yeah, simple downrange, just holding it down. They like a 3-1 split, and Influence Rage with the high ground. They had that one all day. So Connor is still gonna be alive. Tossing some smokes, no grenades, 1 Molotov here. So Connor is probably dead to rights. And look at the elimination feed. I believe NRG took out Alpha7 as well. So NRG are just popping off. 16 eliminations here in game number 1, and they might be able to backstab Influence Rage now, who are focusing on taking out 9Z.
And that team is 201 points back from 4th place. So if I'm NRG and you're already sitting on 17 eliminations, you've taken down the self-proclaimed farmers of day 13 Alpha7. You're leaving them with only 288 damage. And then NRG is just shy of 3,000. I'm talking we could see a north of 20 elimination game out of them. And their job isn't done. We've already set our sights straight on to the members of Team Liquid. But down in the south, we knew this compound was going to get mixy here.
And shout out to NRG, like you said, like they know their job is just starting, but they're playing like they got nothing to lose, and it's working, right? They recognize, hey, we need to do our best to maximize our points output every single match, and maybe we'll have a shot here compared to like Be Bold, just big chilling on their double point stay down there in the south.
I mean, NRG already found 1 player from Team Liquid, so it's just Ayala in the play zone, vibing by themselves, trying to channel their inner Death Wolves, and we'll see how it works from them, because there's plenty of vehicles left to be said. You can see it right here. Thanks, observers. Just kind of, this time we're going to use a boulder to maybe fend off any vehicles that are going to be driving nearby, but Fate, you know, we saw what happened last time you were driving vehicles, and they're just ahead of Ayala.
Solid boulder, 10 out of 10. So let's see what Be Bold can do here. I believe a duo from SLR. No, just 1 more member of SLR here in the attic trying to survive a little longer. White LG trying to get the pickup, saying I'm safe, but I do see some third-party grenades getting tossed from Redox from Titan Gaming, I believe, as well. So everybody just trying to flush out SLR here.
Gotta do what you gotta do. We knew this was gonna happen here. I mean, we're in the play zone, but we're just not done. Woshan is gonna be the only one up from SLR, and yep, goodbye is right. Titan Gaming are gonna go ahead and take out SLR on their bonus points day with 2 eliminations. And you said Redox was kind of just opening things up, starting to really find that flow. Well, picks up another on 4 eliminations so far, but Be Bold kind of chilling here on 3. It's also their double points day, so they'd like to maybe wrap up some more, but not if NRG Galaxy is 4 up still in the lobby, getting wild, looking for 20.
Red Ox 1v3s this with the MG3. I believe Red Ox. You got this, but Ayala still behind the boulder. He's like, yeah, there's a whole squad right there, fellas. I'm just gonna chill for a little bit and hope and pray the NRG push in the north and fight with Influence Rage, and then maybe a third party. But this is still big. Team Liquid, right, still alive. Double points day, so they're looking for placement points.
I just love how active Ayala is prone, and every time we see NRG Galaxy just kind of moving to side with their vehicles, we're just kind of crawling further over, and there connects the nade. Maybe they don't get 20, and Influence Rage is going to challenge them straight through. We're already going to open things up with that, making it a 3v3. We'll just have to see. Be ashamed to see them get cut short of 20. But for now, this is going to be the biggest threat to their game. Fate answering back with some frags of their own, and it connects straight onto Milovan.
Big nade, and Ayala can totally third-party Fate right now, but deciding to just be passive. So Fate, 3 more grenades to go, trying to flush out Influence Rage and allow the revives on their side here for NRG.
Still looking for more. I mean, we got nades for days. Still 3 more to go. We just need to go ahead and hit the fools. There goes straight to Law. And well, let's see. Only 1 more player left of Influence Rage. It's going to be Federal on your screen on the low ground here. Smoke and some parkour. Mountain Goat status, but we'll see what we can answer back. Trying to hit the angles up north, but it's only a matter of time before NRG Galaxy just full sends back on to. Now, looks like we got 2 up, so that's great for them, but still a 3v2. Team Liquid still up. 9Z still in play. Only 1 member in each of those squads.
Here comes the backstab, from Ayala behind the boulder, getting that revenge for their teammate getting flushed a little earlier on. There goes J7, the off angle. Taken out right there.
That's dirty, but you know what? That elimination is worth 2 points because Team Liquid is on their double points day. So we're getting further into the placement points and racking up eliminations. Because anytime that he can grab one, like honestly, if we pick up Federal here, yes, NRG Galaxy will probably clean up the rest of it. But at the end of the day, we're getting 2 points for every elimination.
Yeah, and Ayala going to be taking shots at Influence Rage as well. But now here comes NRG from the high ground. DBS is locked and loaded. They tried to press over the hill, but missing a couple shots here. Malaz forced to heal up for the time being, get the reset. Next circle is going to pop here in just about 6 seconds to go. Then the center's up.
I love that we're looking for that angle, but that boulder is the MVP of this lobby, but it's not going to do enough. Fate able to grab the angle and just looking for the last one straight onto Federal, but honestly, the angle's looking better for them, but Malaz wants to peek. 9Z, the solo, has been found out. Ayala picking up more, third-partying straight onto Influence Rage. Fate also down. Does Ayala clutch this up?
Yes.
This is a 1v1 for the century here. Fate already down. You've just got to get close enough to Malaz.
5 eliminations right now in Ayala. Can we get the pickup behind the tree? That'll be crucial. But
don't let the reset come through. Don't let it.
I think we're too far for the nade. Too far for the nade.
Yeah. All right, we need a 1v2 here. Malaz is going to be able to hit the res straight onto Fate. Now, we don't have any nades in the hand of Malaz now.
1 more for Ayala and 2 Molotovs here. Ayala already making the push.
Grabbing more cover, still rotating out. We have 1 more molly, 1 more frag. These need to be the best nades you have ever thrown out. Let it cook straight into Fate's line of sight. Doesn't work. No, it doesn't. And they're just biding their time with this heal. Mind you, if we grab, they get the 20. But if Ayala wins this 1v2, it is a clutch up on their bonus points day.
Malaz snaking it right now, trying to get the off angle, surprise attack, but Ayala keeps picking up utility here. Another Molotov, and now the MG3, the squad wiper. Let's see, 1v2, Tiff.
Oh, there it goes, Molly. Straight onto Malaz, though. And we grab the knock. It's a 1v1. Ayala versus Fate. Fate looking for angles, but this crate is providing so much cover. We already start positioning around. Can we connect? Oh, Come on, just a few more HP left on Fate. We're taking the chow, but Fate wanted that, sat there with the DBS and says, no, you don't get this. 20 eliminations for NRG Galaxy in a magnificent winner chicken dinner.
Holy, talk about clutch right there. The DBS, the slugs to put a stop to Ayala with the MG3, the squad wiper, 10 eliminations for Team Liquid, over 2,000 damage done, plus the second place finish. I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy with their results, but NRG, all right, 3,600 damage done, 20 eliminations to start their Friday night.
Insane, isn't it? I mean, come on, 13 eliminations by stage 5. It's like, what is going on? Where's this energy been from NRG Galaxy? I love it. I really do. NA on top. That's just all I gotta say, at least as of right now. That matches the record that we witnessed yesterday. So from Deathwolves, right? And funny enough, like, it's just back-to-back days. That just simply doesn't happen. I was hoping they would get more than 20, but hey, we'll take 20 anyways. Tiff, I was getting a bit worried, though, in that 1v2, because Mythic yesterday against SLR, he clutched up in a 1v2, and I'm getting kind of flashbacks, and I'm like, NRG, don't make the same mistake, right? Do not let another Team Liquid member, in this case, Ayala, make a big play on you and clutch up the 1v2. Luckily, Fate, he holds it down.
Yeah, I guess Team Liquid just has this insane clutch factor that they were trying to channel in from yesterday as well, this time with Ayala. And honestly, what are the odds that you push that tree and they're just sitting there with the DBS just like waiting? Because at the end of the day, you already do so much damage. You're like, oh yeah, I can take this straight to them, right? It's you know, NRG Fate versus Team Liquid Ayala. And Ayala gets close and Fate's just like, you've activated my trap card. Boom, done and dusted. Got my 20th elimination. I mean, look, that's a win right there.
It's a big win. It's a tremendous win, in fact. I do ask, Dave, though, NRG, is there an improvement to be made on that final 1v2? Could NRG have played that differently, maybe pushed a little bit earlier instead of sitting where they were and waiting for Team Liquid to make the push?
I don't think so. Because remember, they were trying to take out Influence Rage as well, who was really like the thorn. And while they were taking the fight to Influence, that's when Ayala started to, creep up, close that gap from the tree to the bowler to the crate. And Ayala was just, using his timing and taking advantage of it, right? When we saw NRG busy taking the backstab fight, right? So I think NRG clutching it out. I was getting a little nervous, right? The DBS, then you had Ayala with the MG3. I think if Ayala would have pumped the brakes a little bit, because remember, it was the final zone, so it centers up, right? So the blue zone, it would have touched Fate first, so that damage would have played a key factor. Plus, with the MG3, you got the range. But I think Ayala just feeling it, wanting to close this one out, kind of pushing towards Fate with that shotgun. But no, I think they played it perfectly well.
Well, I think they got the victory. That's what matters, right? And I love that they're getting the Dave stamp of approval. Tiff, this gives my approval, though. 32 points from NRG, 32 matching that of Team Liquid. Now, Team Liquid's on double points. NRG's not, but either way, they both get 32. It just took a little bit more work for one team to get 32 over the other.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, the 20 eliminations were crazy, but for Team Liquid to start off strong and grab 32 points on their first match of the day there on Erangel, we always talk about them not having the best bonus points days, and they knew what they needed to do to really have that gap over Alpha7, right? And Alpha7 fell in 9th place with 0 points. So you don't even see Alpha7 here on this top 8 from the match. And for someone that needs to answer back ahead of their double points day later in this week, I think it's actually on the final day. You don't want to leave anything to the final day. Team Liquid's like, no, we're stepping up to the occasion. We're starting off strong. We're going to keep moving. We got this.
We do. Gotta keep moving. By the way, I do believe it was 20 eliminations. If it's 22, I'll get clarification, because Dave, that means that it was a record. So that would be huge. I do believe it's at 20, though. We'll make sure that we find out. Now, Alpha7, they walk away with 0 eliminations, 0 points. And a large reason for that is actually NRG, who ended up putting them into the grave. Confirming, by the way, NRG did get 20, so tying the record yesterday of Deathwolves. Big improvements needing to be made from Alpha7, but also from our Group B, AGG, B-Bold, SLR, right? How well can they continue to do today? AGG only gets 2.
Yeah, I feel like Alpha7, they could have gotten a little more aggressive when we saw the Team Liquid getting chunked out from the grenades, right? Just knowing that it's Team Liquid because they knocked out one of your squad mates earlier on, and knowing that they're on double points day, I feel like it would have been worth the aggression, right? And the risk that goes with that, just in case they were to get third party. Because if they take out Team Liquid, that's essentially denying them their double points, and that's going to allow them to be in a better position come their double points day. But it is what it is. But here's the beautiful play from Ayala and Fate, using all his M4 with the pre-fire swap to the DBS right in time, peeking the corner, and then boom, right there. Taking out Ayala. That has to feel so good, especially at LAN, taking out Team Liquid, one of the top teams in the lobby, and not only that, having the 20 eliminations. Like NRG, I can only imagine, like they're just flying right now.
They're incredible. They got to be feeling good. Malaz 6 eliminations, Fate with 6, J7 with 5, Spec there with 3, but still had a considerable amount of damage. Everybody did their part. So it's a massive opening game from NRG, a big opening game from Team Liquid though, to separate themselves from Alpha7. Hopefully they'll keep this energy up. Tiff, after all, this is the best start Team Liquid's ever had on their double points. So maybe the final week, right? It's hitting different for the rosters. They understand this is their final chance to make an impact.
Yeah, it's the final chance to secure the top spot on the leaderboard from the PMSL America's Spring, and you can really already know that you've done your job throughout the past 3 weeks to really make it into that top 3 and solidify yourself. Now, barring anything could still happen. We could see something crazy for the last 3 days, but honestly, I'm not betting on it. The way they have been looking, it's been magnificent, and honestly, at the end of the day, after I watch back those replays, if NRG Galaxy doesn't hit that res and come into that final fight as a duo, Ayala takes it all day.
Without question, Ayala has that 1v1. I would trust Ayala in a 1v1 over almost anyone here, minus maybe Mythic and Revo and just Alpha7.
Sure, the list goes on right there.
And the list goes on, right? Just including the same rosters. Great game one, though, and an excellent start for 2 rosters. Will we also break the elimination total counts, right? 20 is at least seems like the ceiling at the moment. I'm sure it can go a little bit higher, but that's game 1 done. iNCO out of the way. We'll return to it at map 3. Map 2, though, we head into Miramar. I'm excited to see what the standings are going to look like once map 2 has concluded. When we come back, map 2 Miramar coming your way.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everybody, from the break for the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 13. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. We're about to head into game number 2. It's on Miramar, but already we've had 2 stellar teams and highlight performances. NRG Galaxy being one with 20 eliminations, picking up 30-plus points, but matched by Team Liquid in second place with 30-plus points themselves. So both teams going up the leaderboard or maintaining what they got. Team Liquid obviously still in first place over Alpha7. So Dave, we head into game number 2. I'm excited to see how the rosters are going to do, especially for NRG, if they can keep that energy up. I know you talked to Mafioso from Alpha7, who was going to be farming the lobby, but apparently something got lost in translation because the message went to NRG instead.
All right, let me see. So I was reading the DMs. I said, first of all, what are the game plans? What are we looking like here? I said, God's on our side. We're getting number 1 in the lobby. So I said, okay, check. Love it. And then I said, when should we expect Alpha7 to start to farm the bottom team? So like I kind of indicated, like you should. And then he said, watch and find out. Like, watch and find out. So I guess maybe I interpreted it that it's going to start in game number 1. But watch and find out can mean anything, right? It could mean today, It could mean tomorrow, it could mean on our double points day, right? So I'm going to watch and find out, and it will happen eventually, all right? So eventually.
I have a sneaking suspicion that we're going to be casting over Alpha7 in like 2 years, and they're just going to farm the lobby, and you're going to bring that up again.
I found out!
It's like it finally happened.
I have like white hair. It's like I finally found out, Love
That's
it.
Right. I love it, dude. It's Alpha7. Let's see if they can continue to, hopefully farm the lobby. I do want to say, though, Tiff, for North America, though, there was 2 great stat lines. Actually, as far as the elimination leaders from day number 12 and day number 11, it was all North America. So yesterday was Hyper's baton. They were just tearing it up. Hyper went on an absolute tear and were able to go up the standings quite a bit. Day 11 was Titan Gaming's Doran. So North America, at least on the tail end, has stepped it up a lot. I don't know why they waited so long, but they're finally doing it.
Look, if your back is against the wall and you have nothing left to lose but just move up that leaderboard, you are going to get mixy. You are going to take challenges. You are going to do everything that you can to just chow anyone and everything.
All right, well, here it is. Map number 2. We're heading into Miramar. Let's see if NRG can keep that energy up. We'll find out shortly. Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, take it away.
Oh, let's do it. Give us Miramar. I'm so excited because if we are kicking things off with the energy that we just witnessed in drop number 1 on Erangel, if it comes through to drop 2 here in Miramar, and honestly, just looking at the playing pathing already, things are about to get spicy, Dave.
Yeah, without a doubt, then Miramar is the place to get spicy, right? NRG, 20 eliminations, and the whole team kind of putting in work, right? Spec with 3, J7 with 5, 8 with 6, and then Malaz with 6. So everybody having their fair share of a taste, of eliminations here today. And Titan Gaming as well. Getting some goodie limps on the board, right? And it looks like Wancho, the coach, is going to be on the sideline here today so far. We'll see if we sub them in. But talking to Wancho, the coach, they kind of were telling me a couple things. Like, they recognize that they have been extremely ambitious. Oh, we'll get back to that because we're talking about ambition here. SLR looking for some double points eliminations. It's going to be 9Z across the way.
Give us a hot drop. Give it up. Let's go. White LG on your screen there with the hay bale already looking to lay siege on the building here to 9Z. You can see they're cooking a nade up. And, well, the last time I saw SLR in a building try to chow this, man, things got wild. They took control of the stairway, just really held it. But White LG goes there for the push, immediately repositions, and we take it straight back to him. Goodbye, Connor. Not done though. There's still one more lurking amongst.
Dude, out a pistol. Looks like the other 2 squad mates are in a vehicle. It looks like they were coming. I saw a VSS But then they're going to be turning it around. And that's a mistake. You know, if I'm 9Z.
What, turning around or?
Turning around's a mistake. I'm 9Z. I'm in 15th position. You guarantee you I'm coming for that revenge, all right? I mean, they had some guns. They had some weapons. You might as well at that point because you already lost 2 early on. What's the best that can happen, right? I think you go for it, Tiff. You could disagree with me, all right? But I'm in 15th, all right? I'm going for it.
At the end of the day, I'm going to agree with you, and here's why. The placement points really aren't anything that much that's going to do a world of a difference when I'm outside the 12th place mark here. Like, it's just not going to be enough. For Hyper, we're looking to get Mixie on the bike there, and we're going to run into some boulders, and, you know, it's fine. I used to race dirt bikes. I know what that's like. If I hit a boulder on my bike, let me just tell you, I'm going over the bars. So the fact that we're staying on the 2 wheels, perfect. Very much like a video game. I love it.
So yeah, 9Z. We'll see. We'll see. They're going for placements. They're going to be centering on up. Hopefully they don't stumble across the EGG who have their double points day.
Where's J7? Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. I just saw in the Elim feed my man J7 took a fall.
Oh no.
Are we back up? Are we living? Are we cursed after game 1?
We should be back up. We should be back up. Yeah, that's going to be down there towards the south where they like to drop Los Higos, those 2 islands. The island
That's
boys.
true. They split it. They split it. They leave Fate up in the north, the man beyond the bridge. But as long as we are up and on our feet, so we can continue on the domination from last game, I was just a little worried, right? But it's fine. J7 back in the vehicle here, leaving. And we'll just go ahead and see. Heal on up, get your things moving, join up with the crew. Scary though.
But
very scary.
I was saying something. Yes,
Yeah.
Titan Gaming. I was saying something about Titan Gaming, talking to Coach Wancho. He was telling me that they finally kind of recognized their ambitious playstyle, right? And they've been following the Redox and Doran here as the co-IGLs, but they've just been getting too aggressive, and it just hasn't been working out, right? So coming into this week, Titan Gaming, they're looking to slow it down a little bit. You know, they came into week number 3 with a new game plan, and I'll bring this up because I love to hear it, by the way, changing up, adapting on what works for you and what doesn't work for you. But they're going to slow it down, right? They're going to try to avoid, in Wancho's words, dumb fights, which they've been getting involved in a lot here over the last 2 weeks, right? So now the new focus of Titan Gaming is third parties, which I believe they accomplished in game 1 with their eliminations, and just playing for those late game positions and let the eliminations come to you. Kind of similar to Simple almost coming to one of them for a early game elimination. Missed opportunity right there. But I love talking to players and just kind of seeing how they evolve over the course of a tournament and the different play styles and play tactics, right? So new plan, who dis? Let's see what Titan Gaming can do here this week.
That's pretty strong point you make there, because I mean, you got to think about it this way. You're on land for 3 weeks down there in Brazil. You're surrounded by all of these teams, all of these players from all over North America, and it is one of the biggest learning experiences that you can get. Now, granted, I'm talking for teams that are outside the top 3, outside the top 4. You know, even if you're in 4th place and you're looking to like lock in the survival stage, you just learn so much from all of the experiences and just kind of locking in the hours on land. And it was a lot of the main talking points that we saw back there in week 1 when like Hot Jukes and them were just kind of opening it up. You had some great moments on it. It's like you learn and you just keep learning, and you come back next year, you come back next season, you just keep on swinging.
Always that next season, without a doubt. And now I think the goals for some of these teams on the second page is just to not end on the second page. So Tate with the M249, ton of bullets. Will be missing a couple shots on M2M. Was able to get over that bridge line. Should be grouping up with their squad mates here shortly. But yeah, I mean, shout out to Titan Gaming. Great game 1. They had a new game plan, trying to focus on the third party. Let's see what they can accomplish here. Game number 2 on Miramar.
And Queso there on your screen, taking some pop shots there just forward. But at the end of the day, you're sitting in 7th place overall. There is room to maybe break into the top 5 if maybe Influence, Rage, and Furia kind of run some back-to-back less than stellar games. I mean, it's a big difference, and that would be a strong move up into it. But I think these are the things that you have to start looking for. If maybe you're outside the top 5, it's breaking into that, or just moving up even one position, because that prize pool, that earnings is just going to keep increasing once you kind of get to that point. But for teams like Hyper, right? Inside that 10th place, but wanting to be on the first page, like you were saying, that threshold, 17 points, 100% doable.
Yeah, and the only bad thing about it for Hyper at least was that they already used up their double points day yesterday, right? So you won't have that going for you, but regardless, you got the new goal, and it's just about accomplishing that here. So we'll see what they can do. It looks like SLR, another team in the double points here today. They're going to be right across the way, setting up a little bit of a trap action. Core on the outskirts right now, providing a safe passage for his teammate to group up. So going to be some North America and North America action here shortly.
Speaking of action, I know I'm whispering, but I'm so excited because Furia was on that eastern side. Blue was coming in. They had to rotate into zone straight into Death Wolves. And if we're already getting wild, Death Wolves picks off one member of Furia, making it into that 4v3. SLR finally taking some shots there over on the left. They already have 2 eliminations. Pretty strong start for them, and we just keep on pulling far away.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alpha7 are like, okay, I'll take this. Thank you very much.
That's what they did in drop 1 on Erangel, right?
Thank you very much.
Just wait till they get out-rotated on. Just wait. Yeah. Furia is going to do the same thing that they did last time.
They did, but they lost a couple members in the process, you know. So we'll see what they can accomplish here on map number 2 of Friday night. As Team Liquid, they're going to be having a nice little lead ahead of them. Team Liquid, 2nd place, bunch of points, double points today. Alpha7 hopefully trying to put a stop to that here. But yeah, Furia and Death Wolves, those 2 teams fighting for that 4th place survival slot right now. I believe like 9 points apart from each other, so very
close.
Risky. Yeah, that's close. Very risky. It looks like Furia, they were able to leapfrog around Death Wolves. Death Wolves will be opting to rotate into this new circle. A little slower than them, but both teams going to be healthy and alive. That's what counts. But getting back to this fight, and Hyper El Pozo versus SLR. Both these teams no longer in the play zone.
Freeze here with the angles. We lose out on Stars just on the outskirts of the building. Dragon here hits a little bit of HP regain. It's going to be really interesting. Pops through the window for the reposition here. And, well, honestly, if I'm SLR, knowing that Blue's coming in, maybe we just try to get ahead of that rotation. Woshan does go down. It's going to be unfortunate because you don't really want to leave anyone behind, but the full comes through and we just pop in the vehicles and focus on those rotations. Speaking of rotations, NRG finally trying to get out of the blue straight towards that rotation, but they're going to hit iNCO Gaming. Now, we talk about those kind of fights. If you're going to be fighting that 3rd place squad and iNCO Gaming falls, as you can see, Royals of War also looking to get into some action here as well. This is going to be a wild Miramar.
Yeah, EGG, double points team. Royals of War looking to flush them out here. Royals of War had the position to defend, but they were a little bit separated, not set up for most optimal defend, and it looks like they're going to be getting pushed out of their buildings here, trying to retreat actually back to the boulders here. Papo cooking a grenade, looking for the miracle grenade, but Royals of War able to overtake them on their compound they were holding down. So AGG getting bullied here.
Sometimes you just gotta jockey for position, and if that's what you gotta do, you gotta do. Death Wolves back at it again against some Furia members. Kind of scary there, and Death Wolves needed to have a strong, consistent day, but have been finding their makers early on. 2 members of Furia left standing. Artruzen looking for some more Death Wolves. Guazo grabs another, and that nade straight through the window onto Artruzen. Ratto Boy able to hit the knock and go for the res there. Death Wolves, though, turning this around quite nicely.
And 1000% intentional. They knew who they were up against. They chased them down. You know, we saw both these teams rotating in their vehicles all the way out there in the west. So Death Wolves trying to hunt down FURIA, because remember, FURIA are going to be right behind them, trying to close the gap to overthrow them on the 4th place overall for the survival stage position. So now Kowalski, the last one alive, just kind of trying to survive and thrive out here. But the Death Wolves, I love this heads-up play from them, targeting their opponents here on game number 2.
All you gotta see.
And opponents that matter too when it comes to leaderboard, not just anybody.
Exactly. That is a very smart engagement to take. And after the past, like, what was it, 12 prior match days, you really start to learn where everyone's rotations looks like, their fighting style, and kind of how that looks. So if you're already capable of taking out the team that threatens you the most on the overall leaderboard, you've got to do it. But for iNCO, Gary opens things up. The nice elimination. Got to give it to Gary. I honestly want a brilliant play from iNCO Gaming so we can just all start chanting Gary.
Gary said, watch me, all right? Gary's putting the team on his back, realistically here. So we'll see what Gary can accomplish here. Gary doing Gary things with the UMP. They lost 7, but no problem for Gary, because Gary's got 2 grenades, 1 Molotov, and Gary's looking for a squad wipe on to end Hyper. Oh, okay, Nunez losing a tire. But yeah, Gary looking to put the squad, looking to represent here. You'll love to hear it.
I'm just laughing because my brain goes, Gary, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. I'm never doing that again. You're welcome.
Flip it and ship it. Send it to Gary. Send it. That's all Gary needed for the motivation, by the way.
I'm just quoting a shot. Oh no, he died.
He was listening to the soundbite. He was listening to the soundbite.
No, it's fine. Everything's good. Let's go, Nunez. Gary's fooled. I'm done.
Gary's got some fans without a doubt here. Phenomenal day yesterday. Hopefully we'll be able to see another day here of Gary popping off for iNCO. iNCO 3rd place overall. Doing a great job here in this tournament, looking to strengthen their lead for the Death Wolves, who are on the hunt here tonight.
We get a good look at that next zone where NRG has finally taken towards the end, and David gonna go ahead and finish out FURIA right there. Man, really tough for them. For now, be bold. All 4 members up, 1 elimination. Team Liquid already starting to get into some mixy here with Death Wolves, who have just been on the fighting trajectory for Miramar here today.
Yeah, all 4 of these teams, Be Bold, Death Wolves, Team Liquid, and Influence, no longer in the play zone. So it looks like Death Wolves trying to wait it out, take out Be Bold before repositioning. They're going to be popping some tires, taking that utility out. David is going to be stranded, but Be Bold, Barozen up in the front lines. Molly, that's one way to flush him out here. Now here comes Be Bold knocking at your door.
Nades be flying. At least Death Wolves are still able to retain 3 of their members. Fran over there throwing the nades, but granted, Death Wolves is already backed up into that farthest building away. We'll have to see the angles that we are looking for. If I'm Be Bold on my double points day trying to make things occur, and if it's just not necessarily working, it's time to disengage. Elsewhere, Alpha7, the object of a lot of players' eyes here. Rivo! Try to answer back. Going deep.
Oh, Mafioso with a grenade. So they're just trying to throw some grenades, create a mini red zone right now. Looks like Revo repositioning, trying to take out Influence Rage. But yeah, very heads-up play from Be Bold, because that was one heck of a push with Team Liquid on the high grounds overlooking you. But getting back into this one, Revo looking for an elimination onto Diego, who's currently burning in the corner. Can't make it out. That broken wall going to be blocking him right there. And there you go. Done and dusted.
Definition of burned alive there, and they are fallen. So FURIA, Influence Rage, the first 2 teams out of our Miramar match, and Capri's has to focus on that healing, but not going to do it just yet. We are looking for the commit, because honestly, 1 or 2 bullets will be enough. But Baton there had some striking moments yesterday, already putting the pressure straight on to Be Bold. David down, and some nades to follow. Can it connect? There goes the full. Branson on your screen, answering back with one of their own, and it's just chaos over here.
Yeah, I believe Hate from E7 was also trying to take some shots and apply some pressure from the high ground behind iNCO, forcing iNCO into this shack to heal up, and DeRozan pushing it with the AKM is anticipating the revive here. Also getting third party, but here comes some shots here. The pre-fire through the doorway. There goes one knock. Going for the swap. 16 bullets to go. Are we going to push it? No, we're going to go for the heal. A pre-fire jump shot right there. Both these players trading positions. Now DeRozan in the shack. Getting that confirmed. Reloading the Scar.
Ooh, if that angle came through, that would be crazy. But this flip of the position is allowing Stars to overlook Baton. And where are you going to go from the nade? It's only a matter of time. Straight outside, still at 50 HP. And here comes the push. Baton able to finish it on out. Be Bold eliminated. Just before this, though, Death Wolves have fallen. Only 4 eliminations. So iNCO Gaming that have that third place kind of locked in, just 66 points ahead of Death Wolves, will be able to start really ticking up that leaderboard and increasing that gap even further.
Very sketch fight right there from iNCO, but they are going to continue to survive with the duo and 7 eliminations. Very sketch fight. But yeah, listen, FURIA getting taken out early on, so Death Wolves right behind them, so Death Wolves won't have to worry about a team overtaking them on the overall leaderboard. So that's, you know, the bright side, I guess you can say, of Miramar getting taken out here. But looking at the current play zone, AGG, double points team, going to be over there on that east side. But once again, Team Liquid, Alpha7, I mean, these two teams are just magnets. Going to be right on top of each other.
Ooh, okay. Let's see what that...
I'll have to keep tabs on that.
Yeah, because that picture-in-picture really starts laying the trajectory of what this end game for us is going to look like, with 12 squads still up 34 total players. And, well, for now, I really like the position that Royals of War are holding, because at this point in time, we have the space that AGG clearly wants. I did see NRG start going rogue with some nades, 600 damage on the board. Head on over to them because, well, you've got to take space, and we want all of it from Team Queso.
Great, doing some intel gathering right there, almost getting taken out. Malaz, 2 grenades, trying to throw it in the dip, trying to get the pickups, but the third party from Colgo, Worlds of War across the way, forcing NRG to toss some smokes, block those sight lines, but NRG are thirsty for these eliminations on Miramar.
Ooh, unfortunately, at the demise of Spec there, and now things are getting crazy. J7 is going to need to come in clutch here because Malaz falls to Milos, and J7 last standing. We don't want to allow anyone to get fooled, and from a distance with that 4X, just applying the pressure, but Redox from Narnia has the craziest angle and is going to stifle any run that NRG Galaxy was looking to make here.
Crazy. Team Queso is still alive, but here's the battle that we've been looking at, anticipating for some time. Royals of War now looking to take out AGG on their double point stay. AGG, a couple DBSs, lock and loaded. Gonna make the breach here.
That knock on to Cole is going to bring them just to 3 standing, 2 up for All Glory Gaming. Numbers advantage still on ROW's favor here. But you can just see from the roof, the push is about to come through. We got the DBS in hand, but we're on fire, and this is not good for us. Tonka grabs that knock straight onto Guapo. All is left standing on Padrino, drops Aragod. DBS here looking for angles. We do not have any health, really. We just have to play any kind of angle that we can make, bide some time, maybe open things up. Stun, but we push on in, grab a full. At least we have an elimination there.
A 1v1 right now. Petrino, you look at him, he's done. A little flashbang, but Tonka up there, picking up Colgo.
Can't let this go through, but it's gonna happen.
Wow. Padrino got a little bandage off, but still gonna be really low in the health department. Anticipating the push in the stairs with the DBS, picking up a med kit here. Gonna be retreating back, trying to get this one off here.
5
Or
seconds.
the 1v2 happens.
Think he gets it. All right, here comes Cole. Nade of their own. It connects and then pushes them right into the line of fire there for Royals of War. Just like that, AGG eliminated on their double points day with 1 elimination. Now, Royals of War down to a duo. And you can just see Team Liquid in the distance cleaning out Royals of War, able to hit that third party despite them leaving with 5 eliminations. Oh, man.
Back-to-back games for AGG where they only get 1 elimination point on their double points day. A couple more games to go. Capitalize those double points. Team Liquid in the north looking to sweep the edge of the play zone. Cardozo proning, Scar. Waiting for the pull-up from AGG to stop, and here comes the cover fire from the whole squad. Just mowing them down here. And Team Liquid, 8 eliminations, taking out Alpha7.
Falling with 2 eliminations. Remember when we said we were just going to watch and find out? I did not find out.
Oh, no, not like that.
I'll tune in to drop 3. It's totally chill. I mean, at the end of the day, Alpha7, crazy. Pretty much locked into the top 3, but Team Liquid is looking to assert themselves as that staple at the top of the leaderboard, now extending that lead to 81 points.
Crazy. Yeah, Alpha7, they need to come up with some type of strat to put a stop to Team Liquid right now. Team Liquid, they're just widening that gap on the overall leaderboards, and they're just feeling it, the momentum definitely going their way. So hopefully if you're Alpha7, you're trying to come up with something to put a stop to that momentum. Moving on to Sandhawk and Aaron Goal coming up next. But iNCO still alive, trying to widen their gap for the 3rd and 4th place position here, especially with Death Wolves and FURIA already being eliminated here. Here comes Team Liquid now. They're the ones farming. Maybe that's what Mafioso meant. Like, hey, Team Liquid are going to be farming today. You know, watch out for Team Liquid.
Well, look, Team Liquid has broken 800 points. Milos has fallen. Mythic is trying very tough to overtake Revo in terms of overall eliminations. But you said it earlier. We were talking about it at the top of show. Team Liquid just usually doesn't have the best double points days. And to kick things off and drop 1 on Aaron Gale with 32 points, we're already sitting on double-digit eliminations. And now, granted, I would love to see them break that threshold of 20 to maybe mask and kind of equal out from what we've seen, or even maybe bolster that in some further drops, because I'm looking at how many players are total left. That would be 10 potential eliminations left for them to try and get in the lobby, and they would have to be perfect and take out everyone to match 20. Don't see that happening, considering Doran has just grabbed a knock on Koi.
But they're definitely winning this chicken, so that'll be double points chicken too. Yeah, and with 10 eliminations, that matches their game 1 eliminations too. So they are doing just fine, and well, now they got the zone. These other 3 teams not in the next play zone.
Ooh, okay, Nunes, iNCO, 1 elimination on the board. A duo still up. Now, granted, top 3, right? Any points we get knowing that Death Wolves and FURIA are both down and out, as well as Influence Rage, we just keep on ticking up that scoreline. We know where Team Liquid is, but if there's a 4 stack on top, just towards my east, I really don't want to mess with them. But showing presence is great, keeping them from rotating down on you. You can maybe start to take some angles. But speaking of this, Titan Gaming rolling up in the whip. Just on the outskirts, but Mythic falls straight to inactive. Doran gonna go ahead and push, looking for the full, and we lose out on that. Okay, Titan Gaming, we see you. We see this duo.
6 eliminations going their way, but now can they defend up against Team Liquid? The trio looking for their revenge. Inactive with a grenade, a flash, and a Molotov. But look at this, the opposite end. 2 grenades getting chucked right on top of Doran behind that boulder. Inactive looking to make a play. UMP pushing up the hill, running out of bullets right there. Getting some damage on the board. But there they go. Eliminated in 4th place.
mean, they're sitting at 13 eliminations here for Team Liquid after that. And honestly, they take down Mythic, who is on 7. Now it's Cardozo, Chief, and Ayala. And you got to think, Ayala was that solo in Erangel that was able to keep picking up eliminations with their third parties. And now that we're down to the final 3, it's Team Liquid, trio, 9Z duo, iNCO Gaming duo, and we see the spread. It's going to be open, but Team Liquid has essentially built this wall of not only angles from the high ground, but the vehicles.
Yeah, a little car fort right there. Cardozo going to be holding down the east side. And it's so funny. It's like King of the Hill. 9Z looking to push uphill. And then iNCO on the opposite end here. So Team Liquid, can they be dethroned here? They're looking to get the winner double points chicken dinner in match number 2.
Be a crazy scoreline considering they're at 26 points alone just from the eliminations. It would be strong, and they definitely have the ability to convert this into a win. Cardozo back there cooking a nade. Likely that it's going to start flying straight onto him. It's going to be Nunez right here, looking for the opening. Dodges that nade, starts snaking to the left, but Chief catches him off guard. Ayala pretty low on that health, so keep your eyes out. Nunez, though, with the full, and then Vete takes down Chief. A little bit of a revenge arc there. Can we stay alive, though?
Up. Ayala looking to clutch this one out once again. Molotov will put a stop to Nemesis uphill battle with Cardozo on the other side, trying to take out 9Z. So both iNCO and 9Z making the push uphill at the same exact time, forcing Team Liquid to take 2 separate battles here. But both these players doing a phenomenal job at just keeping their opponents at bay.
It's coming through. Chuko, 9Z, the solo, has to make a crazy uphill push straight onto Team Liquid, which might be one of the scariest mid to long range fighting squads that we have. Trying to work with whatever off angle we can do to hide our presence. Damage going straight on Ayala and turns it into the 1v1. Takes it straight, hits the clutch. 9Z, the winner chicken dinner from the low ground. Wow.
Wow is right. 9Z. Remember, they lost 2 earlier on. Wasn't 9Z the team that I was like, yeah, maybe we should go for that revenge play early on, but instead they're going to be clutching out as duo. 2 eliminations, so they definitely had like all the odds against them. Team Liquid, though, once again, back-to-back second place wins, or second place finishes, that is. They're just so close to getting the winner double points chicken dinner, but not able to seal the deal. But regardless, 16 eliminations for Team Liquid, and the second place is another massive game. But so close, back-to-back games here, Reflections, of getting that win.
Yeah, very close. Right, I'm actually shocked 9Z takes that because, I was looking up 0 eliminations, their positioning. Nah, there's no way, right? But now they get it. That's great on them. But the big talking point is Team Liquid, and also iNCO Gaming too. Is a secondary talking point. Keeping relatively consistent, and I think as long as they stay ahead of Death Wolves right today, and they stay ahead of just all those who are trying to catch up, then they're doing their part. But Team Liquid, 16 elims. We go from to 20 in the first game for NRG, then 16 for Team Liquid. Today is hitting very hard when it comes to eliminations. Not for all of the teams, but Team Liquid NRG currently leading the way, which is incredibly impressive. How did Team Liquid get to that point to have such a massive number of elims by the end?
It's just all about the rotation and just taking their fights as they worked their way into zones. And it was just smart engagements, really focusing on their positioning as they approach them, which is why I'm so shocked that final engagement in that 2v1 turned out the way it did, because they just find themselves in power advantage situations. But what they do in those fights, as we kind of watch that fight back with Be Bold there as they swapped into the Shack, they constantly will split off and focus 2 teams at once, which is very similar to what they had done in that final zone. We'll kind of get to see it back as Cardozo starts looking at taking out 9Z, and you've got the other members focusing on iNCO, and things start to get messy. And yeah, you able to take down Nenabete, but by that time you'd already been whittled down in numbers. You can see right here, Nenabete takes down Chief, hits the full crazy, and then Chuko, Dave, this is where he's like, all right, I got Ayala.
All right, yeah.
I understand what's going through.
Yeah, Nenebete was the player who won 9Z that game, let's be real, because Nenebete putting in so much work on the opposite end and giving 9Z like that perfect window to push up and take the 2v1 up against Cardozo, right? So 9Z definitely needs to like send some flowers to Nenebete, maybe like a little across the land event right there, because that was Team Liquid's game all day, in my opinion, but both squads just pushing at the same time and just forcing Team Liquid to take two separate battles at the same time, which is difficult.
It is difficult, but it's impressive that they continually put themselves in spots like that and can make it out of it. It just comes to show the slaying power, but also just the power of, I mean, come on, they're the old Loops roster. Remember how many times Loops would be at 2 players, right? And like off the start, they would lose 2 players, then only have 2 for the remainder of the game and still finish top 3 with several eliminations. It's no surprise Team Liquid is still able to do that, obviously, as a Team Liquid banner. 44 points. I mean, come on. He already besting their performance from game number 1 where we were on Erangel, 2nd place, 10 eliminations. So Team Liquid is trying to pull what iNCO Gaming did yesterday, Tiff, right, when it comes to double points and, I don't know, reach 160 plus. We almost saw a record earlier. Maybe we get a record when it comes to overall points. But second page on Eventful, right? Other than, Be Bold, who has the highest there on their double points day. But none of our other teams outside of Team Liquid making the most out of their double points day.
It's tough, right? A lot of our teams try to have those moments. At NRG Galaxy, they picked up 3 eliminations, and they were trying. Now, granted, they're not on double points either. They just went crazy and dropped number 1. And I was like, okay, this is going to be really smart for them. They look like they're going to get some good positions in the early game. But through that mid-map, everyone was just getting crazy. And I think that's what happened with some of our teams that were on double points. And a lot of them were almost cannibalizing against each other, which is fine because you want more eliminations. It doesn't matter where they're coming from, such as like Be Bold, AGG. That's where things are starting to get mixy.
Let's take a look at our overall standings. Obviously, Team Liquid's going to be in first. My lord, 829. I cannot believe that they take a 109-point lead over Alpha7. That's actually nutty to me, and I wonder how high they can go. The standard now, or the new goal, I should say, not the standard, because there's a standard. That would just be, this would be a ridiculous tournament. Dave, I want to see Team Liquid hit 1,000 at this point. Can we get 1,000 by day 15?
I hope so.
1,000?
1,000, bro.
I think so. I mean, look, was it 171? Yeah, it's doable.
It's a long run to get to that point. It's a long climb, but like, I want to see it. Why not? Set the standard. Team Liquid 1,000 points. I don't know if we've ever hit 1,000 points when it comes to something. Well, obviously, we also haven't done double points.
Yeah,
right. Double points is still very new.
Definitely helps. Listen, some people believe in momentum. Some people don't believe in momentum. I'm on the side of believing in momentum. Team Liquid, they got the momentum without a doubt. They're so close, back-to-back games to get that winner chicken dinner. And I think now if I'm Alpha7, you see a 109 is the spread. I'm starting to kind of think, like, how do we stop that momentum? They have 67 points ahead of iNCO. So if I'm Alpha7, I think a hot drop might be in the books just to kind of put a stop to the Team Liquid momentum. And if it doesn't work out in your favor, you still got this 67-point kind of breathing room to work with when it comes to not getting knocked out of that top 3. So if I'm Alpha7, that's my game plan. Will they do it? Probably not. But somebody needs to put a stop to the Team Liquid momentum.
I've got a point about that, and we had that conversation actually yesterday with Hot Jukes and Cameron about hot dropping on a team and trying to stop them, which I think is very intelligent, but something we don't see in PUBG Mobile. Tiff, obviously you transcend multiple BRs along with myself. Obviously, Dave, your knowledge is great across multiple BRs. So we're going to have that discussion when we come back. But first, I want to hear from Sarpatch. He's on site. We're going to talk to NRG after their massive game number 1, 20 eliminations. Let's hear what went down and how they got that many elims.
Let's go, NA. Let's go, NRG. Fate, bro. Congratulations. 20 kills, bro. And the first place. And against that monster is right there, Ajala. What an ending. Congratulations, guys.
Some light. Yeah, I ended up having to be a 1v1, which really shouldn't have been, but I stayed calm and composed after the win. I was like, you know what? It is what it is, bro. You get a little.
It was fake.
Easy win, yes, sir.
It was very good, man. That was a tough match, but a nice match. But you guys, you were able to clean up on the mountains, come down, hard fights because you had AIM, you had Alpha7, you had a bunch of teams, Brazilian teams.
Yeah.
But you fought through and got 20 kills. Have you asked? Maybe we can change the double points day for today for you guys.
Honestly, like talking about change, we did change something. I'm not IGLing anymore. I wanted to step down so that I could be more productive around the map, and you know, I was able to drive around, do things that I wanted to do without having to worry about leading my team. And honestly, it worked out pretty well, especially during that first engagement with ROW. I was able to do what I wanted to do. I didn't have to worry about my team. I just let them do their thing, and I just got 3 knocks for us, and boom, just like that. And the rest of the match just went on.
And it worked out.
Yeah, it definitely worked out. Yeah.
Bro, congrats. Congrats. Really happy for you guys. Let's go in A.
Let's go in A. Let's go, baby. Yes, sir.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. We're about to head into map number 3, where we return to Erangel after you witnessed NRG with the 20 elimination game. It was spectacular to see. We'll see if they do return to that form. Obviously, Team Liquid also, will they get second place again or even top 3? That consistency is paying off as they take a 107-point lead over second place Alpha7. Now, let's go into the conversation that we left off with before we headed into... Actually, before we do, more pertinent information, Tiff. We learned NRG Fate stepped down as the IGL, allowing him to be more free on the battlefield, which had already, like, instant results, right, in that game number 1, especially against Royals of War, picking up 3. So, no longer IGLing, less he has to worry about, and now the chains are off. He can go out and slay out.
I think that's a really smart change to kind of make. It's unfortunate that it's this late that it took them to realize that may be the change that they wanted to see, but it's clearly paying off. And honestly, with 3 more match days to go after this, it's only going to be up from there. I look back to match number 1. I mean, Fate able to pick up 6 eliminations. If you already understand your role and you're like, I would rather be able to roam free, be this roaming Reaper across the map and just pick up eliminations, great. Let someone else call the shots, because then you don't have to focus. You can almost like kind of turn your brain off and just listen and focus on the engagements at hand. And it's already looking good. You saw him in the interview, right? Just brushing off the shoulders. Like, I was calm. And that just speaks volumes.
He's got confidence. Dave, what do you know about NRG Fate, right? I mean, Fate, he steps down as the IGL. Is that a role that he typically is in? Is this something new that he's no longer IGLing, or was this like an experimental phase for the America Spring season?
He's, by the way, real quick, I got an issue. How come you guys both got plants? And where was my memo of the plants? I think Spider Tip, you got a new setup this week. Where was the plant memo? Yes. All right, I'm feeling left out here. Not going to lie. But moving on.
I'll go pick a flower from my neighbor's yard. How about
put it
that?
Right there. Put it right there. Boom, right there. Plant. That's
and I'll send it right to you. Just keep it alive. Mine stays alive. Mine's still green, and I've had it for 4 years, I think.
What? Is it fake?
Oh, that's a real plant? I thought that's fake.
No, it's 100% fake, but it's still green.
This is real.
After 4 years.
This is real, bro. Hear me out. I know nothing about plants. Okay, yeah, good. Thank you, production, for kind of bringing
us in. Is that an aloe plant? What is that?
It's not aloe. It's a corn plant. And I specifically don't touch grass. I don't see the light of day. And I walked into the plant store. No. It's just called a corn plant. I lied. It's a snake plant. Corn plants do require light. Snake plant, they do not require any light. That is why just it's like in my dungeon. That's what I'm saying. We don't need to touch grass, baby. Get yourself a snake plant. You're welcome. Corn plant requires light.
Okay. I love the insights there. I'll definitely look into it. I didn't know that, but going back to the question, all right, because you asked me Fate. What about Fate? Something about Fate. Fate, since I've known Fate, has been the IGL on all of the teams, all the squads that he's been a part of. So I think it is a big shift, and I think it is right in time too, because if you're NRG, you're on that second page, you might as well do whatever you got to do to be on that first page, just so you can go back home with your head held up high and, feeling a sense of accomplishment, right? And I think right now the goal for a lot of our teams on the second page, especially from North America, finishing on that first page, just so you're feeling good, confident, and looking forward to next season, right? So I love the fact that Fate is kind of just like letting go of the wheel, essentially, and going with the flow now, and it's working, it's working. So love to see it.
Yeah, I've seen this adjustment made throughout esports and multiple titles, and it does make a difference. Again, having less to worry about, because when you're IGLing, right, there's just so many factors that go into like where you got to guide your teammates, where you have to guide yourself, what's taking place, and it really does distract and take away from your natural ability to be able to gun your opponents, right? And Fate is confidence as a parent in the interview, and Tip pointed that out, right? Brushing off the shoulders. Like, I love that type of energy. That's the type of confidence you need as a competitor. You need to have an ego as a competitor. I fully believe in that, right? At least as long as you have that ego that stays on the battlefield and, it doesn't extend outwards. But to be a dominant player, to be a dominant competitor, representative of Fate's interview, like that's perfect for me. I love seeing that. I did. And making that adjustment speaks volumes about him, and gives me great faith that NRG Galaxy moving forward, even after this tournament, could potentially have a long and great run. That 20 elimination game for game number 1 was really the chef's kiss. If they can continue to do something like that, who knows how far NRG Galaxy can go. After all, that's a great organization to represent, right? Very happy with how they're doing. We're going to save that conversation about hot dropping on teams for another time. I thought NRG Fate was a bit more important, but chat, to let you know, the PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Well, we're returning to Arigale map number 3. Let's see if Team Liquid can continue to dominate as they have been, or I don't know, maybe 9Z will sneak in and get a win. With only 2 eliminations, all this is possible and more. Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, take it away for game number 3.
Oh, let's do it. I want a military base zone, Dave. We did get a look at it early on. Unfortunately, it did not manifest through. We went hard north in drop number 1. But with our plane pathing here, you can already see that we are going to be cutting from that area in the southwest up to Severny. So for those zones, I need some predictions.
Yeah, and I feel like this would have been like the prime time for Alpha 7 to drop Team Liquid. They know Team
wanted
Liquid are
it?
going to go. Team Liquid go to a military base. Like, that's their spot. The plane allows them to easily float over there. I feel like this would have been the prime time, but yeah, looks like they're going to be dropping over there. Death Wolves going to their secondary drop spot, if I'm not mistaken, in Alpha7 North George. So everything kind of just according to plan, essentially. I'm a fan of chaos. I don't know. It's not even just chaos. It's just about putting a stop to Team Liquid, who are just strengthening their gap here so far tonight. And if I'm Alpha7 and you want to be number 1, yeah, we still got 2 more days to go. But just the fact that Team Liquid are popping off here today, really feeling it, has me worried, right? When it comes to Alpha7 and trying to be that number 1 in the lobby.
Yeah, I love the chaos that you're mentioning and kind of wanting to see happen. However, just given the past 2 drops that we've witnessed from Alpha7, maybe they're not feeling hyper confident in terms of taking that hot drop straight to them on military base. Now, granted, Hyper starting to really amp up their performance. The past drop on Miramar, now I'd love to see them kind of bring that back to Erangel. And as we got a look at where that next circle will be pulling to, the large majority of our teams are still on that western side of Erangel thanks to that plane path. So for Team Liquid, yes, they've got military base. They'll be able to start from the northwestern side of military and kind of anchor all the way through. Now for teams that maybe take a weird rotation down towards island, I don't think that would make sense for them, but if you want to run that coast and not necessarily cross over the bridge, so be it. But you're going to have to deal with Team Liquid, who is just inching ever so closer to breaking a match result elimination record.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, and Reflections looking for that 1,000 points at the end of this tournament. Definitely doable if they continue to just slay out and get these massive points on their double points there, right? So, talking about double points day, AGG, SLR in their double points. They're going to be in the zone next to each other for the time being. Be Bold, once again, and yes, Naya with Influence Rage, another squad that, I've been harping on a little bit here because I want to see Be Bold make some plays, make some bold plays. And I think knowing that Influence drop, yes, Naya, almost every single time, you share that city with them. Their rotations when they like to move out of that city. Maybe set up some type of camp, maybe look to be proactive, look to get these double point eliminations. It is so crucial, especially if you're Be Bold. You're a mid-pack team, so any kind of moving up the leaderboard you could try to accomplish here, that's going to be securing yourself a little more money at the end of the day.
It's very true. And while we're on board here with Be Bold, one of the teams that is in the double points for Group B here, I'm looking at the stats as they get updated throughout our kind of day 13 here. And something to note is over the past few rounds that we've been witnessing here in week 3, Team Liquid has finally unseated Alpha7 in terms of their average placement. They've broken under a 6th place. So we're sitting at 5.99 average placement. They've bested them in eliminations per game in terms of average by 0.43. Even their damage per game is now higher than Alpha7. Now, that's still on improving, knowing that they have 3 more winner chicken dinners than Alpha7. So with 4, or, kind of coming into that drop number 3, it's like time is of the essence to really start clawing back on that. Because you think of the difference in terms of, prize pool earnings. It is almost like $3,200, I think, difference between first and second place. And honestly, you need, it's bigger than that. My bad. It's
first place
13.
is 44K.
It's 13.
Second place is 30.
Caster math is hard, guys. It's really tough. 13K-ish.
And more money, though, to also take into consideration is Revo and Mythic, like the battle for MVP, right? Last game, Mythic, if I'm not mistaken, had 7 eliminations, and coming in today, I believe they were 9 eliminations apart from each other, right? So all these little things definitely add up, and today has been Team Liquid's day when it comes to dethroning Alpha7 in that first place for the $44,000, and even the MVP money, that's $2,600, and then you have other rewards as well, like the Gunslinger, that gets you $880. So there's a bunch of little cash prizes here and there as well. But Team Liquid, they're starting to secure all the slots when it comes to the money.
It's true. And at the end of the day, when you think of weeks 1, weeks 2, it was Alpha7 that was just across the board at the very top. But it's tough. Mythic was 9 eliminations behind Revo at the start of the day. So, you know, things are changing because they haven't really been able to catch a lot of eliminations throughout this. But we have Alpha7 on your screen, hitting that rotation out of the northwestern side, looking to rotate straight towards the center of Erangel. And Mafioso, man, I'm watching. I'm wanting to find out what Alpha7 is up to today, and I'm ready to see the farmage.
Gotta see something. Gotta see something. And looks like Alpha7, they're gonna be in their vehicles right now, looking to reposition up in the north. Happened behind Naya with E-Bold influence. They might actually clash with the Death Wolves here once again. Death Wolves not going to Zarky, actually going to Severny. So with that in mind, Alpha7, they might be caught off guard. We'll have to stay tuned as a lot of these teams right now just trying to center on up. FURIA going to be dead center and shelter. I believe we saw them play this position a couple times here so far over the last 3 weeks. They're going to be comfortable. Be Bold still like in a little Clown Fiesta mosh pit with Influence Rage. They might be sending it towards Prison that Hyper currently locking down. But one team not stressing, circle number 1, circle number 2, is Team Liquid. Military base all to themselves. That bridge right now free and clear. They are big chilling. Big chilling.
Ooh, and the shots in the distance here. But I love that you call that out, right? Military base, they've got 2 options, right? Whether if they're going to go up the bridge on the western side or the eastern side. You hit that bridge on the eastern side, it's very atypical to one of the first games that we had ever witnessed from All Glory Gaming, kind of on their double points day, taking a win on Erangel back in week number 1. They were able to just isolate themselves on that eastern side of the circle. Now, granted, this is more of a circle that's pushed over towards the eastern side to still include power and such, so they're not necessarily holding the ultimate east. There are teams that can still wrap behind them, such as Hyper, but for Alpha7, who is on your screen, and they have really just anchored down in that northeast, I'm nervous to see, because it's very strong with what we've witnessed them on drop number 1, drop number 2, but being able to hold on to that now that we've seen that circle pull just even kind of a centered up, that is tough, because you've got Death Wolves. They're scary to fight against. Furia, they're mixy. You never know what they're going to bring to an engagement. And All Glory Gaming really holding kind of that coastal bridge side. But look at Team Queso.
Yeah, definitely going to be difficult for that rotate over there through Prison and Lumber Mill, especially with Hyper repositioning, trying to get a power position actually now. We'll have to stay tuned with that one, because SLR looking to make a push here. Taking out Royals of War. Wow. I believe there's no team within that third-party radius, so both these teams can really play this one out.
There we go. Titan Gaming elsewhere. Focusing on an NRG Galaxy and Koi Dragon here. Focusing on the inside. Elegy on the fence line. And just really trying to throw the opening damage with a lot of these nades. Can they connect through the windows? And we'll jump on over with Fate and Titan Gaming 2 are already down. And well, there we go. Doran with the jump. Doran was having some moments, but we jump straight into Fate, into your demise.
Fate,
wow.
Yeah, Fate just taking him out right there. So 2 pretty solid fights happening at the same time. That last one going to be cleaned up now. It's up to SLR. Can they clean up this engagement like we saw right there from NRG?
Ooh. Around the door we go. Shuts it straight on. I'd be like, no. Just,
nope.
We'll deal with this in a second, but I just need to focus. But Koi falls down to a rogue nade from Tonka. Are we just going to keep opening and closing this door? Because that's the real battle that I'm concerned with.
I think the plan is to open the door at the same time, have his teammate throw in a grenade, right, to get that damage. But Koi getting knocked out right there is going to set SLR back big time. Koi being one of the clutch players when it comes to gun skills. Has to be concerned. But Hyper pushing Alpha7. Okay.
Revo is down. FS, the last standing, just trying to hold control of the doorway. And look who comes straight on in. Do we get the full reset, or are we going to be third-partied here by AGG?
Come on, AGG. AGG, come on. You need to push this. Third-party this. You heard the shots. AGG, not like this. But shout out to Hyper though, right? Hyper, Stars telling us they're playing like they got nothing to lose. Stars said, hey, if a team wants to fight us, come at us, bro. That's Stars' words exactly. And to see them take the fight with Alpha7, you love to see that from Hyper.
The full reset occurs there for Alpha7.
Yeah. AGG, yeah, they're gonna watch the VOD like, oh, we should have pushed that. Probably.
It's hard to know, right? You gotta think about it. You hear the shots and then you start inching closer towards that and you're like, well, it's done. Do we take this advancement onto them? Because we've already left some of our players out looking towards where Team Liquid is, Guapo in the south. But for now, Revo focusing, getting back up to full health, grabbing the loot, resupplying on nades galore, and sitting with 4 eliminations. And now you can see that they've really isolated themselves on that eastern side. There's no one that's on their total opposite now. Someone could hit a wrap. We could see that from Team Liquid. We could see it from AGG. But granted, Team Liquid still needs to rotate through AGG, who was relatively spread out. They're going to be focusing on grouping on up, and Influence Rage is trying to control the north.
Yeah, and to kind of answer your question, like, I'm AGG, I'm double points day, I'm in 11th position. Like, yeah, I take that fight without a doubt. So we'll see, though. Can they redeem themselves? Looks like Team Liquid are going to be trying to push their little building here. Cardozo driving off into the sunset. So AGG will begin. One confirmation on Team Liquid right there. Is Team Liquid just trying to find a spot to call home. Did have that circle shift a little further up towards the north, and Team Liquid a little separated for the time being. We can see them driving off there, all their own little separate vehicles. But FURIA trying to survive the solo. Yeah, Becker up against E7.
This is that emote. This is
it's
fine.
A party.
This
it's a party.
Is fine. Yeah, we've got iNCO Gaming out on the fence line here for the third party. Nades going back and forth, and Becker's just like, this is my room. Come in here if you want. DPS in hand, but at the end of the day, FURIA is going to fall with 0 eliminations, and Nenebete, they got third and drop number 2, and they want more eliminations and chaos here. E7 down to a solo, so a perfectly timed third party for them.
Yeah, looks like Hate will be taking up Becker's position right there. So same room, trying to avoid the grenades from multiple angles. iNCO and Influence Rage just tossing one after another, trying to get these easy eliminations here right ahead of them.
Ooh.
Looks like iNCO are pulling off though, not wanting that smoke.
I thought
the
that
juice
was going
not
to take
worth
him.
the squeeze, so.
I thought Fedorov was going down right there. And they're just going to keep that pressure straight onto Hate. And you can see the nades are doing a lot of the work for them as Milovan and Fedorov are still inching closer. And Diego pulls the vehicle up close. Know that we've got kind of this death ball grouped up together. There goes initial damage. We've already pushed back to the shack. And go with the SMGs, just trying to take angles, but every time we peek, we just get too much damage. There's too much going on, but we grab Diego. Center sight straight onto Fedorov. But here comes the jump, the push comes through, and well, I don't even know how Hate is still alive. The brilliance of defending this.
The death shack right there, but Hate was getting a lot of damage on the board, putting in some work without a doubt. Trying to vault out that window to get the confirm, at least get one elimination, but not able to do so. Next zone does go up. Be bold still, just bam, right smack in the middle in their southern shelter position. Alpha7 on the east side.
Ooh.
The whole squad alive, so this could be Alpha7's match to really make that comeback push. Already 4 eliminations going their way. Remember, Team Liquid, they lost one early on their rotate, so they're going to be down a member. But Death Wolves, making a pit stop out here. Not where you want to be. It's like AGG getting one knock. Probably to confirm. Yep, there goes another Death Wolf. Taken out here.
A singular Death Wolf has been found.
On their rotates. Once again, the rotates tonight, the Death Wolves just not been going their way. So we need to readjust, play the edge a little more, or not prioritize center and circle 3, circle 4, which they've been doing all night long and losing in the process. So let's see. They're not done yet. We still see them in the elimination feed. Looks like they're going to be third party and one member from iNCO. Go in that shelter position. The Tomb right here. Some of these squads looking to seal it.
I'm gonna say David, and here comes Royals of War. Straight on up, Obscure takes out Tonka, Brunzing grabs another, there goes Coal Goat, and Royals of War are in shambles, and they have fallen with 4 eliminations into the top 10 squads. Job's not done, but I love that we're taking angles here from Be Bold. We have so much information of the teams that are surrounding us. Team Liquid kind of holding that center zone alongside Alpha7, who did a really solid job of cleaning out that eastern side. Now, Mafioso is going to be up towards the north trying to find out information if teams are looking to wrap them. But it's tough if you've got a good spot in a building here for center zone and you're kind of controlling 2, but trying to split hold can get tough.
Without a doubt, and we see right now Be Bold trying to figure out what exactly just happened, because Royals of War, they crashed Be Bold's compound, but the Death Wolves on the high ground from the tower, that was the team that actually took out Royals of War. So Be Bold losing some elimination points right there, which is crucial because they are on double points day. It looks like the Death Wolves will be yoinking a couple for themselves, but for the time being, both these squads can play nice. Neighbors in the zone. No need to make the push, but if you are going to be overextending, peeking a little bit too hard, you are going to get your head tapped, but probably not confirmed. So just need to avoid those sight lines and keep that armor good and healthy for the late game here between these two teams.
So far, so good in terms of helmet and armor and for Obscure. Plenty of nades left, and well, when I say plenty, it's 2, which we've seen people hold 6, 7. Across the board, smokes, mollies. I'm feeling okay with what we've got to work with while we kind of hold down this area. But as we look towards the north, Influence Rage over there, iNCO Gaming at their back, and then you've got Mafioso elsewhere, just really out in Narnia, which is, it's fine, right? We want to prevent that wrap, and if we have to disengage in the vehicle, at least you can relay that back to the squad. But for now, we turn our attention straight to the south.
AGG. Once again, AGG, they had like a little 2-2 split. Next circle does pop. Both of their positions no longer in the play zone, so they're going to be looking to find a new spot to call home in the new circle instead of taking the fight with Team Liquid. And in turn, they're going to be getting backstabbed by Team Liquid right now. Who's the one in the process? And well, the play to prioritize the circle is going to force them to go right between Alpha7 here. See if it plays in their favor, but yeah, I mean, missed opportunity once again for AGG here on this third game of the evening. Double points day for them.
Well, they're looking for that wrap straight towards the east, which is where Alpha7 has been maintaining a chokehold. And honestly, anytime someone tries to make a play for their space, Alpha7 is denying them any chance. Now, granted, Padrino is down, likely not going to be able to hit that res onto them, but we'll keep our eyes out because we keep seeing the pressure come through. Melgar and Guapo, the only 2 up for AGG, and here comes Mafioso, looking for angles, looking to hit it. You said it, drive by, and hey, we see the damage come through, but not too much. Have to disengage, pop into blue. We're last standing here, and we just want to make some use of our double points.
Yeah, another missed opportunity for AGG. We saw them earlier on. They could have made the fight, the push, take out Alpha7 when they were hurting after their last engagement. And right here, instead of taking the fight with Team Queso, prioritizing the zone and pretty much allowing Team Queso to have free shots on your backside while you rotated into a circle. So I think when it comes to AGG, they just need to kind of crank that dial, the aggression dial a little more, and prioritize their fights over positioning and see what happens. See what happens. But popping back over to Team Queso, trying to take this tower from Team Liquid.
Oh, the chow. I mean, look, a lot of teams looking down the barrel at Team Queso, being whittled down by not only Alpha7, but also Team Liquid here. They have fallen with 4 eliminations, but we still have the Death Wolves, a neighboring team, and everyone's just kind of pointing at each other, trying to find any angle that we can make work. For now, Diego in the north, alongside here with iNCO Gaming. 7 in the sights. But elsewhere, you've got, yeah, this is tough for 7. You're just trying to tank it down, and look at the underneath. Oh, but Team Liquid down and out at the hands of Alpha7 and Death Wolves.
looking to make some insane Gary plays here. Looks like 7 was taken out from the blue in the shack. Influence that. Gary popping up, getting surprised from behind. And Abete, it is up to you. Can we get the 1v3? Influence Rage looking to make the push, looking to flush you out. And Diego with the SK12 doing just that. So now Influence Rage, 4-person squad up in the north. They're going to have it all to themselves.
That's crazy. Alpha7, they take out Team Liquid with some help from Deathwolves, secured their position there on that southeast. That was brilliant from Influence Rage. 9 eliminations so far. Alpha7 currently sitting on 7 with 4 up. So you have 3 full squads left in the top 5. Influence Rage, Be Bold, and Alpha7. 1 member of NRG Galaxy is still up, standing somewhere.
Fate, yep, Fate unleashing the beast is what we were told. So Fate with 1 elimination, no, 2 of the 4 total here. Let's see if Fate go for some crazy surprise attack from behind, maybe on Be Bold, while they make the push across the way to the Deathwolves eventually. Maybe get a couple more eliminations in the pocket. Gassing them up. Gassing them up.
Caster Curse be real today. Caster Curse is living. No
trying
Caster
to build
Mask.
the storyline for Fate, you know, and no.
They're like the shackles have come off. He's somewhere living his best free life.
They said no.
Yeah,
Dave,
for no.
Dave, no.
Alpha7 here, vehicles, and honestly, Revo still trying to hold tight on the overall eliminations board. Now that we know Mythic and Team Liquid are no longer left in the lobby, we can sit on 2 eliminations and really try to kind of extend that. But as that circle continuously centers up, we look on where we're going to start our journey. Deathwolves are going to have to worry about Be Bold. That number advantage that they have just by 1, because Deathwolves will be the only trio left in the lobby.
Yeah, and they can definitely squad wipe Be Bold as long as there's not like a third party. So we'll see. Alpha7 playing this one nice and slow over here on the east side, trying to stay alive, trying to secure the chicken. They know it's crucial for them to get this win to start to close the gap. You know, with Team Liquid here getting taken out in 7th with only 3 eliminations, this could be Alpha7's game to get at least 20 points on the board. Maybe 15 to 20 around there. Influence, though, this is their opportunity as well to start to close the gap between Deathwolves. So we got two storylines cooking right now when it comes to closing that gap.
In terms of teams that have found themselves, you know, outside the top 8, outside the top 9, Be Bold on their double points day with 4 eliminations, looking for more. But Alpha7, maybe this is the time that we're finding out about the farmage, and they just need to harvest the crops from all that they have sowed here in match day number 13.
You know a lot about plants.
No, I honestly don't. I do not have a green thumb. I have killed so many plants in my life, and I've tried really hard to keep the one that I have in my office alive.
I'm getting a snake one, by the way.
You
good
should.
Shout out right there. Yeah.
You should. This is Pickles number 2 behind me, so. And it's number 2 because the first Pickles did not last long.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Tough report.
I tried.
But I believe Be Bold, you know, can survive a little longer here. Next circle does pop. If I'm Be Bold, you gotta clear out the tower that the Deathwolf is holding down. You just have to. Looks like Influence Rage now repositioning. They're also gonna have sight lines on both Deathwolf and Be Bold. Meanwhile, Alpha7 on the high ground, just soaking it up. The only team in the play zone right now.
Such a good game from Influence Rage here. I'm quite impressed now. Mind you, this is a team that needs to overtake Deathwolves for 4th, right? That survival stage slot. And Deathwolves, they're having a strong performance to try and hold on to that. And granted, not keeping pace with Influence Rage in terms of eliminations just yet, but Alpha7 has already fully tried to take some eliminations from Be Bold as they make the play straight onto Deathwolves. Looking for angles here, but Alpha7 is going to provide them with some assistance. DBS in hand, Rattleboy has fallen. Can we find an angle over here from Guazao?
Both these teams really know where to go. We see the smokes out here, and that's to block the sight lines from the third-party potential from Influence and Alpha7, who both have clear sight lines on both the Death Wolves and Be Bold. Two of the Death Wolves are going to be holding it down in the building, not overextending, and they're going to be surviving a little longer than Be Bold right there, who just got shredded, picked apart. But 4th place when it comes to double points, so they'll get some on the board here. I'll be 8 placement points, not counting their eliminations.
Ooh, and look who owns all of the space in the zone. It's Alpha7. Death Wolves have to come in. They just have to. They have to move. Yes, they're trying to reset as a duo and maybe smoke them out and try to like cut off any kind of angles, lines of sights. And McGrellin is like, I'm going to use every tree that I can to get closer. But at the end of the day, Influence Rage, they've got a vehicle. They've got 2 vehicles. And I'm curious to see who they decide to full send on first. Because coming in from the north, you have your choice. Do we just go take out the duo and focus on eliminations? Because 1 is actually 1. And you can see right there, Revo going for it. Grabs 1. I'm not sure if we're going to get the full from here, but it's enough to really put it on in.
Grenade. Yeah, it looks like both teams just prioritizing getting these 2 easy points, especially with the next play circle popping. The Death Wolves no longer favored, so they're going to have to push out of there regardless. So Influence, though, going to be using this moment. Tossing out some smoke, sending 2 over here. Okay, so Obscure might be able to survive a little longer because Diego knocking out your Death Shack here. Oh, but 2 of them, the front line. Pushers from Influence immediately traded out.
Are we actually finding out what Mafioso was saying? Is it the time? Influence Rage down to a duo, chucking nades over to Mafioso with the angles here. Being able to stay out of sight. McGrellin picks up another nade, and honestly, at the end of the day, Death Wolves has fallen courtesy of the being outside the play zone. Corello picks one up from the vehicle, and okay, is that how we're putting the finishing touch on Influence Rage? Alpha7 has come to play finally here and dropped number 3 on Erangale.
Beep, beep. They said beep, beep right there at the end. 16 eliminations, 2,200 damage done. 15 grenades tossed, chuck that game. Influence, though, 2nd place. I'll take that all day. 10 eliminations going their way. So both those teams doing a great job at kind of yo-yoing off each other and just using their advantage to get these eliminations on the west side. End of the day, solid performance for both of them. And with Team Liquid going out early this game, this is like the best possible case for Alpha7, right? To try to start to close that gap between that 1st and 2nd place, their reflections.
Yeah, absolutely, and a great job from Alpha7, getting blessed by zone. 3 zones in a row from stage 6 all the way to stage number 8, and I believe ultimately 9 too. It's like Tiff, the zone just continually collapsed onto them, which was massive, and I really think that's what dictated the winner. I mean, you had a great number of players still left for Death Wolves. Influence Rage was also in a power position. If any of those other teams, like for example, Alpha7 wasn't blessed with zone and they had to rotate up, I think they win it. So really, that is one from zone. Alpha7 getting blessed, but ultimately slaying out the most, right? So it was a give and take. Mafioso, like you said, coming true with his prediction.
Yeah, definitely did work. Mafioso himself, 5 eliminations. Revo picks up 5. You got Carrillo on 4 and McGrellin with 2. Now, granted, you mentioned it, right? You're like, zone kept centering up on them. And now, a lot of what they did in the early to early mid game really just set the stage for the course of action that we are about to witness. Anyone that was challenging them for space or trying to wrap behind them, Alpha7 maintained control of the entirety of the eastern side every stage that we witnessed on the back half of this game, and that just allowed them to take space and keep denying it from people. And then you have moments like this from Mafioso working around that shack and towards the end game getting crazy in the vehicles. I need that. Those more moments, more chaos.
Well, chaos is what you guys started with, and chaos is what we did get towards the end, right? Which is always great to have that premonition early on. 26 total points for Alpha7. That's going to close that gap just a little bit. Granted, it was 107, right? So Team Liquid still sitting pretty comfortable in first. Influence Rage, though, that is a big win. Dave, you mentioned it best. Influence Rage trying to close that gap between them and Deathwolves. Now, granted, they only get 6 points profit from this game alone, but they'll take it. Influence Rage is a team that we very much are going to be looking out for tomorrow for Group C.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think if you're Influence Rage, just trying to improve game after game and set yourself up in a nice position on the overall leaderboards to really capitalize on the double points day. Can't say the same for Be Bold, though. I mean, we're talking about a squad double points day. Really fumbling the bag right there. I mean, they're going to watch the VOD. They're going to recognize they could have made the push, taken out Alpha7 early, 4 eliminations. I'll take that. Thank you. And also, go back to your compound. Be set up to defend up against the Deathwolves, who casually just kind of rolled past you. And then on top of that, the Deathwolves stole your eliminations because Worlds of War, they crashed the Be Bold compound, right? So Be Bold, double points day, they're just losing so many points left and right. And I think it goes back to them just kind of being a little too passive, in my opinion, when on your double points day, it's the last week, right? You're in ninth place. You gotta spice it up, right? We gotta go for these aggressive plays and not stick to the game plan that got us here in the first place over the last 2 weeks.
Well, that insult to injury, too. They were also in 9th place, and they had the biggest gap out of the entirety of Group B outside of Team Liquid to try and catch up right to the top 4. This was their day to make that happen, and only 3 games left. Maybe they can close it a bit, but it's looking a bit unlikely at this point in time. Influence Rage, though, from their game will move up past FURIA. So disappointed to see FURIA's performance yesterday on double points. They could have done so much better, but unfortunately, they just simply did not. I think we're going to see a trend where they continually drop down, but it did open up the door for Influence Rage to move up, which is exciting. I mean, Tiff, again, Group C, they go double points tomorrow. The big goal is to reach and to obviously achieve top 4. Influence Rage is very close to at least catching up to the 4th place spot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're sitting 15 points back out of 4th place, Deathwolves have to do everything that they can to maintain 4th. And when you're coming so close to the end of our series, sitting here day 13 of 15, time is not on your side. And when you start running down to just mere, double-digit drops, it's scary. It's scary out there. But as we move to the back half of this, Be Bold, getting so close to being able to be on that first page. I'm talking just 13 points separating them and Royals of War.
Well, it's something, right? Being on first page, I think, is a big accomplishment, and I've been kind of praising that for, the likes of Hyper, NRG, Titan Gaming, SLR. I want to see an NA team on the front page, but I'd be perfectly happy with Be Bold being there as well. It takes a lot of effort to reach the top 8. So, hey, Dave, I know.
Get out of here, man. Hyper doing that. Right? Did you see Hyper make the push on Alpha7 that last game? Right? Hyper, they're trying it. They are trying to be first page. Be Bold, they're sleeping, man. It's like they don't care about the first page.
That is true. This is the thing, man, is there's so much I want to talk about there in these segments, but I only have so little time because we're so quick to getting into the games. But that was definitely a note that I took. I was like, Hyper pushes Alpha7. Yes, they get eliminated. But, I appreciated that so much because I'm like, they're making an effort where teams, sometimes they don't make an effort, right? And you see that so often, but Hyper was going for it. You got to respect the cojones to make that push onto Alpha7 of all people, who ended up finishing with 16 eliminations. I love it. I have more points to bring up, but before I do, we're going to take a quick break. We have Sarpatch, though, who had a chance to sit down with 9Z's Choco after their Map 2 win against Team Liquid. Let's hear what Choco had to say.
Tell me about the ending. Háblame un poco del final de esa partida, ¿cómo fue?
La verdad fue mucha paciencia. Es una de las virtudes, yo creo, que se ocupa para ser jugador profesional. Paciencia y controlar las situaciones, controlar los sentimientos y controlar todo lo que se va sintiendo en partida para poder ganar una partida en individual o en dúo, más que nada.
Yeah, he says that patience is a virtue. He had patience there. He needed it to not get nervous because he was in a 1v2. But especially when you're alone or during a duel, you need to have patience. Bro, important points, right? Not many points. You didn't get that many kills, but for the situation you are now, points are very important. No fueron muchos puntos, pero igual son puntos importantes, ¿no? Ahorita.
Sí, claro, era una partida que comenzó mal, se esperaba rascar puntos, como todo, pero salió la victoria y claro que son muy buenos 13 puntos.
Yeah, they were trying to be careful. They started with only losing 2 players, so getting the victory there, of course, is very important. Choco, gracias, hermano. Let's go.
PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season Day number 13. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. We've reached our halfway point, about to hop into map number 4. We're going into Sandhuck. It's only played once a day, but just as impactful as the rest. Dave,
what up?
I will say, let's say this, right? Be bold, right?
Be bold.
Be bold.
Big chillin'.
Wait, hold on. We something changed.
What? Nothing changed, man. What are you talking about?
Nothing changed, really.
Nothing changed, man. Be bold, be big, chillin'.
What's going on?
What's going on? What's happening?
Where are you at right now?
A rainforest?
I'm where I've been.
He's got
the
the
whole time,
monsteras.
man. I've been here the whole time. I gotta water the. See, this right here is a caterpillar plant, and I gotta water it like twice a day. This over here, that's Significus, and they're ultra rare. No water necessary. So these are just plants that I've been growing for some time now, and I can't believe you guys are just now noticing it. That's crazy to me. That's insane. What the heck?
You know, actually, funny enough, when it comes to plants, I looked up a corn plant. I was like, what is a corn plant? Because the only thing I know about corn is a corn. Popcorn, growing corn, like fructose. And I did. I looked it up, but it's like 7 good things about a corn plant. And it was like, oh, it brings good luck, good energy. I was like, sweet. Let me look up a snake plant. The first article that I see is the 7 disadvantages to owning a snake plant. And I was like, okay, let's read this.
What's number one? What's number one?
Oh God, I don't remember what number 1 was, but down the list was brings
Poisonous?
bad energy.
Oh,
You're lying, dude. You're
I
lying.
swear
This
to you.
snake plant
I swear
brings
to you.
bad energy.
So it was like corn plant, good energy. Snake plant, bad energy.
Oh,
Who
no.
has a snake
actually,
plant?
I'm feeling it.
Tiff
Looking
does.
at its reflections. Look at it. It has a bad energy aura. Now that I look at it,
swear-
it looks
Hey,
evil. What
look
is
it up.
What's it looking at? What's
I
going
don't know.
on, Spider Tiff? Why you got the bad vibe plant right behind you? What's
it's
happening?
the only thing that's gonna survive in here. The corn plant was Pickles #1. Pickles did not survive. There's not enough light for the corn plant to live here, so it sits in my living room aside my money tree, which also is a nice plant to have in case you guys
Money
in chat
tree?
care. Yeah, you're welcome.
What's a money tree?
That explains
Look it
my
up.
setup.
Look it up.
I want a money tree. I actually need a money tree. So money doesn't grow it on trees. But Tiff, you've clearly broke that system. Money does grow on trees.
I
now, the
mean-
snakes grow on the snake plant. I don't know. Bad vibes, though.
You know who needs to get better trees? Be bold.
Hey, Be Bold. So let's talk about Be Bold, right? Be Bold is a team that on day number 10 on Sandhawk, 10 eliminations. I think it should be 13 eliminations. So now they're going on to Sandhawk. We talked about them being 13 points away. Coincidence? I think not. Dave, I believe Sandhawk could be a strong map for Be Bold, but where are their downsides, right? Where is Be Bold faltering and need to clean up their act?
I think they're just overthinking it, honestly. With it being double points day, it's the last week. We're starting to hear from these players from other squads on the second page, like it's do or die. It's all or nothing. We want to do our best so we can leave, like we said last desk, with our heads held up high. It's just not overthinking things. I think that last game was a prime example of Be Bold overthinking every single decision. We saw them in their vehicles. They were looking to take the fight. They changed their mind, made a U-turn. They're not taking the fight. They're going from this compound to that compound. Just play some PUBG Mobile, get some eliminations, third party, get involved, and take advantage of your double points. I think that's all it is. They're just overthinking it here today.
But it's so hard not to overthink it, right, Tiff?
It is,
I mean,
but
you're
the last week, it's the last week, and you're already on the second page. You just
that
gotta
is
let
true.
it loose. Pull a fate, man. Take the hands off the wheel, and just let the PUBG Mobile guys do what they gotta do.
Well, you know what? You do bring up a good point, Tiff, right? I mean, like, it is day 13, final week. You're on the second page. You need to throw a Hail Mary pass at this point in order to get on the first page. And then even more so, right? You need to score a touchdown to get into the top 4. So for Be Bold, I mean, I think take a page out of Mafioso's playbook, right? From Alpha7, just full sends. Or even in Hyper, who challenged Alpha7. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You're in the same position you were before, right, Tiff?
Or take a page out of Team Liquid's book and be really consistent today for your double points. I mean, at the end of the day, you're talking Sandhawk. Things can get mixy on this one map that we witness only once a day. And you look towards what happened yesterday. And that was Team Liquid taking a win on Sandhawk with 19 total points. Now, granted, they haven't found that winner chicken dinner yet again on their double points day since that back-to-back in week 1. Can they start here?
They need to. I mean, this is game number 4. You've got 3 more games to make an impact for your group if you're in Group B. Obviously, we're talking about Team Liquid, who's already made the most of it so far. They could stop now and still be happy. AGG, Be Bold, SLR, right? All 3 of those teams need to make an impact, but can they? We're going to find out right here, right now on Sandhawk. Map number 4, Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, take it away.
Oh, let's do it. Look, at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure it's Team Liquid that has the money tree that is in their hotel rooms. They go back after a day at LAN and they're just like, I'm manifesting all the good vibes. That's what we know. And honestly, your green screen with the plants was crazy. I loved that so much, Dave.
Team Liquid, they book an extra seat on the plane for the money tree. They bring it with them. That thing is definitely working. So we'll see. Team Liquid looking to get that money. 44K for that first place position here, and then make it to that next lobby. That's $3 million. But talking about making that shmoney, we got Hyper and E7 in the rooms. Let's go.
I see a knife. I see a weapon. I see E7 kind of opening things up there. The trades going back and forth, and Deblim on the high ground. Stars with the climb up. Looking for some of those angles, and there it goes. Franco takes some damage. Caprice grabs the full onto Joaco. Hate is the only one down. Joaco fully limbed. Blim and co. Have to stand things up. Stars goes down. Look at Capri's on the high ground. Blim just kind of snaking their way along the building side. Are we going to see the full push come through? It does through the angle. The DBS goes hard.
Oh! Okay. We're not done yet. We still got hate.
Oh.
We still got hate. And Franco trying to put in some work right here, trying to take out and Hyper. How many times have we had this rematch, though, when it comes to these 3 weeks? I feel like at least 4 times, just the back and forth. And honestly, who is going to be the victor of Ruins? Looks like Hyper might be sealing that here with their numbers advantage, 3v2.
At the end of the day, E7 wins this. And I say that because Hyper is in 10th place, and if they fall here, they really cannot make a run on Sandhawk to get into, you know, that front page, similar to what we want from Be Bold. So at the end of the day, I don't know if any of these teams are winning anything. It's just the battle as the days go on, as the weeks go in, and we got the player cam coming through here.
Super focused here.
You've got to be.
Focused. Look at this, Franco, barely any health here. So unfortunate. As the DBS and the Tommy gun. Franco, if you want to take out Franco, you need to push down here to their... Oh, actually, you can just throw a grenade as well. Yeah.
That would be the easiest way. But
Yeah.
honestly, some other teams are going to be lurking on a horizon. Now, you think of maybe potential third parties that come through knowing that this is occurring in Ruins. But do you even get anything from that? And honestly...
One team that needs to do that is Be Bold. But yeah, I know I'm kind of harping on them here tonight, but they are south of the Ruins, and knowing that these two teams fight here often, they could capitalize on that.
See, here with Franco, though, you kind of have to bait at the end of the day. You've got the shoddy in hand, and so does Stars. So we have to be very weary of close range engagements from that. But there's a lot of sharks that are circling in these waters. You can see 9Z in the vehicles just in the distance now. Granted, still a bit away from this actual thing here, but they're going to roll up pretty kitted out compared to what we're witnessing from Hyper and E7.
Yeah, I'm surprised Franco even made it out of there alive. I felt like Franco just had their back against the wall, and 3 Hyper players had them pinned down. But Franco now on the outskirts right here. Still no health, so he's going to be low in the health department. And now we see downrange 9Z on the hilltop trying to third-party the Ruins engagements here. Choco on the front lines. Look at them. Yep, just eagles in the sky trying to pick apart the scraps.
Us the way. That's so interesting. You start to really think, considering where that circle has positioned themselves, that's not going to help this standoff that we're witnessing here in Ruins either. It's centering up kind of towards this. Be Bold has already moved into a neighboring POI, and well, it looked like it was good, but it's just going to miss by a few inches. Ooh.
Just kind of listening into the footsteps here.
No.
Oh, there goes the third party from 9Z. Yep, we were calling that one out.
All right, Stars. Dancing around, looking for the angle if we could make that work. But at the end of the day, 9Z really helping out E7.
8 now inside the Ruins in the temple. Sees the smokes, anticipating the revive here. Franco was able to find a bandage. DBS lock and loaded. There goes Caprice across the way. The standout players for Hyper. UMP in hand. Fate. Gonna be catching out FSS.
Okay. On the inside, we roll. What's Caprice gonna do? Inches their way a little bit closer, trying to play along the doorway. All right, let's see if we get the angle. We've got the DBS now in hand. It's just a matter of time before the chow. We're just trying to be cheesy with it, but it doesn't matter. It's mere HP throughout, and this is a challenge here.
We're shooting all types of directions here. Both players from E7 really low. There goes another nice trade over here. It is crumbling for Hyper. It's up to Capri to seal the deal, save the day for the Ruins battle. Franco, DBS trying to hunt him down right here. He won.
Okay. Here we go. Stars has been fooled. Capri's last standing. And honestly, it's tough because Stars was the one that had the shotgun that would have been able to hold those tighter angles. And now Capri's is just trying to distance themselves, make it more challenging that they have to filter through to give him some time. But with Franco and that DBS, it's going to be such a big threat. And if I'm Capri's, I need to find just an angle to maybe... No! Furia rotating in across the bridge from the north. Seals the deal. Now for Entity 7, it's going to be so tough because yes, you hold the inside here in the temple, but you have to deal with, do we are able to find resources without getting picked apart on the outskirts from a mid-range fight?
Yeah, E7, they're done as well. You know, you got Furia in the north looking at that entrance. You got 9Z in the south looking at the opposite entrance, and then Be Bold on the west. So pretty much 3 focal points for trying to evacuate the ruins are already going to be covered. So you did what you had to do, and that was to take the fight and get your 3 eliminations on to Hyper. A nice little skirmish, without a doubt. Next circle goes up. So if the circles continue to favor the runes, E7, they might be able to snake it out, get some additional placement points. But all in all, like that's their Sandhawk game, right? It's done, in my opinion.
Imagine if we didn't. Like, we split land, maybe that POI across where Be Bold is currently sitting, similar to what we had seen in some maybe prior weeks as opposed to like an actual hot drop. This would have been the game for them here on Sandhawk. But for Alpha7, getting peppered from afar, Revo has to drop down into the water, channel the best swimmer that we've ever seen, and is now resurfacing. SLR, you can see White LG and Dragon just kind of setting up shop there, looking for angles, holding crosses. And McGrellin is just like, no, I'm going further back. Maybe it's time we just disengage completely.
Koi can really play spoiler too. Koi is going to be on the opposite island in the blue here. So A7, they did pump the brakes a little bit, doing some more scouting here, not to get caught off guard again on their rotate across that bridge. But if they don't recognize Koi's position, Koi can really have a surprise factor.
Ooh.
In this fight.
I love that we're like not necessarily wanting to commit the frag until we get more information, but we're ready to cook when needed. Elsewhere, Titan Gaming playing spoiler here on Sandhawk to Death Wolves. That's going to be really unfortunate for them, knowing that they were working to jump over iNCO Gaming after a massive game day yesterday. Still 66 points, and now Death Wolves only has 1 left here. Titan Gaming, oh my gosh. Just like that. A clean fight against Death Wolves.
Yeah, and I did like that we saw the player cam. They weren't looking too disappointed, kind of, you know, clapping, getting a little more hyped up. And that fight was going to be all the way up there in the north. So Titan Gaming coming out on top of that one. They should be able to rotate into the play zone now. Death Wolves, though, they are going to have to watch out for Influence Rage, who are still alive, a team that is hot on their trail when it comes to overtaking them on the leaderboards. But getting back to this battle, SLR, we're talking about confidence plays. Taking out Alpha7, that's confidence all day. I believe Koi trying to make the push now. That alternate angle. Alpha7 fully committing to this fight now. They need to.
Honestly, SLR has to move.
Too.
We have in the blue. We're being held out. We have 2 total bandages here. There goes 1. And at the end of the day, Alpha7 is backing up, taking control of the space of the bridge, knowing that SLR will eventually have to rotate through. And Carrillo, Koi, you called it. You said Koi is going to be the hero of this play. Hits the flank, takes the knock, gets the full, turns the number advantage straight towards SLR.
Yeah, that was the play right there. Mafioso, McGrellin, they might just opt to just go to the play zone now, leave Revo here to fend for themselves potentially. But Dragon popping in the vehicle here on the roof, getting traded across the way from the M4 McGrellin. Dragon's going to be done for sure. So it's all kind of falling apart now for both these teams, committing to this blue zone engagement. Meanwhile, next circle pops. Team Queso, big chilling near Camp Alpha. This is going to be a good game for Influence Rage as well when it comes to closing that gap behind the Death Wolves, who were already eliminated.
That's actually a really good point. Influence Rage had a strong performance in the prior drop, and if we can keep up that momentum, which you said big fan of, right? I don't remember.
Believe it. Some people don't.
No, some people don't, but for me, I would love to see them be able to do so, especially if we're already on that eastern side. You've got a couple of warning teams that are going to maybe look to make a play for your position. Could be Royals of War, could be AGG. We'll just have to see where they all decide to make their entrance in. And for now, NRG Galaxy started off with a 20 elimination. Drop 1 in Erangel. Have already lost out on Fate, Malaz, and J7 and Spec. Going to have to turn this one around.
Yeah, just really unfortunate for NRG. They were trying to go for the safer rotate, actually rotating through the blue on that bridge south of Pine Ann to make it towards the Ruins area. That was probably their target. Unfortunate for them, Alpha7 have been in this area for some time, locked in their own engagement. So pretty much just getting caught off guard for free right there. Could be able to pick up Spec. But just unlucky losing the vehicle and losing Fate in the process.
Said he wanted to be free on the map, and well, I didn't know he was going to be free elo for another team here. With Spec, doubles down, gets back up, a couple HP to go, but is able to grab a knock, will fall to blue, but SLR is going to use the time that NRG Galaxy is taking away from Alpha7 to hit a full rotate around this.
Yeah, it looks like SLR, they hear the shots on the shoreline here. I'm really trying to see, are they going to stop to make the third-party push, or are they going to prioritize the circle? And you know what? Their meds probably not the best. They've been dipping into the meds for some time now, so it does look like they're going to continue to go into the circle. Only thing is Team Liquid are going to be waiting right there. So both these squads still locked in this battle in the blue for the time being, and looks like just one more player alive for NRG.
Ooh. For now, here comes the Chow, and it's gonna be Revo to deal the finishing blow, but we're still only up for 2 on Alpha7, and SLR found Cardozen, finds Ayala, and this is tough because Team Liquid currently on 3 eliminations, wanting more, wanting to solidify themselves. You heard Reflections earlier. He wants to see a team hit 1,000 before week 3 is over, and if we're getting closer to 850, getting closer to that number, I love that.
Getting close, and talking about getting close, Influence Rage getting close to ramping up their eliminations here on this Sandhawk map. Nice little spot there on the shoreline, because we start to see a couple swimmers in the water, possibly Royals of War, depending on where this next circle takes us. We already see AGG and their double points on the shoreline as well. So Influence Rage in a nice little power position, holding down the east side, in my opinion.
Oh no.
But honestly, this fight, yeah, Alpha7, I'll say they came out on top just because they had some eliminations. They were able to take advantage of it. But at the end of the day, like all those teams, SLR, Alpha7, pretty much just a throwaway Sandhawk map, in my opinion.
At least you're grabbing some eliminations, like you mentioned, sitting on 4 currently for Alpha7, and just like that, Titan Gaming fall with 5 AGG. Well, this is going to be a tough one for them. Guapo goes down, Federal. Now, if you're going to chow for the position that Influence Rage was able to grab for themselves, if we clean out the eastern side, survive here. Cadrino, last standing for AGG. Lagos ahead and picks up some fulls there. Just chucking nades because we've got plenty of them, but a 1v4 for us. Look, you just have to become one with the boulder or become one with back to the lobby. Influence Rage picks up AGG.
Yeah, another 4 game for AGG. They had 2 eliminations last game, and then 1 elimination in game 1 and 1 elimination in game 2. And AGG, just as a reminder, they are on their double points day, their final double points of the PUBG Mobile Super League America. So they're trying to take advantage of that. 2 more games to go for them. Hopefully they could pull something out the hat. Revo still alive from Alpha7, deep in the blue. That's a little Alpha7 update right there. But coming up here towards the north, Team Queso, iNCO Gaming, fighting for the clips right now.
Gary, not like this. We cannot pop onto a POV with Gary and see him get dropped. And then Abete does go ahead and get some action straight onto Milos. Gets the full as well. But Team Queso, every inch that iNCO Gaming tries to take, they answer straight on back. And now Nenabete has to clutch this up alongside Nunez, who's just across the way. Few HP and a dream. But the cross, the angles, looking for silence over there. Can we get over to Vitaly? We just need to finish this engagement and hit the res if able.
Silence saying the same thing too. Silence trying to close the gap, get the confirmation there on Vitaly. Wrapping around the edge, is going to be spotted, a little head right there, and there goes Silence. There goes Team Queso. So iNCO still surviving out here. Wouldn't say thriving. They did lose one in the process, but Bebo looking to make some plays out here on the FURIA.
Look at that. David trying to anchor down through the hill here. Looking for angles, looking for openings if we can get them. For now, think about FURIA up with 2 eliminations so far. Be bold on 1. Would be a really nice addition to be able to pick up 4 eliminations for Be Bold if they could, or vice versa for FURIA.
Yeah, without a doubt. And you see David trying to snake up, get within range to toss a Molotov, toss a grenade. That's all Be Bold needs to do is just toss all their utility here and try to flush out FURIA, who are anticipating the push right now. There's a huge knock right there for the Nubians as well. From iNCO trying to third party that engagement.
Okay. Law
Be bold.
down.
Okay, yeah, Be Bold. They're getting away, surveying the land, you know, getting the intel here before making their decision. But they definitely have to make one soon.
Okay. There's a lot of people that are going to be fighting over here. Even Royals of War is able to pick off 1 member of Team Liquid. So we'll have to see how this goes. Vitaly, though, not a lot of HP, no meds to work with. Choco down. Would love to see some of these nades connect, but when you just have to keep moving, right? Blue at your back. There goes the full, but we see the angles come through. iNCO Gaming has fallen. And with Influence Rage still at the helm, grabbing eliminations, and even FURIA here, we finally start to see this fight come to fruition.
Knock gets Be Bold, making the push down to just 1. LaRosen on the other side, trying to get the confirmation. Gusta doing the same thing over here. So now it's going to be a 2v1 happening right now. Ooh, 1v1. LaRosen putting in some work, but then taken out in the trade right there. So Be Bold, 3 eliminations. Getting a little aggressive here, just not going their way. But look at that, those shots. Yep, everybody here in those shots. 9Z looking over here. Team Liquid looking over here for the third party. So FURIA, they're about to be flushed.
Yo, but the nade threads through the window. Chief with the golden arm on him, hitting the crazy angles. Now looking for Becker. At this point, I'm a diehard Team Liquid fan. I'm about to go get my sign to prove it. But now Becker in the sights here of Chief. And they just want more. I told you guys yesterday Sandhawk went the way of Team Liquid. And it's looking promising. The biggest threat for them is going to be Influence Rage. The 4 members of that squad still standing and currently sitting on 7 eliminations. Now, mind you, this is a squad that has been working very hard to break into the top 4.
Yeah. And I love how Team Liquid are leaving Cardozen down in the south to make sure that his 2 squad mates can't get wrapped around a backstab who are trying to put in work and flush out these opponents in the compound. So, huge heads-up play right there from the trio of Team Liquid.
All right. See what we've got to work with here. No nades. That would be really brilliant to have if we're going to be the last standing member of FURIA. Nade goes out. Still have a molly in the pocket. But if we can go ahead and just start cleaning up FURIA, that would be great. But you're going to have to contend with Influence Rage here. And you already called it. Cardozen is in that south anchoring for Team Liquid. So their numbers are already at a disadvantage. And DBS up the hill straight towards 9Z. Still, a solo from FURIA, a solo from 9Z, 3 from Team Liquid. Influence Rage has the numbers advantage. They can just all push together and completely whittle away the numbers. There goes the last member of 9Z. Another elimination there for Influence Rage.
Yeah, they're doing great. Next play zone does not favor this hilltop, so we'll have to see them make the push. But before they do so, they need to take out the 3 opponents over here in the north side. Looks like Chief popping in their vehicle, prioritizing the circle, trying to group up with Cardozo. Once again, Influence Rage looking to close the gap between them and the Death Wolves, who were eliminated a little earlier on. When it comes to the overall leaderboards here, Influence Rage with 10 eliminations so far, but they need to fight the final boss, the trio of Team Liquid.
This is crazy because Mythic is still up in the north. Now, if Influence Rage can pick off Mythic and then set their sights onto Chief and just take every fight one by one, but FURIA was going for the rat falls to the blue.
Look at
and
this.
now Mythic.
Got him.
Not Diego, not like this, not Federal. Mythic going for the overall. Elin says, I'm going to clean it up if I can, and holy Cardozo.
Yeah. Team Liquid, winner, double points, chicken dinner. The Mythic play right there, lurking in the blue. Influence Rage had no clue in the world, and then it was all about a 1, 2, 3, and then the trio of Team Liquid just cross-firing up there on top of Influence Rage. Influence Rage, though, still solid game. Second place, 10 eliminations. But this is that chicken dinner that Team Liquid have been so close to securing here tonight. Finally locking it down here for their double point.
Look, I told you that Team Liquid was very solid when it came to Sandhawk yesterday. A 19-point game, 9 eliminations. And Taylor, look, Reflections, man. 11 eliminations, another winner chicken dinner, and you get bonus points. What more could you ask for?
Not a whole lot, right? Maybe more eliminations, but I mean, honestly, that's getting greedy at that point, right? Especially with the day TL has had. And good shout, Tiff, yesterday, right? You know, Team Liquid did win on Sandhawk. So back-to-back days, winning Sandhawk, incredibly impressive. But what is so cool to me, Dave, is just how Mythic continues to just excel in just about every fight that he gets into as an individual, right? And that's so impressive to me because every member on Team Liquid is individually skilled, right? But Mythic is just, he's so clutch.
He wants the MVP. You know, he's trying to overthrow Revo, who has been the top elimination holder, I believe, since week 1, right? So I think today could be that day. There's been multiple games here tonight that Mythic has just been putting in a lot of work here, Reflections.
He has been, and again, clutching yesterday in that 1v2 against SLR was impressive, and now even here getting 3 members at the very end. We're talking taking down Flaw, Federal, Diego, just sneaking up on him and taking him. It's Team Liquid is on a different level, not because they're in first place, but because of their individualistic skills to be able to clutch up. And they've been doing that ever since they were under the banner of Loops. Now that they're under Team Liquid, I feel it gave them a bit of a buff. Team Liquid is a massive organization to obviously represent. I want to start, though, at the revenge tour for E7 at the beginning, Tiff. If you remember day 1 of this series, Ruins was in hot contention. It was in hot contention between Hyper and E7. And Hyper won that big fight, and that's where we saw Stars really come into form at LAN, talking trash. But E7 finally wins and get revenge, but at what cost, right? They leave with only 2 members left.
They do leave with 2 members left, and at the end of the day, no one is winning the Battle of Ruins because everyone was able to rotate straight on into that, clean up, and honestly, we just had to have a moment of silence for that end game there for Influence Rage because, man, to let that happen to you is so tough, but to have Team Liquid grab a win on their double points day, taking a 42 points. I mean,
it's like you look at Alpha7 last game, Dave, and it's like we're praising them, 16 elims and a winner chicken dinner, and granted, a huge come up, right? But it's like Team Liquid shuts them right back down, sends that lead, even more so than 107, right, to take over first place. And 42 points is a huge game for Team Liquid. This is the best double points day they have had yet.
every time Alpha7 make a step in the right direction, Team Liquid respond with a leap in the right direction, right? And of course, the double points definitely playing a factor. And Alpha7, they will be in the double points on the last day. I'm still sticking with my guns here. I want to see Alpha7 put a stop to the Team Liquid momentum we've been seeing here tonight.
I don't think you can stop it.
I'm sticking with it, all right?
I don't think you can stop it.
All right.
It's not stopping.
It's not
32,
stopping.
game
It's not
1.
stopping.
44, drop 2.
You gotta stop
42,
it.
drop 4.
Someone's
How are you
gotta
going to
stop
stop
it.
that, Dave? How are we stopping that?
Send E7 at him.
Okay.
What? Okay. Hey,
More
whatever.
elims for Team Liquid.
Oh, the
There
truth
you go.
comes out. The truth comes out.
Hey, E7 had their time to shine in week 2, but haven't really shined that bright in week number 3. Second page, not that eventful. I know Titan Gaming had a bit of life for a little bit with the 5 elims, but the placings is what they really needed. That's where they suffered. Team Liquid will continue their lead, 879. 2 more games to go. We won't reach 1,000 today, but I swear I want to reach 1,000 by day number 15. The dream is still alive, especially at the rate Team Liquid is going at. Their lead will extend 129 over that of Alpha7. Now, as far as the big movers go, Dave, we do see Influence Rage move up, Death Wolves go down.
Oh, man. But they heard your wolf roar earlier on, man.
It motivated them, huh?
Demotivated them, man. They needed more passion, more passion. They didn't get it from me, man.
Well,
One point, though, they can come back. They can come back.
I hope so, surely so with 1 point. I mean, we'll hope. I don't know.
Back.
Now, today, though, Influence Rage is on fire. The second page, by the way, just to browse over it, Be Bold continues to be on that edge of catching up into first, or excuse me, not first, but onto the first page. Be Bold does get 6 points from the last game, but it's just not enough. They're going to have to do better in the last 2. I'm fully confident that they can. They just got to reach over or get over that hump. But Influence Rage, though, 29 total eliminations today. They are on fire, and they're doing so not even on their double points, which
back-to-back second places too with
exactly
eliminations for Influence Rage,
which is great, exactly what they needed, and that's why they're moving up. Dave, Influence Rage is a team that is storied, right? I mean, the previous champs from this series, granted a new roster, but they're coming and trying to return to glory. First place is out of reach, but top 4, they'll take it.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, this is a team, they got a track record, right? So they got what it takes. They got the experience, and now they're fighting for that survival spot, and they just were able to claim it. So there's going to be a lot of ups and downs between them and Death Wolves until the very end here, Reflections, without a doubt.
Without a doubt, the race to top 4 still continues. I'm loving every bit of it, and I hope you are as well. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you're enjoying it. And also, if you're talking on the socials, make sure you're using hashtag PMSL Americas. Well, that's 4 games down, 2 more to go. Miramar coming up after the break. But as we go into the break, we've got Sarpatch on site to talk to Alpha7's McGrellin. Let's hear what McGrellin had to say.
All right, guys, here we are with Magdalene from Alpha7. Congratulations on the victory, a very important victory for you guys, especially since Team Liquid is double pointing. They didn't do that many points, but you guys did. So tell me about how important that is for you guys. É importante porque o TL não fez muito pontos, eles estão fazendo dobro ponto, então jogo assim para vocês, quão importante é?
Acredito que não vai trabalhar as 3 últimas quedas para tentar uma minute kill, né? Para conseguir amanhã e no dobro de ponto no domingo ficar tranquilo.
They're going to work to get another victory today, have a good day today, have a good day tomorrow, and on Sunday have double points and get champion points. Esse domingo vai ser muito importante, né? Você acha que vocês vão precisar chegar com mais pontos nesse dia, ou esse dia vai ser que vai terminar de ganhar? Do you think on Sunday you're gonna be able to have already a lot of points and just take it home with the double points, or what are you looking at?
Acredito que vai ser tranquilo. Acredito que não vai trabalhar hoje, mas as últimas quedas é amanhã, que amanhã a Team Liquid também não dobra. Chegar no domingo e com esse título na mão fazer muitos pontos para conquistar esse título.
That they want to play tomorrow, and that's not double points. Not double points. They just want to see themselves with the title in hands and being champions. Thank you very much, sir. Best of luck. Let's go back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 13. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. That's 4 games done. Just got out of Sandhawk, where we saw a big victory coming out from Team Liquid over Influence Rage, who's been absolutely stellar today, moving up to 4th place, knocking Deathwolves down. They have a 1-point lead, but we're about to hop into map 5, which is Miramar. Last time we left off of Miramar, it was 9Z coming out with surprise victory. Despite losing 2 early on, they take the game with 2 against that of Team Liquid. We had an interview with one of the players. It was nice to hear from them. Their mindset, business as usual, they said. They're cruising through. We'll see how far 9Z can continue to go. But Tiff, it's finally time to start the conversation I tried to start a long time ago before NRG Fate interview took priority, right? Let's talk about how teams can stop other teams. Now, yesterday, Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, we were talking about how can teams rather stop other teams in PUBG Mobile. And Dave's kind of been playing around with this conversation a little bit today, and that's why I want to talk about it. In other BRs, right, you see teams, they'll hot drop on teams. Not grief, but hot drop to stop their momentum, right? That doesn't happen in PUBG Mobile. Teams refuse to change up their landing drops. They refuse to challenge other rosters. Do we feel like PUBG Mobile might be missing a little bit of that spiciness? And do you think it's actually beneficial to give up your landing spot and try and hot drop another team with the intention of stopping their momentum?
I'm just like sitting here. I'm like, yeah, no. If I'm going to just throw my game to chance stopping Team Liquid, knowing that they've already broken through 850 points, at the end of the day, it's just giving them more points. Now, that's not going to open the door. Now, granted, if you're vying for maybe that 4th place spot, I think that's where you'll start to see teams maybe start taking risks, and it'll come through maybe tomorrow or even on the final day. And I think that's where we'll see a lot of it, because at the end of the day, these teams on land, they're going to know where the weapon spawns are. They're going to know everything that's going to occur like the back of their hand. And if that plane path lines up with someone, they're like, I know for a fact that I can drop this team that's at the bottom of the leaderboard, and I know if I can just get the jump on them for their drop spot, why not? That's going to come through tomorrow and the final day, 100%.
And that's where the conversation was yesterday. It wasn't necessarily about Team Liquid or Alpha7. It was more so about the race, the top 4, right, Dave? It's like the conversation of FURIA trying to stop Deathwolves or trying to stop iNCO, who was on fire yesterday, right? Because FURIA needed to maintain their positioning, but they didn't do so, right? So that top 4 race is where teams need to, I think, get a bit more aggressive in trying to stop each other. Now, granted, you do run the risk of cannibalizing each other, and then another team just comes up out of nowhere. But Dave, I do think there is value in trying to stop a team that's gaining momentum towards top 4.
Yeah, without doubt. I mean, the Deathwolves, they're kind of stopping their own momentum here tonight. Last game, just unfortunate up against Titan Gaming. And if I'm looking at the Deathwolves, I'm gonna get some revenge on Titan Gaming. I love Titan Gaming, but I love the Deathwolves a little more. So I'm gonna be hunting them down on their drop spots for Miramar and shoving their face in the dirt. Like, hey, that's the last time. That's the last time you drop us. All right, Titan Gaming, you stay down there. But Deathwolves, losing their lead by only 1 point. So they could maybe opt to like drop on one of the lower teams and get back within that 4th place position. But Influence Rage, they've just been doing so good here tonight. They've been so consistent, and they're heating up as well, because tomorrow is their double points day. So I like to joke and meme a lot about like these races, between 4th and 1st or whatnot. But in all seriousness, like Influence Rage is also another squad kind of similar to Team Liquid, who has just been heating up here all day, and that gets me worried for their double points day when it comes to just strengthening their gap on the overall leaderboard.
Oh, there it is. Map number 5, Miramar. We're about to drop in. I'm excited. 9Z, Team Liquid, iNCO. Those were your top 3. Will they remain top 3 on the second Miramar? Let's find out. Mustache Dave, Spider Tiff, take it away.
Oh, let's do it. I hope that things keep going mixy. I love that we're already seeing things completely change in terms of teams that are looking to unseat for that top 4. But back to Miramar we go. Now, Dave, last time we saw it drop 2. 9Z won with 2 eliminations, but it was Team Liquid that stole the show with 16 elims.
Listen, 9Z, they won because Nemesis put in a ton of work up against the trio of Team Liquid, all right? Yeah, they got the win, all right? And that's what matters at the end of the day. But they lost 2 really early on, I believe, up against Hyper. And then they kind of just, like, tossed the stone, and they ended up in the final placement when it comes to circles. So, you know, I don't like to say this word lightly, but luck was definitely on their side, in my opinion. But 9Z, hey, take the wins when you can, right?
Very true. Let's go ahead and look. We've got a relatively central zone polling for stage 1. You love to see that. Alpha7 will remain up in that northern area. Now, granted, because the plane path is so far on the eastern side, they may not make it all the way over to their favored El Pozo, but they'll kind of anchor off to see where they go through. FURIA still in that southeastern side, nearby Death Wolves, who have been trying to do their best but have not been able to find that momentum that Team Liquid has found here in day 13. And NRG able to stretch it out for their favored drop position.
I think NRG this week have been doing really good, all things considered. Last week, it was like Sunday, they were starting to ramp it up, and we really started to see like some signs of life from them. And they've been able to carry on into this week, in my opinion. And then to make it even better, like they're changing up the strategies, adapting to the lobby. We heard in the interview, Fate will be taking a step back from their role of IGLing that they've been doing here for years now. So that to me is showing that NRG, they're looking for a change and looking to move in the right direction. So shout out to NRG representing North America here tonight and looking to be on that first page.
See if they can do that. And honestly, SLR had a really nice showing just even yesterday in day number 12, and we were hoping to see them have just some massive moves here today on their double points day, the final double points day for Group B.
Yeah.
But for now, it hasn't been, I wouldn't say it's been bad by any means. It's been quite interesting to see kind of the way that they've been fighting around each other and the growth that SLR has obtained throughout the prior weeks.
I think when we look at teams in our Group B, like double points, the only squad that really stands out to me is Team Liquid. I mean, that's hard to argue. SLR, B Bold, AGG, those 3 teams really haven't been taking advantage of the double points potential, right? So they've been getting really sloppy on their early to mid game rotations, constantly losing 1 or 2 on the approach, and honestly just kind of not taking smart third-party fights when the option presents itself. So I think when we start to kind of break down like the double points whole factor of the leaderboards, you kind of gotta play a little more aggressive on these days just to try to maximize your points output. I think Team Liquid are doing just that, because normally Team Liquid, you know, on their non-double points day, they loop, look for some early game power positions, they lock it down, and show up in the late game with 4 up, healthy, and they look for the winner chicken dinner, and they let the eliminations come towards them. But tonight, they've been being a little more aggressive. They've been getting into fights throughout every single game, and getting involved, you know, something that I would wish to see from these other teams. So I think now that we are in week 3, a couple of these squads kind of unlocking the code of, hey, double points day. Let's be a little more aggressive than normal. Meanwhile, some of these other teams just still haven't realized that, in my opinion.
And there's a lot of teams that have talked about that, wanting to be more aggressive, amp it up, but then we never see it actually come through, or maybe they try and someone just shuts them down a little bit early. But something that we just kind of saw when we were kind of perusing through some of our feeds there and we were bringing up the player cams is every time we see Team Liquid on the screen, they have the printouts of every map where all of the teams drop. Now, some things to be said about that. Now, I don't see it for everyone, or maybe it's just off screen, but that can help give you that mental picture and provide some clarity around teams that potentially have rotated from certain areas depending on where those zones have pulled, and knowing who you are going up against with that fight can really provide so much information. Or maybe even if it's a humble guess, right? Like right off the rip, you're like, this is who I'm going up against, this is how they like to fight. You have to be on the lookout. Like, let's say someone's going up against Team Liquid, right? You know for a fact that if there's multiple teams in the area, they're anchored off looking at holding both of them, whether that's Cardozo, whether that's Ayala, and it just makes things a little interesting. Or you just know, I have to be hyper aggressive here because I'm only fighting potentially half of Team Liquid.
Yeah, 100%. If you're making blind fights at this point of the stage, week 3, without having a good idea on who you might be versing, you're actually throwing, because you got teams like NRG always drop in Los Egos, you got Hyper always in Vela Del Mar, like there's teams that they're always coming through the same rotational pathways, right? So if you're kind of just throwing it to the wind and guessing who you might be up against, you're already at a disadvantage, in my opinion. So, and we're starting to see teams who, like you said, do have those maps printed out, do the VOD reviews, do the scrims, do the practice. They're just coming out on top here.
Definitely, and a team that really has a strong chance to move up the leaderboard. Now, granted, at least to 7th place, right? Just 2 points behind Team Queso is going to be Royals of War. Now, they've got the compound kind of out here in the center of this field, and there's a couple teams that are in that nearby vicinity, and although Team Liquid is great at opening things up from that mid to long range, I just don't think that's necessarily something that they need to do just yet here. We look for some different space to anchor down on, because this area of Miramar is so open, things can get very tough.
Yeah, Royals of War have such a good compound right now. I mean, we saw those sightlines, the open fields pretty much surrounding the building, that as long as you got eyes on 360 from all angles, you should anticipate any potential push right there. So Royals of War just locking it down, hoping that these circles continue to go their way, of course. But with Royals of War, right, being what are they? Position 8th place?
Yep.
I don't know. I still don't know if that would be the strat I would be going for. In my opinion, I would still be trying to like go for the edge play almost and try to take fights throughout the game instead of just hoping that these fights come towards you late.
I know Mythic is going to just want to take this compound so bad. It's only a matter of time. And I'd be curious to see like what they do to unleash that. They have plenty of vehicles. Now, granted, they could just elect to rotate out of it and maybe clear the surrounding area and just leave Royals of War kind of isolated in their field.
Well,
for now, you got that circle pull all of these players.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Be Bold is going to be on that front line of the southeastern side of that next circle. Now, they're still looking to break onto that first page, and this could be the chance to move around it. Speaking of chances, Doran on the outside here picks off White Elegy.
Going back to Be Bold, they were somewhat separated moments ago when we were looking at the map, so hopefully they can group back up, get that high ground, and be able to catch a couple opponents on their rotates. Now that we did see that circle favor the north. San Martin in play, AGG will be holding that down. All these squads on the west side, so we're looking at Hyper, Titan Gaming, SLR, 9Z down there. I believe NRG also looking to use the west side to rotate maybe through Power Grid, maybe up towards San Martin. Trying to avoid each other for the time being. Just rushing, pedal to the metal right now. But look at that, in the elimination feed, Alpha7 just getting a knock, probably not going to be getting the confirm, but just letting AGG know, like, hey, you better watch it. You better watch it, girls. We're going to take some shots.
Gotta keep your eyes out on that. Looks like I do actually get the confirm onto them, so AGG will be left for a trio.
That's a mistake. Wow.
That's unfortunate for sure. But look at the angles here. Titan Gaming, they know Alpha7 or their squad, at least one of them is going to be just above them. You can see Mafioso has the vehicle on this angle, looking for information for teams rotating throughout. And, well, if you're able to spot one as Titan Gaming, you can kind of relay that to the rest of your squad and be like, maybe we rotate just a little further out, because you can see Redox in the distance.
Yeah, this has me going back to like what Coach Wancho originally told me today is like they're gonna look for smarter fights and look for the third-party potential. So Blim kind of out there on their own has me a little concerned, and then you got Dorn and Inactive driving up there towards the north, and Red Ox still on power grid. I feel like the squad's getting a little too separated right now, especially with considering all those teams trying to rotate to the west side. Like they're just not going to be set up for a nice classic gatekeep right now. They're all separated in their own individual angles. So
ooh, for NRG.
Yep, and this is what I was just talking about. Like a little too separated.
Everyone's gonna collapse upon each other. Choco on your screen though.
Rip.
Putting the pressure straight onto Inactive. Elite joins up alongside him. Now 9Z was the team that had such a good performance there in map number 2 for Miramar. A win with 2 eliminations gives them 12 points. And I say good because I think anything, once you hit the double digits, is going to be great. But for NRG, who started off strong on Erangel, drop number 1, not able to find their flow just yet, out in the blue. And if it's not Team Queso, you can see Alpha7 is going to be that next threat once they get out of blue.
Yeah, NRG game 1, winner, chicken dinner, and 20 eliminations. Definitely the start you want to have for your evening. But then after that, they had what, a 12th place with 3 eliminations and a 6th place with 1 elimination. So yeah, NRG is slowly sliding down the slope here. Not keeping pace with their amazing game number 1, unfortunately.
It's crazy, and then I start to think of like what's going to happen when they move back to Erangel for drop number 6. That's going to be like the last hope. And oh no, Alpha7 on to Team Liquid. Pops straight through Ayala. Joins back up with the crew. That just means Team Liquid down to a trio. You think back to that first initial roll-up on Royals of War in their compound, and you're kind of like, should we have pushed that? We'd be in a completely different position. Royals of War now on that southern edge of circle, and Alpha7 move into a nice position here for the time being.
Definitely feels good taking out 1 from Team Liquid, trying to set them back a couple pegs here as they are just really one of these teams snowballing here tonight. Really consistent when it comes to getting their double points, eliminations, and of course their winner chicken dinner. So they're going to be down 1 here, but they're still going to be in the zone. Hacienda del Patron is the current position they're holding down, but they're safe. They don't need to move for the time being.
Every time I say someone's safe, I just let you know they're never safe. They're never safe. They look safe, everything's good, there's no one in sight, and the next thing you know, everything goes wrong. So, we'll have to see.
Looks like FURIA are going to be trying to group back up here on the edge, maybe even hunting down E7, who just lost 1 on their rotate. B-Bold still holding down Crater east of Graveyard, iNCO and Graveyard. So a lot of teams just trying to pick a spot and hoping that the next circle continues to favor them and lock it down. Let the eliminations come towards you. And talking about eliminations coming towards you, SLR finally making their breach into the play zone here on the edge, trying to avoid the sightlines of FURIA.
Ooh, and there we go. Love that we're able to pull up the map to see. Dragon on your screen, a vehicle for cover, takes so much damage. Forced to disengage, but gets caught by Artruzen. So we'll just have to see. There goes the full. Unfortunate for them. And the pop comes through. We're moving towards the west. Death Wolves are going to win out on that regard and will now be allowed to gatekeep the entire northeastern side of things. So SLR, FURIA, and even Hyper that is spreading out outside the zone on the north. But for Woshan and Koi, man, sometimes you just gotta get out.
Yeah, just trying to survive right here. They're going to be following suit with E7 doing the same thing. E7 only losing 1 so far. So SLR, they could get into a nice little skirmish. Get some elimination points. Team Queso will be relocating after that circle shift. It looks like they were setting up a potential push onto AGG, but then the circle popped. So be prioritizing circle here. Doing a little bit of blind scouting here. Gonna be rolling right up onto Titan Gaming.
Ooh. Okay, Silence. Yeah, you get traded out, but Redux on the other side of this boulder, trying to take this fight to him. But can we make this come through? Both players incredibly weak, but at the end of the day,
wow,
we still are going through. Team Queso taking down Titan Gaming for AGG on the opposing side. Grab that onto Milos. We talk about the third parties all the time. And AGG finally converts one.
Like Milos just taking a little too long to rotate with their squad mates who recently got that dip, taking it away from Titan Gaming. Will be caught right there from AGG, but I believe Alpha7 hearing those shots from AGG, looking to wrap around AGG and possibly take them out, get some elimination points. Alpha7 with the whole squad alive, 2 eliminations going their way, but going back to Be Bold. Still got 4 up, double points day. They got E7 and Royals of War in their general area right now.
Okay. Nade comes through. Connects for a bit. Elsewhere, AGG and Alpha7 are just getting mixy. But for Influence, Rage pops in the car. SLR done and dusted. And FURIA starts putting the pressure straight onto E7. Only 2 players up for now. And Royals of War. There goes a third party, and there goes Entity 7.
Yeah, it's all about the third party here on Miramar. FURIA are going to be doing just that onto E7. Royals of War still alive, taking the potential push onto Be Bold, who are once again kind of letting these eliminations slip through their fingers, sitting on 0 as of right now. That's going to be down there in the south, but going over here to the Death Wolves. Going to be up here in the north. Oh, we'll get back to that because Royals of War finally making the push here.
Just not done. Be Bold just on top of Cole here. Curious to see what kind of angles they're going to be able to take, but it doesn't matter because David has fallen and Franz just across from them. Victex on the inside looking through the smoke. The pinch comes in and Fran done and dusted. Now, still 3 up here from Royals of War. It's going to be a nice engagement for them. Pull up the map to see just kind of the onslaught that is to come.
Royals of War doing a great job at just using the utility right now. Forcing Be Bold to hit that retreat, but Be Bold, little do they know, they're going to be walking right into the arms of iNCO Gaming if they're not careful. And FURIA on the opposite end, sandwiching now Royals of War, who recently just backfilled the Be Bold warehouse.
It's kind of wild because Be Bold trying to inch ever so closer from unseating Royals of War. Elsewhere, All Glory Gaming has fallen, and if FURIA can take down Royals of War and Be Bold can kind of keep putting up eliminations and find themselves with a pretty good game here, it could be a different story in terms of the overall leaderboard.
A lot of smokes out right now. Looks like FURIA repositioning their vehicles, keeping those tires alive. But not done yet with the push. Victex in the smoke popping out of the soft cover with some spray from the M4. Getting lasered themselves here. Next circle does not favor this warehouse. Got to keep that in mind. So time is not on their side.
Okay, well, Death Wolves, they're going to grab a knock. And honestly, at the end of the day, it's the Influence Rage Death Wolves FURIA game. FURIA had fallen out and keeps trickling in that downward trajectory, but they can stop it here and now. There's still 2 more days of gameplay after this. And we are still very close to making it towards that survival stage slot in 4th. That is the true battle. But Influence Rage has been climbing after iNCO games. Strong performance yesterday to put them into top 3. But Royals of War throwing out the nades, looking for angles onto FURIA.
Yeah.
It's beneficial.
A lot of indecision coming out right now for FURIA. I still see Kowski in the vehicle, in the buggy, looking to reposition and looking for the intel, but it looks like Royals of War taking full advantage of that. Nice knock with a grenade. Kowski, 1v2 situation. Cole go, though. DBS taking them out. And then you got Victex on the second story. Guardian Angel roll here, giving Cole plenty of room to work with, but a clutch revive happening behind this boulder.
Ooh, it looked like Victex was trying to make a play, but Cole hits the push, and there it is. Victex grabs Becker, Gary, A Hail Mary nade straight onto Cole Goad, and this is just an all-out brawl between the squads over here. Fury, on the other hand, gets eliminated. They pick up 4 eliminations, but Victix with the angles, trying to put the pressure down, and there goes iNCO. Vitaly down. Push this DBS. We do still need a reload, but we're focusing on healing up for the time being. Gary over there, and then Abete from the distance, hanging on out.
3v1. Vitex is in the blue, trying to get this heal off in time. Worlds of War, 8 eliminations, though, doing a great job up against FURIA. And iNCO recognizing the fight over here on the edge and trying to take advantage of that. So smart heads-up play from iNCO. But Vitex, there you go, trying to go for that hero play and was taken out in the process. But 8 eliminations, 1,600 damage done for Worlds of War. Still pretty solid Miramar game here.
That's beautiful, and we kind of see them get closer to jumping up another position for Deathwolves, though. Out there in the northeast, looking for Capri's if they can find them from Hyper. Team Liquid, strong showing there in the northwest, kind of isolated by themselves. Just the focus on that rotation. 9Z is likely going to get sandwiched towards the next stage. For iNCO Gaming, able to escape from the south. Pretty nice to have all their numbers up.
Yeah, iNCO sitting on 2 eliminations, so looking to increase that here. They're going to be in the south right there on the edge. But the Deathwolves in the north, no longer in the play zone, trying to take shots at 9Z. And then behind them, Hyper, of course. Team Liquid no longer in play as well. So Deathwolves, they got multiple opponents in their general vicinity. Looks like Hyper going to make the push, but a beautiful grenade right there. Hyper losing 1 in the process.
It's gonna be good. Okay, there goes another frag. Capri's cooking one of their own to answer back.
More.
The onslaught that we are witnessing, just complete chaos. FS has to back down, find some time to heal up if possible. Same with Capri's, but this could be the opening that Deathwolves need to try and close the distance or maybe take another nade angle. What can we do for Capri's? We're still getting hit. They don't have any more nades.
Nope. A lot of damage. Blue zone closing in as well. But the Deathwolves will need to reposition eventually. So they're trying to clean up these 2 additional eliminations before doing just that.
Okay, Capri's 1 HP and a dream. FS trying to buy you some time, but Queso is going to be able to grab that knock.
Wow.
And there goes Capri's, takes down Rataboy, but gets traded. Goodbye for them currently. Hyper has fallen, 0 eliminations. We are into the final 8 squads. At the end of the day, Alpha7 still has all 4 members up. Same with Influence, Rage, and iNCO Gaming.
Yeah, beautiful shots from Capri's right there, laser. But let's get into this battle. Alpha7 on the defend right here, tossing out those smokes to make sure they're not third-partied from Team Liquid downrange. iNCO, though, trying to crest over the hill, trying to open this battle up with some grenades using their utility here, and sending Abete on the off angle.
Ooh. Just threads between Vitaly and Nunez. Now, if I'm iNCO Gaming, I want to pick up as many eliminations as possible because you have to realize Deathwolves in 4th now, toggling between that with Influence Rage. Now, it's like a 70-point difference in that 3rd place, but knowing that you've already burnt through your double points game, okay, it's gonna be tough, and Carrillo is not the squad. Alpha7 is not where you want to be going up against right now in stage 6 because it's the biggest threat that you've got towards this end game. This fight is inevitable.
Oh no, I see some knocks over there. Grellin was holding a crucial angle to stop any off angle from Nenabete, but forced to group up with their squad mates. Now here comes Nenabete in the vehicle, trying to get some runovers. Look at that, the 360 right there from Revo. It's not done yet. We got Gary on the high ground, trucking down range, but was third-partied from Mythic, and then confirmed right there. And Alpha7 still going to be alive.
Okay, Revo here is going to look to hit the double res if possible. It'd be a clean reset. Team Liquid elsewhere is kind of preoccupied, but that's because they split. And despite having 3, Grelline has the play here on the rock and the vehicle, knowing that he's going up against two members of Team Liquid. Chief and Cardozen are working so in tangent with one another. And we are just fending off against this Cardozen, though. RIC1 has doubled back to go help out Mythic, but Mythic has fallen. Mythic has been fooled. Team Liquid now a duo.
Chief with the P90 was able to get that crate over here. McGrellan, no helmet, M4. Chief anticipating the push. Here comes the spray down. P90 just too strong, and there goes the confirmation.
You can see Alpha7 just pops in the vehicle, starts focusing on that rotation, or maybe the pull-up comes through straight towards Chief.
Chief trying it, right?
Last alive.
Yeah, teamwork right there. And Cardozen in the back line here. Find the boulder. 1v2 up against Alpha7. Another good game for Influence, by the way.
They need it. They need it. If they want to try and make a play for the top 3, anything's possible. But Alpha7, you know, remember, they took out the first member of Team Liquid here on Miramar, and they deal the finishing blow. But at what cost? Revo there. One of the members standing alongside Mafioso on 10 eliminations. Now, granted, drop number 3 on Aaron Gale, they were able to walk away with a win and 16 elims. So, still a decent game here.
iNZ trying to make a play out here. iNZ looking at grenade. Alpha7. Revo going to be pressing into the zone, finding a little bowl. Hit the dirt right now. Influence Rage wrapping around the south, trying to clear that out, trying to rack up some eliminations here. Currently sitting on 6, the only team with the whole squad alive. Influence Rage gonna get a winner chicken dinner. Keeping law on the compounds up there in the north, keeping tabs on 9Z on the high ground. And here comes the push. Law relaying that information back to their teammates. And here comes the support right in time.
There goes the nade. Okay, so you see the DBS in Federal's hand. You gotta be weary about that one. But at the end of the day, Law with the cheekiest of angles just catches Chuko completely off guard. Okay.
This should be it for 9Z. At least they're working together, but that doesn't work when you walk into the barrel of a shotgun. They are going to get a confirmation, though.
On to Law. That's how you start things
play.
up. Team Queso falls elsewhere. If you work in synergy, Milovan, though, is going to be able to grab that opening with a nade, and there we go. You said this should be the end, and 9Z has fallen.
7, they got the pickup, trying to retreat, trying to get back into cover, get the heal off. Have a buggy to work with, but Influence Rage looking to seal the deal. Federal looking at that off angle. Diego doing the same thing over here. Looking to collapse onto Alpha7, the duo that's still alive. 11 eliminations going their way. But the winner wearing chicken dinner in the fingers right now of Influence Rage.
Revo gets taken out by Milovan. Is that how this is going to be? The cleanup crew is here. Influence Rage take drop number 5 on Miramar. A stellar performance with 11 eliminations.
11 eliminations, and right there we saw the run over and the quick swap to the back seat to get the spray down right there. So that's game sense. And Influence Rage, I gotta say, once again, strengthening their lead up against the Death Wolves, who they went out in 7th position with only 4 eliminations. So Influence Rage looking to end today on a high note. One more match to go, but tomorrow will be Influence's double points day, which if I'm a Death Wolves fan, which I am, I'm getting a little concerned. I'm getting a little concerned because the Death Wolves really haven't been putting up too many numbers here tonight when it comes to eliminations and placements here, Reflections.
Step it up. Now, the good news is they do have their double points still to come, right? So that is at least a good notion. However, Influence Rage have been on fire. 40 eliminations today. 29 before, plus the 11 today, or plus the 11, excuse me, in that Miramar, and the win. My goodness. If this was double points for Influence Rage, I mean, they would have 80 bonus points alone just off of eliminations, which is just nutty to think about. Not to mention the 2 back-to-back second places, the 3rd place in area map number 1, and then obviously the 1st place in Miramar. I'm getting iNCO Gaming vibes, Tiff, at this point, right? iNCO Gaming was like this yesterday. Influence Rage is like it today.
You're not wrong. Influence Rage understood the assignment. They know where they've fallen. They've set the stage for how they want their last 3 days to look here in PMSL America's Spring. And, well, you gotta think about it this way. Influence Rage, they've still got double points tomorrow in Group C. And if we're already opening things up this strong, even if you cut it in half and just have a repeat performance tomorrow, they should be able to do enough to leapfrog, considering iNCO Gaming already burned their double point. And I say burned, but I mean, they just used it, right? They used it impressively well. The best we've seen from any team. And it would just be crazy if they put such a stellar performance on their bonus day to not be able to hold on to it.
It would be impressive and depressing at the same time, right, for iNCO, who, like you said, put up some of the biggest points, but the reality is they still had a large gap to climb up, right? So even though they get all those points, it's not like their position is guaranteed, because we knew how tight the race was already from 4th down, or even 3rd place down. So I'm loving this run from Influence Rage without question. Now 9Z though, you know, they don't get the victory, Dave, but like they still have a great second Miramar. You know, 1st place Miramar number 2, or number 1 Miramar number 2. They come around and get 3rd place. It seems like 9Z just understand Miramar.
They got heart, all right, Reflections. They got heart, and yeah, like you said, Miramar, that is their map of preference. The only thing is, like, 15th place, 2 more days of Miramar. Hey, you're doing what you gotta do, right? And not to be last, and that's the goal for them. But I'm looking at iNCO. iNCO have been okay here tonight, right? But Influence Rage is doing so much better. And honestly, I've been talking about and looking at Influence Rage in that 4th place up against the Death Wolves. But with the performance tonight from Influence, I'm starting to look at like a top 3 from this squad, honestly. If iNCO continue to kind of slide down and lose their lead, of course, the lead, there's a nice, you know, chunky gap between the two. But I'm bringing this up because Influence have had such a phenomenal day. Heading into their double points tomorrow, they got a lot of potential, in my opinion, to beat top 3 right now if they continue what they're doing.
Without question, Influence Rage. I hope they're not burning through all of like their potential here, not on their double points, because that has happened in the past. Now, that's just, you know, of course, superstition. Tomorrow, I really do hope Influence Rage keeps up the energy, because if they do, they're absolutely deserving of a spot on the international stage. We take a look at our overall standings. Where does Influence Rage currently sit? Well, in 4th place, there is going to be no moving about from 1 through 8. But the big thing to take note of, Influence Rage is closing up on that gap of iNCO Gaming. It is now down to 51 points, which at the beginning of the day was much larger, right? So they've made an impressive run, and on their double points, they could easily pass iNCO Gaming. So Dave, I'm with you. 3rd place for sure. But the Death Wolves race between the two, it's still so close, Tiff, that I'm like, Death Wolves is still very much in it, despite being hit or miss today.
And Death Wolves also still has a bonus point day in pocket.
Yes.
Theirs will be that final day, right? So that's where things get tough, because you look at this entire first page, and a squad that would need that is going to be Influence Rage and Death Wolves. There are 2 teams here in the top 8 that have just on the lowest side of the bonus points day. That massive performance from iNCO Gaming yesterday is really holding them into the top 3. Now, knowing that there's just only, I believe, 13 total drops left for them, can you hold it for 13 more drops?
That's the question right now. Dave, I do want to bring up a little bit of a micro storyline. Granted, Royals of War in 8th place. They do have a chance to maybe make it into the top 4. After all, their double points day is tomorrow. We've seen some big days so far, at least yesterday. Be Bold is at 498, and then we have Royals of War who's sitting at 505. So there's a chance Be Bold can pass Royals of War. We've been talking about that, but there was a critical fight on Miramar map number 5 we just witnessed between Royals of War and Be Be Bold. That fight quite literally determined whether or not Be Bold went up to the first page or stayed on the second, and ultimately it was decided that Be Bold loses, Royals of War would win that fight. So just that little bit of a micro battle right between the first page and second page, it just comes to show you one fight could be the difference maker between a placing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as long as they have these goals and they clock in tomorrow on their double points day and try to pull something out that. Did you say Royals of War have a chance at fourth place, by the way? Did I hear that right?
Hey, look.
Did you say that?
Double points day. Double points day. That's what I'm
Royals
saying.
of War? That's been your team since day one. That's the team that you had on
No, it has.
Royals of War. I remember now. I had Death Wolves and you had Royals of War. You're still on that bandwagon. Okay,
you know
hey,
what?
respect,
You're
man.
right.
Top four,
Right.
though? That's copium.
Hey.
At its finest.
Hey.
Top four?
Hey, look, like I said, anybody has a chance, all right?
Okay.
And it
I
is
respect
copium.
it.
I agree.
I
agree it's copium, man. It's very much copium, but it is what it is. Like, double points day, anything is possible.
And that's the beauty.
And when their double points is over with, and they haven't made it top four, that's when I'll stop believing. But for now, I will continue to believe, because you're right. Since week one, Royals of War has been my team because they had a standout week number one, okay? So I'm going to continue to believe, just like you believe in Death Wolves, just like Enigma, Hot Chooks. At one point, they were singing the praises of Furia until it was over with, okay? That's all I got to say about that. Hey, 5 games done. We're about to head into Erigel to finish off day number 13 and the last bonus points, double points, I should say, for Group B. But as we do go to break, we have Sarpatch on site to talk to Team Liquid's Mythic after their incredible Game 4 win on Sandhawk.
Hey guys, here we are with Mythic from Team Liquid. Bro, congratulations, great match, especially the ending there. How are you guys feeling? Parabéns para o jogo, especialmente essa final, foi muito boa. Como estão se sentindo?
Estamos sentindo muito bem, o time está constante hoje, estamos pontuando muito bem, cada queda uma queda e vamos para cima hoje.
We're feeling great. We're feeling really good today. One match at a time. So let's keep it going. That's what he said. You guys, double point days. Someone already told me from your team that you were feeling like like a normal day, but it doesn't feel like a normal day today. You guys are playing really well. So how are you guys feeling about that? Hoje ponto duplo. Vocês falaram que estão jogando como qualquer outro dia, mas esse dia estão jogando muito bem. Então fala disso.
Estamos jogando muito bem hoje, era um dia importante pra gente. Estamos jogando como qualquer outro dia mesmo e ainda bem que estamos indo muito bem. É um grande dia hoje, vamos com tudo pra cima.
Yes, they are playing like if it was just another day, but it's been a really great day for us, so we're really happy about it, but let's just keep it going. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you later.
2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America's Spring Season, day number 13. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff, and it is coming down to the end. We're running on fumes for Group B. Their chance to, hop up the leaderboard is, well, it's here. One more game to do so, and outside of Team Liquid, you can say that it hasn't been a good day for the other three rosters, right? AGG, SLR, B-Bold, they have not made the most of it, and that's just how it goes sometimes, Dave, right? It's just like, some groups, you have stellar performance from all four. Some groups, it's only one, right?
Yeah, Team Liquid definitely taking advantage of their double points. I believe now they're like 124 ahead of second place, and when we started the day, the gap was only 35, so... Wow. Team Liquid doing such a phenomenal job here. Alpha7 starting to crank up the heat just a little bit, sure. But it is a little too late, right? With only one more game to go. And I love that Tiff uses this term, like burning your double points there. Like I love that actually. And Team Liquid burning it to perfection here today, right? Because moving forward, they're just going to have to be consistent while other teams like Alpha7 have their double points there, right? So I think Team Liquid doing everything in their power to make sure that it's going to be a challenge for those other squads come double points.
Oh, it's a challenge for sure. The good news is, right, Tiff, like Team Liquid, they're happily going to the international stage, right? They're going to global finals, or at least group stage at global finals. So they can rest easy there. Now it's time to improve. And I do think they're improving each and every fight because, again, those just mythic, right? Those individualistic fights that he gets into is just chef's kiss. Absolutely beautiful. Alpha7, though, is a scary prospect with their double points. They get to burn through theirs, right, when it comes to Sunday. But Alpha7, remember the last Erangel we were on, Tiff? Alpha7 was a team that got a winner chicken dinner, 16 eliminations, right? So they're looking to go back-to-back, maybe a little bit of a repeat in Game 6.
You want that for Alpha7, right? Especially with Mafioso. It's like, hey, just watch, find out. We watched, we saw, they conquered, but they need to be able to prove that consistency because at the end of the day, the only thing that's keeping Team Liquid at the top is their consistency, the ability to grab those winner chicken dinners and just take multiple placement points away from Alpha7. Because every time you think about it, the winner chicken dinner, you're guaranteed 10 placement points. And if you're getting those wins on your double points day, it just manifests into a crazy amount of numbers, which we saw those two back-to-back wins in week number 1 for Team Liquid, and that's where they started to really kind of put those points on the board. And Alpha7 did try to answer back throughout week number 2, but at the end of the day, it's just Team Liquid that's held out to be just a bit more consistent.
Let's go back to the start, though, right? Team Liquid's consistent, but remember NRG? 20 eliminations to start the day, right? We're also could get a repeat of that. There's a lot going into the final game, and I'm so excited for it. And you, out in the chat, should be excited for the PMSL Pass. It's active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass events and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Well, here it is, the end of the day. One more map to decide what the standings will look like going into day 14. Chat, get loud. Let us know who's going to take the final game. Will it be NRG, Alpha7, Team Liquid, or somebody else? We're about to find out our answers to that question. Mustache Dave, Spider Tiff, take it away.
Hopefully we get someone else, because I would love to see some change of pace here on our final match on Erangel. But when you've already got an interesting playing path over here on that western side, Alpha7's going to get their boots on the ground relatively quickly there, Dave.
Yeah, Alpha7 looking for that repeat, like you said, with their last Erangel performance, especially with trying to hopefully shut down the snowball tonight that we've seen from Team Liquid, who have just been dominating. But talking about shutting it down, Influence, Rage, looking to shut down, and Hyper. Influence have been so consistent here tonight when it comes to points. And Hyper could be 4 additional points starting from their final game of the evening.
This is crazy because I'm sitting here talking about the momentum that Influence Rage has found, and they're not even on a double points day. And when you drop Milovan and push Federal cannot fall here, and Baton hits the nade straight onto him. Law with with the knife, and just like that, in complete shambles for Influence Rage, who are sitting in that survival stage slot, and we're working towards third place, iNCO Gaming. Now your attention has to turn to Deathwolves here in the final map, and even FURIA, if you want to kind of go that route. They're just 13 points behind Deathwolves, but at the end of the day, anything's possible.
Crazy. I was literally looking at the numbers here. Influence had a third place 7 eliminations, a second place 10 eliminations, a second place 10 eliminations, and then of course the first place with 11 eliminations. So Influence Rage have had such a great night when it comes to just acquiring as many points as possible, maximizing it, and just setting them up for success come tomorrow when they do have the double points. So right there though, classic and Hyper, classic North America right there, coming in clutch at the final hour to shut them down, baby, to shut down the momentum of Influence Rich. That's what I want to see from Alpha7 and Team Liquid. I want to see them shut them down. Shut them down. Shut them down.
I'm on the bandwagon for Influence Rage right now. They were showing up all day. They were getting active like you were wanting. And now you're rooting against them, Dave.
I'm all over the place.
That's a hot take. I know.
The only team I'm never double crossing is right here, the Deathwolves. Right? I've been on this squad since my very first cast. This squad has been a very standout team, in my opinion, come their qualifiers to get here, and they've been consistently showing up in this lobby, in my opinion. So I call the Deathwolves top 4 day one, and I stick to it.
Do you remember that time one of the NRG players said you had a nice mustache, and then you bandwagoned for them, and you were like, oh, I'm raising the banners for NRG. My, how the tides have turned for you.
I said NRG page 1, right? Is that, what did I say? I don't remember where I called them at, though.
It's fine. It's fine. For Entity 7, would love to see if they could jump up ahead of 9Z, but for now, we're just looking to learn, take those smart engagements, and kind of grab that area just south of Alpha7.
I can't believe I just got called. I'm pretty easy. You send me a Christmas card, like that's all it takes, you know? You're on my list every single year. Like, pretty easy going guy. You say I got a nice mustache, boom, you got Dave's support. Number 1 in the lobby. I'm easy.
It's the way to go. But for now, 9Z on the screen. Granted, their win.
Horns. Yeah.
That's true. Their win came in drop number 2 on Miramar, and honestly, would love to see them have another moment of success here in day 13.
Okay. I'm glad they got somebody in their corner. They're Deathwolves, though, in Cerverni, so this is, like you mentioned, I love that you pointed out, like, now that Influence are taken out early on, this is the Deathwolves' hopefully game to maybe get a winner chicken dinner and really try to close that gap here. I'm all about the leaderboards. I'm all about the hunt. You got the storyline for the first and second that we can see is starting to widen here after today. And then you got the storyline of like who's going to clutch that 4th place survival slot, of course. And I think that storyline will remain up until the very end, probably the last game, honestly. Hopefully that's the case. Hopefully FURIA could pick up some slack though as well. I know they burnt their double points day, but that doesn't mean they're out the race yet. Especially if teams like Influence, continue to get a hot drop by like and Hyper or whatnot, and they don't adjust.
Yeah, that's crazy. I still can't believe it. I mean, and Hyper, 4 eliminations for their efforts, and you got to think they have a 43-point gap that they need to overcome if they want to best Be Bold in that situation. But Be Bold are just 7 points behind Royals of War, and then Team Queso just ahead of that. So those teams right there within the 7th through even 10th place, I'll include NHyper in that for now, but it's kind of hard to do that considering NHyper had their double points day yesterday, so they would have to be absolutely flawless for the final 2 days, including this game. So maybe more so just that 7th through 9th are just going to be interchangeable, so it's that battle for the first page.
Yeah, exactly. And we heard that from Stars, just reassessing their goals come this week. And obviously the original goal was top 4, but now it's top 8. So I believe with it now being shifted, that kind of relieves the pressure, and now they're able to play a stress-free game essentially, and just like we mentioned from Stars, playing with nothing to lose at this point, right? So top page is the goal, and Hyper getting some early game eliminations, trying to secure that right now. Fourth, two more days to go with 4 eliminations. So 10th place. I think Hyper can do it though. All in all, Hyper, I think they can make top page. I believe.
Ooh, you got faith.
Yeah,
you got faith.
455. What top page is top 8. You got Worlds of War. I know that's Reflection Squad and all, but I think Hyper coming on top.
Worlds of War needs a really solid game here, especially knowing that after this there's only 12 drops left.
That's crazy, right? I mean, how time is
flew
just
by.
flown by. Yeah.
Next thing you know, you're gonna see our teams advance on to the group stage. One lucky team in 4th place will go to the survival stage to really battle it all out. And well, Team Queso in 7th place overall on the leaderboard, just holding on by 3 points. Have someone in their sights. It's gonna be SLR, Woshans, and just a few peppers going down. Just gotta show that presence. Say, yeah, you just can't roll up on me, buddy.
Yeah, and you know, the PUBG Mobile World Cup, what, $3 million? Like, that's just
crazy.
To me, that's just so many snake plants, right? That you can afford with that, right? You can snake plant it out. And you already got teams like Boom Esports, you know, you got Brute Force, the Money Makers, the Rejects showing up. So survival stage, I believe Team Spirit and Vampire Esports are already qualifying for that one. So there's just so many notable teams already showing up to that world stage that I look forward to it. It's gonna be great.
All right, FURIA, setting the trap there for Entity 7 in hot pursuit, and Artruzing giving us all the camera angles. Becker, though, going to be one of the first ones to allow Gustazzi to grab that knock. The drive-by consumes them. This is just some kind of movie.
Game 6 shenanigans. It's always what it is. You know, the land fatigue getting towards getting through some of these players, and they're just like, hey, there's a squad. Let's just go fight them. So, and this is what I want to see from like those lower teams, like just to kind of stop overthinking every single decision and just play some PUBG Mobile. And right there, in my opinion, that's FURIA just not overthinking the play, and well, they're going to be getting the elimination in the pocket early game. Or I take it back, they didn't get the confirm for some reason.
Nah, so Franco goes over to the Blim, starts to hit the reset. Oh, just a couple more seconds to go here. Artruzing kind of focused up there on probably healing in the distance, but for now, able to double back, hit the res, keep that line of sight. But just as that goes through, we see Hate across the way falling.
E7 wipeout FURIA. What a turn of events, honestly. Looks like Fate is gonna be knocked though.
Gonna be tough here. DeBlim and Franco here on your screen. Not sure if we're gonna be able to get the res off on the homie, but we'll make a play for it.
Pick him up, throw him in the back seat. Oh, finally
no.
FURIA. Okay, now they're gonna get the run over. Okay.
Not done yet, but there it goes. A couple more love taps to seal the deal. And back on over to Hyper, the ones who took down Influence Rage right off Rift. Here to play spoiler, here to control whatever they can. Looking for that information, because as that zone relatively centered up for our next rotation, you have to start thinking about what everything's going to look like for our teams that are in center here on Erangel.
Hey Tiff, do you mind me asking you, I've been pretty vocal on my favorite squads. Do you mind me asking you, like, has there been a team over the last 3 weeks that's like really just stood out to you? And you're like, I like that. That's a cool looking team. I look forward to seeing them perform in that next round.
I think it's going to be both like Team Liquid and Alpha7. I've loved the shakeup at the top of the leaderboard and just kind of seeing them jockey back and forth in terms of eliminations. But at the end of the day, watching Team Liquid just start being incredibly consistent especially on their double points day. It's been quite nice. Now, I don't know if that's like the cheap answer to say just the top 2 teams because it's been quite interesting. However, just watching
I think it's a good one. It's a good one.
Oh, yeah, it's like, I'm going to stick that. I'm going to take that.
I respect it. I respect it. I think Reflections just sent me a text saying he's going for E-Bold. So that's a respectable one, too. But getting back to this, FURIA trying to take out E7. We see some Molotovs. We see some grenades. Looks like they off angle from E7 downrange was spotted. Franco, though, the zone, the Bison, putting in some work. But FURIA putting the nail in the coffin.
I'm gonna say, he's been putting in work. Not too much work there for sure. No, just kidding. They tried. There's only so much you can do in a 1v2 situation when you get absolutely swung on. But for now, Fate in the car, being free, like they said, straight onto 9Z, just ahead of them. Here comes the rest of the crew. Chuko tries to hit an angle from behind. Here goes the isolated 1v1. Fate DBS in hand, and that's how you do it.
Oh, Fate has like 1 HP, so NRG taking the fight up against 9Z. It's going to be Elite, the last one, jumping in the monster truck. That thing sticks out. But Royals of War pulling up with a third party. Spec looking for the ultra wide off angle. The play of the century right here. Let's see if it pays off in their favor.
Ooh, we need to pick up these eliminations here. Now, mind you, think back to their 20 elimination win in map number 1. J7, though, grabs the knock on to Cold Goat, grabs the knock on to Victix. It's the full, and just putting on the moves over here.
Got the confirm. A lot of trades going back and forth. Yeah, 2 NRG members bleeding on out. Looks like Royals of War. Tonka in the smokes trying to get the pickup here. J7 prioritizing the push here. Looking for some connects with the grenades. Gotta take them out. Gotta take out Royals of War. They're getting the reset and smoke here. And they're back up. They're back up. They got grenades and they're tossing their utility right now. The tables have turned.
B3.
One.
Behind we go. Can we get the second? No! Tonka's gonna be able to hit that trade. At the end of the day, where is Spec? Spec pops in the vehicle. And here comes the third party, Titan Gaming, looking for Royals of War, descending upon them with the quickness. 4 deep in vehicles, getting crazy.
The easiest 2 eliminations you'll ever see from Titan Gaming. And I love the call out, like, where was Spec? The off angle, not paying off, unfortunately. Spec is going to be the last one alive on top of Potato Hill, now relocating. But Titan Gaming taking full advantage of that right there.
Maybe Spec just got out within, like, just the right amount of time. Because at the end of the day, once he saw the wind of Titan Gaming just hitting that, you're just like, all right, cool. I'm just going to try to stay alive. I've got 4 eliminations. Maybe I can come away with just a couple of placement points at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's better than nothing. But as that circle starts to shift, it's been Team Liquid that's undergone so much chaos here throughout drop number 6. And down to a duo. Oof.
Yeah, down to a duo right now. 0 eliminations so far. We'll have to keep tabs on how they end off their night. Pretty consistent night when it comes to just how many points they're able to acquire. Alpha7, see if they take advantage of the fact that Team Liquid are going to be down a couple members here.
The odds
Shots
on
working out, yeah.
Trio left of Alpha7. One elimination in the pocket there for Mergreline. And
One was on to Team Liquid too, if I'm not mistaken. That one elimination. So
they just keep running into each other, that's for sure. But we start looking at kind of where they found themselves. They're in the next play zone, which is great. We do have that one remaining member of 9Z. You can see Elite there in the distance. Spec as well. A solo here between the vehicle and the rock, just trying to stay out of cover. But at the end of the day, it's FURIA starting to set their sights onto iNCO Gaming. And now that iNCO Gaming is in the top 3, which they've been, but knowing that Influence Rage has fallen, this is their time to try and put even more of that point spread on the board.
Right. See some shots over here from iNCO. on to Titan Gaming. Titan Gaming going to be in the south, and I saw Ayala, the last one alive for Team Liquid, kind of sneaking in the bush right now. Did get 1 point on the board, finally taken out, was spotted.
Wow.
From Redox. I mean, that was a huge one because Ayala, we've seen tonight, homie can clutch it out when it comes to being the last one alive for the squad. So, Team Liquid, done and dusted. 3 members up for Alpha7. Pretty centralized position for the time being. Death Wolves in the north. They got Be Bold out there towards the east side, and then SLR downrange in the south. So a couple moves they can have.
I would have loved to see Team Liquid break 900 today. I know Reflections was calling for 1,000 by the end of week 3, and I'm like, okay, breaking 900 today would have set you on that trajectory, but for now, the Death Wolves that you spoke of in the north are getting peppered from afar. They're kind of regroup over here nearby the compound and set their sights on where they want to head just next, because they're not in that next play zone. Now, granted, the rotation isn't going to be that tough for them. They should be able to waltz right in. Or Be Bold.
Oh no. FURIA putting in some work right now up against the Death Wolves.
Ooh, maybe not waltzing right in.
Yeah, now it looks like they're going to be going towards Team Queso as well. Really trying to find a position. Next circle goes up. Alpha7, Big chilling, and Hyper down there on the east side chilling as well. But FURIA trying to backstab the Death Wolves, who look like they're going to be rotating towards Be Bold here. So the Death Wolves just out there in the open in their vehicles, going to be popping out, taking some shots now. Downrange. Everybody trying to get this solo member, flush him out from FURIA. And we survive. Able to make it in the play zone, but parked right on top of Alpha7.
Yes, they're farming after all. Team Queso, though. You see FURIA has finally fallen there with 4 eliminations. Milos from the distance straight onto iNCO Gaming. It's Gary, though, who finds a knock onto a member of Team Queso, and, well, the full comes through. Quite tough here, just staring at each other across the way. Now, neither of these teams are in the next play zone. Alpha7, NRG Spec, Elite, still in there. Those 2 solos living their best life, playing small, playing conservative, just not really peaking considering the angles that are in the distance.
Living life. Living life. Trying to get as many placement points as possible. There goes AGG here on their double point stay. Eliminated in 11th place. Fortunate for them. Be Bold going for a wide wraparound. Going to be avoiding the sightlines of Hyper. Pulling up here in the south. Looks like Inactive doing some scouting alone here. Not with the teammates of Titan Gaming. Once again, pretty similar story from last game that we saw. Just Titan Gaming so spread apart. Looks like Doran finally going to be trying to close the gap, group up with Inactive. Calling for the rotate here. Be Bold. Now taking shots.
Ooh, straight on to Be Bold. Now, Be Bold wants to hit that first page, right? Just 9 points outside of Royals of War, who has already fallen. This would be the game for them to be able to move up that leaderboard. Same goes to say for Death Wolves, right? They want to make a play onto that 4th place position now that Influence Rage has fallen. Just 16 points, making that difference up. And Titan Gaming, here we go. The push, the knock straight onto David, and Redox pops in the vehicle. Maybe we'll hit that reposition, but Fran answered back with eliminations of their own.
Looks like 6 eliminations so far for Titan Gaming. Can they continue? Be Bold, like you mentioned, trying to put a stop to that one. Inactive behind the shack, using it for cover. Here comes the push. SK12, the Rosen, jump shot through the little window. Inactive preparing for what's about to happen here. The 1v1, Inactive a little lower when it comes to health, and LaRosen trying to push the envelope through the doorway, flushing out Inactive.
Okay, Be Bold, that's what you want to see. But it's not Baton hitting them with a vehicle. Some toughness is happening. Redox on your screen grabs that re-knock onto Fran, looking for the full if they can get it. Just chaos has ensued as everyone is just looking to collapse on the southern side of the zone. Whoever will be the victor from the south side will have the majority of the space, and then we'll have to see where stage 6 decides to move towards. For a limb, still trying to hit that through, thread the needle around the tree. Can we get the remainder?
Up. Got him. People, 3 eliminations done here. Final map of the evening. Looks like Titan Gaming, 9 eliminations going their way. Love to see it. Yeah,
big game for them as a duo.
And
here's the
Hyper,
deal.
5 eliminations. I'm going to say big game for North America here.
You'd love to see that because look at where that zone's pulling towards, that south side. It's going to make that fight that much more viable. And consider what's going to occur on the northern side between iNCO, between Team Queso, Death Wolves, and even Alpha7. And Hyper is trying to pull control of what they can for the next play zone. So it's going to be really tough for them to see if they can hold across all of them. But for Silence on your screens, got Death Wolves in the angle. Now, Death Wolves only has 3 players up. Rataboy, DBS in hand, pushes up towards Revo. Prone has angles, looking to make the play. Grabs the knock on to Rataboy, but job's not done. We're still focusing the other members of Death Wolves. The smoke will provide cover. Caprice from Hyper takes the off angle, takes down. Oh gosh, the craziness that's going to ensue here in the final 7 teams towards this play zone.
Pull up score. Trying to go for the run over here. Now we're in the smokes. DBS, P90, but they're getting third-partied from Team Queso and Alpha7 popping out the smoke. Shotguns locked and loaded. Flushing them out. There goes the Death Wolves. 4 eliminations.
Crazy. Still 12 points
and
shy
Hyper
of being in that 4th place. I know. And Hyper Stars feeling confident, still have 3 standing. They have the most players left in the lobby because Alpha7 is just down to 1. Maybe they can hit a res and get their numbers back up. But Titan Gaming, at the end of the day, that duo has 9 eliminations so far in drop number 6.
Yeah, huge game for Titan Gaming, and they got 2 members of iNCO right in front of them, so we'll have to see if they can spot them out. Looks like in Hyper, they were looking for a play, looking to take the third party, but they saw the grenades from Team Queso and deciding not to take that. But Baton still back here. Looking to take out Alpha7. Looks like Alpha7 going for the revive. Baton might be able to take out Alpha7. Elite still alive from 9Z, by the way. There goes Baton. There we go. You'll love to see it. And Hyper, 7 eliminations. Make that 9.
Alpha7 eliminated with 8 elims. And Elite has been a solo since the dawn of time here in Erangel. Just looking for placement points, but still only has 0 elimination. And for iNCO Gaming, it's Gary.
It's Gary.
It's Gary, man.
22 bullets and a dream. That's all Gary needs to get the winner chicken dinner here.
Hands up. Eats the nade. Yeets more. Can we keep this pressure onto a limb? But if I'm Titan Gaming and I've got a duo left standing and I'm pulling where that play zone is going to, we are repositioning these vehicles. We are playing for the long haul.
See ya!
Goodbye,
GG's Gary. GG's Gary. Elite is still alive. Top 3 situation. 9 eliminations onto Hyper. Now 10. 10 eliminations on Titan Gaming too.
Is this an Hyper winner chicken dinner?
It is. It has to be.
Unless for some reason a Lim and 9Z join forces here to, you know, keep your enemies close to take down someone else. But at the end of the day, the space, the vehicles, the control here for Hyper, you could send a Lim, then focus on Elite. You could do it either way. And it looks like we're going to split forces here.
We talked about the change of game plan for Hyper. Top 8 is the goal. Playing like there's nothing to lose. Stress-free. The words of Star here. 11 eliminations and a chicken dinner right in front of them here. That could put them in that top 8.
Just think back to the beginning of drop number 6 here on Erangel. Think back to what occurred. The hot drop onto Influence Rage to stifle their journey into the top 3. Now, they've already mustered up 11 eliminations. It's just 2 solos hiding from them. They've got vehicles. They've got control of the play zone. Now, you've just got to figure out where they are in stars on your screen. Running laps around Erangel, looking by all the trees. Can we suss them out? Well, Hope so. Baton, though, tries it out. Elite, unsuspecting victim prone on your screen, hitting the crawl, trying to move in towards the next play zone.
Yeah, taking off their backpack too, and only 25 bullets in the M4. Gotta make every shot count.
Oh no, Baton. I feel like
That's
we're playing like
That's a dead.
Marco Polo at this point.
Yeah.
You're getting very warm over here, bro. Oh no. At this point, we're just delaying the inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
Those wheels are gonna crunch over Elite at some point.
Does Elite opt to take the shots here? Hopping up, taking shots at Capri, who is going for some loot. That's a big knock.
I'm telling you, do the solos unite. Do the
They
solos
do.
unite.
No way.
Baton down. Capri's fooled.
No way.
This is not good. This is pandemonium. A limb on 11.
Okay.
Stars finally gets the revenge. Says no way. But this brings it to Stars versus Elite.
Elite picked up a Groza.
Oh no. We've seen this before. We've seen 9Z do the inevitable. Patience and nades. We dodge. We move. We keep moving if we can. Back to the boulder. This is a nice boulder, focusing up on healing, but Stars is still looking for angles. Elite trying to read them. At the time being, we're gonna hit that move. Baton has fallen. The major 1v1 behind the vehicle and another rock.
Absolutely insane. Elite able to make it to that crate, probably picking up some additional grenades here. Boulder versus Boulder. Rosa versus M4. Next play zone. Centers up.
And Stars. Oh my gosh. The health advantage. Everything. No more nades for either. One of these players is just going to have to stand up, see if you can hit an angle. But patience. Who's going to be the first one to move? And Hyper on 12 eliminations, 9Z on 0. At the end of the day, this would be an 11-point win for Elite. You can see Stars already trying to take some shots. Starting to take those peaks, put that pressure onto Elite. And there we go. The Groza comes through. 9Z with a crazy clutch for the winner chicken dinner. Only one elimination needs to be that final one. An 11-point game for them. 2 wins today.
Yeah, if you told me, hey Dave, happy Friday. 9Z, they're going to get 2 chickens today. The 15th place in the lobby. 2 chickens today. I would have said you're lying all day long. That's their second winner chicken dinner. Their first one was game 2 Miramar, 2 eliminations plus the win. And now once again, the solo player just snaking it to the late game, getting the winner chicken dinner. Like I would have never have guessed that. So shout out to 9Z for definitely trying to make the goal of like that first place or that first page a reality here. Hopefully with 2 more days to go. Reflections.
Hey, I am blown away. Just like Stars is blown away on the head glitch, man, on the rock. Like, yo, how do you lose that fight? I mean, 9Z Elite is pushing you. There's just a bush there. You can shoot through that. He's pushing you. You're hitting shots. Take your time. Plan it out, my boy. But Elite, his shots are steady. Tiff, you called it. It's like, are these solos going to team up? Now, they don't team up in the sense of like, oh,
right.
We're actually
collusion.
teaming. Right?
Collusion.
The illusion. It just happens. And it's just like, I couldn't believe it. In Hyper get so comfortable. How could they not be? I mean, they literally got vehicles, everything like you said, but they just couldn't spot the solos.
I mean,
you're going to want that one back, that's for sure.
That's a little bit of a misplay, if I do say so myself.
It was like 9C gets one elimination. It's for the winner
For the win.
dinner
I know.
on Hyper Stars.
Efficient.
Very efficient. No, you're 100% right on that. That is just blows me away. And also too, to add even more salt to the wound, like Stars was on 4 eliminations at that point, and then Baton was on 6. Like those two alone were like tearing it up. Baton had the most eliminations just a couple of days ago. So it is a total breakdown, and it's heartbreaking. Because, Dave, you have yesterday SLR had just a total breakdown against Mythic in the 2v1, and now you have in Hyper and a total breakdown against 2 solos on 2 different teams.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they definitely threw that winner chicken dinner towards the end, but they still walked away with 12 eliminations and the 2nd place finish. So, I mean, they're going in the right direction, right? I don't want to be too hard. I'm kind of looking at it glass half full, I guess you can say. But yesterday they did burn through their double point, right? And remember, Stars said the goal is the first page. Yeah, that chicken dinner would have definitely helped, without a doubt.
Yeah. And I agree. 18 points is something to be proud of. In fact, the most in the lobby. In Hyper, shout out to you for the big victory. I just worry about those critical moments, and it's like, would Team Liquid have let that happen? Would Alpha7 would
not at all
other teams on the yeah? So that's my concern, right? It's not so much of like, they didn't do a stellar job. It's like, should that moment have happened? And the answer is no, just like SLR yesterday. So I just want to see those moments cleaned up. But either way, a great game from them. And 2nd page, not too eventful, but I will say, I mean, even on 2nd page, a lot of teams getting points where normally we see a lot of zeros there. So game number 6 was at least fruitful for everyone except Influence Rage. But let's not kid ourselves. Influence Rage had a stellar day, picking up a lot of points, and more importantly, elevated themselves, Tiff, to 4th place.
They really did. Now, granted, if you end here in 4th place, you get to advance on to fight in that survival stage, but you want to advance to the group stages and be in the top 3 if you can. Not only that, more prize money to be had in the top 3, but you have 58 points that are separating you from iNCO Gaming. And albeit, we talked about it, iNCO Gaming in Group A, they had amazing bonus points day yesterday. So Influence Rage has theirs for tomorrow, and that's going to be one of the biggest storylines for me to look at, because they've only acquired 60 bonus points in their prior 2 weeks, averaging about 30 per week, which is very lackluster in terms of teams that we've witnessed.
So absolutely correct. Influence Rage, big opportunity to shoot up the leaderboard. How high can they go? That's the question I have, but I'm sure they're shooting at least to get 3rd place, and it is absolutely possible, especially with a day like they had today. Now, we do have one mover. Dave, at least 9Z does move up with that one elimination. Winner chicken dinner. Granted, it took a little bit to get there, but they got it. SLR will drop down. In Hyper, though, will not move, although they are at least inching closer to be bold.
Yeah, I think, by the way, winner chicken dinner with only 1 elimination. I feel like that's a record in its own right. You can't really top that unless you get like a 0 elimination winner chicken dinner if your 2nd place team goes out to the blue. But I think looking at just how that last match unfolded, and Hyper, they got a lot of power now within their hands. When a team tells me they're playing with nothing to lose, that's what we saw right there. And if they do that again, say tomorrow in game 1, when Influence Rage has the double points, immediately just shut them down, just clip their wings, I guess you can say, and cut out their momentum. And Hyper, not only them, but all these bottom teams, they could do the same thing, right? They could just hunt down these top teams and really put a stop to their momentum. So I'm not discounting them yet when it comes to making some clutch plays and playing a role in the overall leaderboard.
Well, it was a great day, though. A lot of good moments, exciting action across the board, and we nearly had another elimination record. If only NRG could have just got one more to send it to 21, we would have had back-to-back days with 2 elimination records. But still, a spectacular start of the day from NRG's perspective, and a wonderful all-around day for Influence Rage. Overall, I'm through the moon, even with Team Liquid's performance. Their first double points day where they made the most of it, right? Taking a tremendous lead over Alpha7, putting the pressure on them for the next 2 days, including Sunday when their double points hit. But let's close out the show and get your final points because I want to know what you thought about today. I thought today was excellent. Tiff, what are your final words before we get out of here?
My final words are that survival stage slot is the hottest take right now. Everyone is vying to find themselves in 4th place. Influence Rage at the start of the day came in 6th place, now sitting in that coveted spot in 4th place. And they wanted to make a move for the top 3. It would have been today, but honestly, tomorrow is going to be that best day. The fact that we only have 12 more drops reflections and Dave.
I know.
I'm nervous. I'm nervous for our squads. That's all I gotta say.
Nervous is the right call. 12 more drops, Dave. We started at 90. Now we're down to 12. It's a bit bittersweet, right? But we've got to get we got to reach our final chapter. We have to know how this story ends for the top 4, right? What are your final words before we get out of here?
Yeah, first of all, shout out to both of you. Now I need to go get a house plant and hopefully not an evil one,
Production's
So I learned,
got you.
I learned a lot. I learned a lot today and always fun times here. And I'm going to stick to it. 70 points behind 3rd place. No problem for the Death Wolves. Top 3. I'm sticking to it. I'm going to die on this hill. Hold me to it. 2 more days to go. Death Wolves, 3rd place. We're coming for it.
All right, well, Influence Rage is going to put you to the test, right? They're double points tomorrow. That's going to be the big thing. How many can they get? But Death Wolves, come Sunday, how many will they be able to get, right? Tomorrow's going to be a big day. It's Group C, and we have 3 Group C members on the front page, which means anything goes. Although the bottom teams on Group C on the standings, they've got a long hill to climb, but I know they're up for the test. They're putting on their hiking boots, and they are ready to go tomorrow for sure. But Influence Rage will be the biggest story, absolutely, trying to break into top 3. We'll see if they'll be successful or not. But that's all we have for day number 13. We hope you enjoyed it. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We'll be back tomorrow at 5 ET. But for myself, Taylor Reflections Noble, Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, our production crew, and you in chat, we hope to see you again tomorrow, 5 ET. Don't miss out.